All right, chat. Double tap the screen, share the live out. We are live on Debate Nation. I just dropped the link if anybody wants to join the panel. The link is also on my community tab wall or my post. If you go to the post on either page, this page or the Debate Nation page, the link is on the post. Now I'm gonna get us over there to this live stream, man. I'm gonna get us to this live stream right quick. Link is on the post. All right, chat. Boom. Get us to this live stream so we can have. We're gonna debate birthright citizenship. We're going to debate birthright citizenship. Should birthright citizenship for undocumented immigrants be ended? Should birthright citizenship for undocumented immigrants be ended? What the fuck is going on? All right, I got to create a banner. All right, let me get us a damn background. All right, we got a couple people coming on in now. Let me know. Can y'all hear me on the Debate Nation channel? I mean, Plug Station channel. All right, let's see. Boom. Let's get back over here. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. If y'all want to get up here, we're gonna debate birthright citizenship, man. Birthright citizenship. You said it's fair for Brandon to ask just how it's fair for Brandon to ask just know it all when he's gonna be charged with. You can't be so so damn positive he's going to jail, even if you don't know what he's gonna be charged with. I'm not saying he's going to jail. You said put Top Cat banner up. Look. What Top Cat banner? I don't know what the hell you talking about. Hold on. Hold on, Chad. All right, I see you. You said what it do is Plug still having a problem? No, I ain't having a problem. Let me drop the link in the Discord. Let me drop the link in the Discord in the general chat. Boom. All right, there goes the link in the general chat. But yeah, I don't know what he's going to be charged with, but they need to charge him with something. I am glad that they came out and said that they have been put on leave, though. That the both officers that discharged the firearm have been placed on leave. You said that law will never pass. That's crazy, chat. Let me see. That's what y'all ass gonna do. Birthright citizenship has been so incredibly abused for decades now, and it's a slap in the face to the American taxpayer. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to log in. You said for F that? Yeah, get up here and debate it, man. Y'all saying in birthright citizenship. Go on up here, come on up here and debate it. Damn, y'all left. Everybody left. Everybody left the damn chat. It's crazy. Everybody left. Damn. Hold on, chat. Let's see. Boom. I'm right here with it. Right here with it. All right, Chad. Damn, I'm dropping shit. Hold on. Hey, if y'all don't nobody come up here, it's gonna be a short one. Cause I would have stayed on the regular live if I knew wasn't nobody gonna come up here. Put y'all in my damn business. Who is it? Lala. Hold on, Lala. Damn, I don't know. Some reason my gimbal not working. All right, chat. Double tap the screen, shut live out, chat. You said while we're foreign, you said the stream's lag and not a sound issue. Yeah, the stream gonna lag. If y'all don't want the stream to lag, come to Debate Nation. Come to the Debate Nation channel if y'all don't want the stream to lag. Double, you said I'm about to come up plug moving around. You know my audio be messed up. Yeah, I know your audio be messed up, Top Cat. It definitely is messed up. You said how about this birthright citizenship for legal citizens? I believe that's what they're talking about. Undocumented immigrants won't have birthright citizenship. I'll pull up the actual proposed bill. Thomas Massey co-sponsored this bill. Thomas Massey co-sponsored the bill, and what it is HR 569 to amend Section 301 of Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify those classes of individuals born in the United States who are nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. In the House of Representatives, Mr. Bain for himself, they just named everybody, to amend Section 301 of Immigration and Nationality to clarify those classes of individuals born in the United States who are nationals and citizens of the United States at birth, being enacted the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America, Congress assembled. They're gonna make me click into it. All right, here it is. What's up, big dog? All right, it says citizenship at birth for certain persons born in the United States. Immigration and Nationality Act is amended by inserting in general before the following by redesignating subsections A through H as paragraphs 1 through 8 respectively, and by adding at the end the following definition: acknowledging the right of birth citizenship established by Section 1 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, a person born in the United States shall be considered subject to the jurisdiction of the United States for purposes of subsection 1A. If the person is born in the United States of parents, one of whom is a citizen or national of the United States, two, an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence in the United States whose residence is in the United States, or an alien with lawful status under the immigration laws performing active service in the armed forces. Applicability. The amendment made by the subsection A3 shall not be constructed to affect citizenship or nationality status of any person born before the date of the enactment. So basically, they saying either your parents got to be here and have permanent residency, or they got to be naturalized, or they got to be in the armed services.
Okay, so I do agree with that for the most part, but I also have a my own amendment to that. So I do believe if they have been here and they are adults, like the I forgot what they were calling them in 2020. But if they are adults already, I think that they should and they were born, I think they should be allowed to um be granted their citizenship because what else do they know? And they do contribute to the economy.
I think that's what the amendment is. It's saying all persons that was here before that date. So if you were born prior to the date that they signed it in, no matter
Okay.
what age you are.
It sounds pretty good to me.
Can y'all even hear me? Sure.
Yeah, we can hear you, big dog. What's going on?
Okay, so look, y'all talking about birthright. Y'all need to think about like the death rate of the foreigners. Like, where the fuck are they go bury all these foreigners at this earth right now? On top of your grandparents, motherfucker. What's happening to
I
all the motherfucking foreigner people in the ICE facilities that's dying? Are they using their body parts for you?
I
That's
can
what y'all
answer
need to
that.
figure out.
They
The
burning
same
their
place
ass
they
up.
the same way same place they put mama and papa with. I mean, how much land do we actually got allocated for burial grounds?
My insurance is
No
my
difference.
burial stuff is paid for with my insurance. I don't feel like half these foreigners got insurance, life insurance, none of that.
They burning their ass
I
up
think you
like they
missed my
do
point.
everything else. They burn their ass up like they do everything else. That's what it is. It's been a lot of people on this earth for us to be concerned about where people are being buried at. All these slave places that's been around here that we don't know about. We walk in people's
No,
graves every day.
this is a good example of what I'm talking about, though. And you can look this up with Donald Trump. If I got a property right now and I bury myself in my backyard, that property's forever my family's property. So you mean to tell me if somebody comes from over here from a different country and they decide to get buried in their backyard, it's automatically their land now, and they wasn't born here? Get out of here! You tripping?
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
true.
one thing about these, one thing about it, if we're gonna tell the story, we're gonna tell it in total. If we're gonna say that they're using the resources and pocketing the money, driving BMWs and shit like that, I don't think it'll be a problem for them to find burial. If we're gonna say that they live in houses together, and then they all share the bills and then buy another house and share the bills, I don't think getting a plot of land for burial is a problem. Also, it's a lot of their culture is cremation. Top Cat just didn't say it, as like that. He just said burn them up. But yeah, their culture is got a lot to do with cremation as well.
Plug, can you go over to China and get a burial grave site right now?
Probably not.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
Correct.
saying.
But we've been that type of country for decades. Almost shit, if not over half of a century, well over half of a century, it's been that. So now it's a conversation. I'm not gonna say now the conversation is just now getting relevant. It's just my age group is just now getting into that conversation. But if we're gonna say, that's kind of it's correct. You are correct, but it's kind of like shit. We're 50 years past that now.
My whole thing is, bro, I live in the hood, bro. All my neighbors is foreigners. I've seen 3 generations of women move into America at one time. Nigga, my grandmother and great grandmother was born here. They didn't move her. They get
Top Cat,
more.
I'm gonna drop you down for a second till you get settled, Top Cat.
All right, I'm moving around. That's what I was saying.
All right.
But they just get a lot more uh leeway when it comes to schools.
What up? So
Not even saying
I'll be the
reparations or nothing like
contradictory
that
voice.
per se,
So are
but
they trying to change the
it is
Constitution? Are they
very
trying to
Hold
like
like
on,
what?
I live in
Carlos. Hold on,
Kentucky, bro.
Carlos. Carlos,
It
don't
used
just
to,
come
the
in and
rent
cut
here
them
used to
off.
be $700, bro. I done seen so many
I didn't hear
foreigners
nobody
come
talking.
here, go to the bank, get these checks, and turn these houses into marble homes to where the rent here is $3,000 on the regular for a 5 bedroom. This shit's not normal here. Like you
No,
used to be
I
able to go buy a
understand.
house in the hood for $30,000 to $60,000. A hood in the house a house in the hood right now is 180 here.
So let me ask you this: is it
I
only
can't hear no more.
you can't hear me? You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm fucked up.
Okay. Well, what
I
I was
can
gonna
actually hear
ask
you.
you
Ken.
is the neighborhood? Is it only black people and foreigners in the neighborhood? Is there no whites in the neighborhood? Chad, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I
Yeah,
was
but it's kind of like
Drip, is
it's
that you?
kind of
Yes, me. How y'all doing?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Go ahead, big dog. We losing viewers. I'm trying to get you to answer the question. Is it white people in the neighborhood?
yeah, it sound like T-Pain.
Yeah, you're gonna have to leave and come back then. That's your Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm juiced up. I got a whole lot of bars over here. That's your service.
Plug got that citizen Wi-Fi.
Nah, hell nah. This
He
shit.
ain't got that illegal Wi-Fi that y'all be rolling with.
Man, well, this is what I'm gonna say. If it's foreigners moving into the neighborhood, yeah, I can see it bringing property prices up. But to the rate that you're talking about, the reason I asked is because of gentrification. Maybe it's just being, gentrified. Maybe they're you saying marble floors. Yeah, they're bringing property values up. One thing about our community, and I can speak on it. I don't trash just black people. I don't get up here and trash black people. That's one thing I don't do. I'm honest. I'm open and honest. We don't do the legwork. A lot of these programs, a lot of these things, benefits and shit. A lot of our people are a little too prideful to go through those things. They don't want to stand in these lines. They don't want to do the legwork to find out how to get these grants or these loans and things. Also, financial literacy is, a thing that's not really ingrained into our community. While
Mm-hmm.
on the flip side, these undocumented immigrants or immigrants in general, they're coming over here with a plan. They're coming over here with on business. They've already done the research for the grants that's available for them. They've already got a pipeline. They've got it down to a actual pipeline to where
Yeah,
everybody in the family is going to benefit. And I don't I don't think that means that they're necessarily taking from us because the Fed prints money. It's just about us getting out there and getting to it.
yeah. I mean, there are a lot of different ways to make money, right? I mean, undocumented, the illegals, whatever you want to call them, the non-birth citizens. They come here with a plan. They execute their plan. They do things that we're not willing to do, like having multiple people living under the same roof so they can stack their bread.
When in a black family, as soon as you get 18, you get put the fuck out.
Yep,
You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. There, like you said, you seen three generations come over at once. They all probably stayed in the same house. When in the black household, it used to didn't be like that. But modern day black household, shit, 18, you get kicked the fuck out. Somebody got
yep.
some feedback. Somebody
I
got
used to be a
feedback.
shift manager at Walmart. One of my assistant managers, he was from Eastern Europe, we'll just say, and he was living in the house. His brother was living in the house with him. He had a wife. His brother had a wife. They had their parents, and then they each had kids. So they had 6 kids. Now, if you hear them talk when they're on shift, you swear they struggling. Then one day we were sitting in the office, and he started showing me pictures of his house, and I was like, "Damn, Novika, your house is almost better than my house. You're doing pretty good." He's like, "Yep, I'm living the American dream." Love to say it.
No, most
America is
definitely.
what make it.
We got Renegade backstage. I can't bring you to the stage, Renegade, till you add your audio and your camera. You can cut your camera off, but you're gonna have to accept it and then cut the camera off and leave your audio on. Otherwise, I can't bring you to the stage. But no, Drip, that is correct. I see it all the time. Where I'm from, especially the Latino community. Like I said, we don't really have, any Haitian Somalis like this. It's really just black and white where I'm at. But you do have a Latino community, and you see them. Shit, they work on the house, they build the house, together. They live in the house. It's a nice house. Then shit, maybe a year and a half on down the line, you see them get the plot of land next door, start building up another house. Next thing you know, they got 2, 3 houses on the block. That's where I was getting that big dog at. If they can build these houses are probably, gonna, gain equity, gain monetary value. If you said the average house in your hood right now is 300K because they are 160K, whatever it was that they've driven it up, I don't think they'll have a problem buying, a $2,500 plot of land to be buried, or paying $500 to be cremated.
Not, bro.
So I
But
think
look, this is what I was saying about that, bro. So like, if you're not a citizen of no state in the United States, and you died, matter of fact, scratch that. Plug. If you go to New York and you die, and you get shot or whatever, what's gonna happen to your body, bro? They're gonna
Yeah, they
send it
go
back to wherever you from, and they're gonna send it back to wherever you from, and you can get buried. That's all I'm saying, bro.
unless right, correct. Unless I purchased land there. Like you said, insurance, some of this shit's already set up. So if
What?
I plan on what I'm saying, yeah, that's what if I'm in New York, if I'm in New York and I've been living in New York for 20 years and I have all of these friends here and maybe my wife is here, but the rest of my family's back home, I have a choice to be buried there. Like I have family members, I'm not gonna dox them, but they lived on the East Coast. They was on the East Coast 20 years. Their roots are here. They chose to be buried there. I mean, they just chose to be buried there. That's where they live, more than shit, 25, 30% of their life.
I was under the impression wherever your birth certificate
Oh,
said.
Renegade, you gotta cut your mic off, Renegade. You got a lot of audio going on. As soon as I brought you up, it's just, I don't know. You gotta fix that, Renegade. Go ahead, big dog.
No, I was just under the impression wherever your birth certificate is from, that's where
No,
your
you can
body
get
gets
buried
sent back.
anywhere you bought a plot of land. Hell no. As long as you purchase that plot of land, you can get
Well,
buried there.
yeah, that too. If you bought a plot of land for your at a funeral home or at a funeral, whatever they call them,
Whoever's
but
selling a plot of land, the cemetery, whoever's selling a plot
the
of land,
cemetery. There you go.
as long as that plot is paid for, it don't matter what your birth certificate say.
Well, I'm saying if you don't have a plot of land, bro, your body
You're
has to
gonna
get
get
sent wherever your
cremated
birth
anyway.
certificate is from.
No, you gonna get fucking cremated. It don't matter where they cremate you at. Shit, it's just going. Somebody gonna come pick up your ashes or not.
Well, that's what my pushback was going to be about. And, we had covered that a couple of weeks ago, about a month and a half ago. I don't even think any of that fucking shit matters because they fucking grave robbing and doubling up like Big Macs in the fucking cemetery.
Yeah, they are grave robbing and they are selling body parts and doing
Organ
things of
donor.
those sorts. And yeah, they are doing that. But I'm speaking on like shit. If you just are somewhere that you're not from, you're not familiar with, you die, shit, they gonna cremate your ass, and shit, somebody's gonna have to pay to come pick up your ashes.
I just feel like all these body parts gonna be coming from nowhere. They just found a white boy in Georgia, dick like she said, big digging up body parts and people and stuff. And that's all I'm saying. It's just some funny stuff going on right now.
Man, I'm gonna keep it real with you. They sending them fucking body parts straight to McDonald's. We just talking.
Allegedly. Um,
Allegedly.
Also, but no, a lot of that shit goes to the research facilities. A lot of these colleges have contracts with the bodies and shit too for research, and there's Facebook groups that sell body parts. But just outside of that, shit that's not supposed to be going on, yeah, you would just be cremated. As far as me with the birthright citizenship, I'm neither. I mean, of course, it just makes sense. It just makes sense if we're gonna, stop the flood of the southern border, whichever border. Then these are some of the steps that we're gonna have to take to make it. I don't think it's harmful because it's not retroactive. They're saying from the date that it's enacted is when it will take place. So it's not like they're gonna go back and denaturalize people or take people's citizenship or anything. So yeah, I mean, I think that's the best way to implement it if it's gonna be implemented.
I feel like we need guardrails to stop any type of theft. Is that like
We can't hear you, Nix. Nix, your mic is fucking up too. It's like your audio, like you too far from the Wi-Fi. Renegade, are you here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Who's
first of
Dorsey?
all, if you're a legal alien and you migrate here or you come here illegally and you die and we don't have you on the records, because usually they identify people through their fingerprints, right? So if they've been under the radar and we don't have no records of them, then I think they should be cremated and then they should get a burial at sea. I don't think they should. I don't think they should even have the right to touch American soil, let alone even be buried in it. And if they
Wow.
can't afford that, then flush them down the toilet, and they still get a burial at sea.
What happened?
Y'all can't hear nobody. I hear him. Y'all can't hear him.
No, I can hear him. That
Oh,
was a strong statement.
oh, go ahead. Yeah, that's what he
He was
said.
talking to someone else, but that was Dorsey.
That is Dorsey. Dorsey said that he feels like they should be buried at sea.
That
Yeah.
You
feels like
don't get
that's
a
an
right.
extra expense.
Well, my whole thing is they went to the extreme to get here, so we go to the extreme to get their ass out of here.
That could cost a lot of money, especially with this current ice that we running now. 'Cause they about to
No, it
get a little
don't.
trigger happy.
Cremation is cheap, and flushing their ass down the toilet is cheap too. So what? I mean, what you mean?
Oh, flushing them down the toilet. Oh, I thought you
Damn
meant
right.
I thought you meant throw them off the off a Navy ship or something, have a ceremony or something like that.
No, ain't no ceremony. Chunk your ass over the cliff. Be the end of it. You came here
Dorsey
by
said
sea. You leave here by sea.
Dorsey said just shit. Wait till the motherfucker get on a carnival cruise. Just have him do it at the funeral home. That's fucked up.
uh, I think there are a lot of holes in this whole birthright citizenship thing. If any one of us
I
found
can't hear
love,
you, plug.
You gonna have to
oh,
leave and come back
bro,
then. Everybody else can hear us. You gonna have to leave and come back.
yeah. Now I was saying if you find love, if you're an American citizen and you find love outside the country, and you should be able to find a way to bring your wife back here to at least get her permanent residence, even if she can't get citizenship. But your kids, if they were born on American soil and one of the parents is a U.S. citizen, your kid should be a U.S. citizen.
That's what's going on. I think that's how Thomas and Massey drew it up here. I'll pull it back up right quick.
Okay, can I speak?
Hold on, let me read it before you speak. It says a citizen. All right. It says if the person is born in the United States of parents, one of whom is a citizen or national of the United States, an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence in the United States whose residence is in the United States, or an alien with lawful status under immigration laws performing active service. Hold on, performing active service in the armed forces. So those are the stipulations.
Okay.
Only one parent has to meet those requirements.
Okay. So I was in the Marine Corps. I have a Japanese daughter. I have a Japanese daughter who wasn't allowed here in America along with her mom because we used to have to go through the military and then the State Department in order the mom to get citizenship, to grant her citizenship. So the old rules, now I'm just talking about the old rules. The old rules was they can't regardless of whatever their status, they're unallowed here in the United States. If you ain't marry them in the United States, they not allowed in the United States. If your child wasn't, and you have to remember, military bases is part of the United States. That's the United States territory, and they still negated that. And I know thousands of children, from the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, and Afghanistan War. They not being allowed into the United States because they bastards.
I mean, if you can
Okay.
prove you're elite, it should be
Somebody
allowed.
just left on accident. That was Carlos. Damn, I was trying to give Next the floor. He boxed himself up too. I don't know why y'all keep boxing yourself up. Here come Carlos. Carlos, you got the floor. We'll hear from Carlos, then we'll keep pushing.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever you take yourself off cam, it kills all my audio.
Damn. So when I box myself up, it kills your audio?
Yeah.
Damn. All
When I
right.
came in earlier, I didn't hear nobody talking. That's why I said something.
All right, go ahead.
Completely.
Yeah, completely. Um, there are 40 other nations that is that me echoing or
Nah, I don't we don't hear no echo.
No,
there
I
are
hear
40
it's
o-
not an echo, but it's stacking. It's Carlos.
there are 40 other nations that grant birthright citizenship. I mean, we're not the only country that does that. So I don't see why we make it seem like America's some unique country in doing that.
I guess it was because America was the only country people really went to do that.
But are they trying to do an amendment now? Because it wasn't the Supreme Court. So are
Yeah,
they
well,
now?
Thomas Massey proposed an amendment. Him and somebody else proposed an amendment to amend the 14th. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so this would have to be approved by Congress, Senate, and then two-thirds of the states.
Okay. Well, right now it's just now being proposed. The bill is called HR 569.
But they had this bill when Trump first came into office, and they let it die.
I think they switched some of the language in it.
Now, based on the Constitution, I mean, it is written there. I mean, they have to file the amendment and everything, but 8 of our founding fathers were immigrants.
True.
Pretty good.
But
Uh,
what's your point?
All of our founding fathers was immigrants. What you talking about?
Well, I
United
mean, in the sense
States.
of that, I mean, in the sense of that they were actual immigrants at the time of signing. 8 of them were actually immigrants at the time of signing. So why would we not think that that's what they meant? All people within the jurisdictions of these borders, which is all people that are born in this land, regardless of where they came from.
Thanks, Carl.
Excuse me.
Ronnie. Ronnie says deport Carlos. He don't belong here.
Ronnie going with me.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Carlos, you can
these
stay.
things change. Man.
Carlos, you can stay. I'll sponsor you.
I'm a
Y'all
citizen.
gonna get married.
See, that's why you're my bestie, Dorsey.
Now y'all besties finna get married.
See, you had to take it there. You had to take it there.
Hell, you said you was gonna get him a green card, didn't you?
No, I said I'll sponsor him. I ain't said shit about no damn green card.
That's crazy, man.
I'll go to immigration. I'll go to immigration and I'll tell them that Carlos is a credit to his race.
I think if we allow this, it'll create a slippery slope of what who can and cannot be a citizen. That'll just be the entryway of.
Hold on, y'all got a super chat. Ronnie says no the fuck he can't and deport Dorsey too.
Ronnie,
Tell
I'm
Ronnie to come
FBA
to the
baby.
stage.
You can't deport me.
All right, we're gonna hear from Next. Next, you got the floor.
Mic check.
You good.
All
Clearly.
right. Um, well, I think that we don't need to change that law if it's an old law. We need to handle the border. We need to handle the situations that are in front of us first, and then we can even think about that. I feel like we're doing too much right now.
I
Even
wanna respond. Okay. No, I'm gonna let you finish, but I do wanna push back on that. I'll push back.
my personal situation, which I can be convinced otherwise, and I think that we should have that debate at that level. My personal opinion on that, and I'm not a very bureaucratic person, so I don't know how to remove him, but
You
you're
cutting out
both
again. You cutting out again. It's
can.
your Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's your
Mm.
Wi-Fi next.
Hey, plug.
What?
I have a retort to Ronnie.
All right, hold on before we get to running. What I was gonna say the next is that a lot of the a lot of the people abusing the birthright citizenship loophole don't cross the southern border. You know, they come over here on visas, pregnant, and just shit like that, or they come over here on a 90-day visa, or they just come over here visiting, or just all kind of shit that goes on, or they overstay and use the pregnancy loophole and shit like that. So it's not all just people crossing the southern border that's abusing the birthright citizenship. But go ahead, Dorsey. You can respond to Ronnie. What you want to say to him?
First of all, Ronnie, I'm a USMC vet. I served in the military. So even if you don't feel like I earned my citizenship, I earned my citizenship. Second of all, I'm FBA, baby. My forefathers and my ancestors been here in the United States for over 8,000 years. So you can bite that one, Ronnie.
So
Now, I do think, like Plug just brought up, that given a reason to deny a visa is a good idea. If they're pregnant or whatever,
So now you can't tour. You can't
yeah, I
come
can't
to
hear shit Plug
America.
saying again.
Damn. So now he's saying that you can't come to America if you're pregnant. Essentially, he's saying you can't get a visa if you are pregnant. So what if you're not showing? What if you didn't know? What if you know what I'm saying? That's still gonna be a loophole to where it's like, damn, if you not damn got a baby bump, this shit, you can still come. Are they gonna pregnancy test these women before they come?
Yeah, they should also
they can
test them
get
for
they can get
diseases
travel to
too.
and from on that visa. I can initially attain the visa, leave, get pregnant, come back.
I think all immigrants should be tested for everything Because remember that one that came here with the Ebola in Texas? Remember that one?
No, I don't.
Anybody?
I do.
Top Cat.
I
You know.
remember.
Yeah. Oh, see, Lala, remember? Remember that guy? Was it Houston or was it Dallas?
Ronnie said, "Did you serve our country before or after Christ?" Dorsey.
San
I
Antonio.
served. I served, I served the empire on all four rights, brother. That eagle, I served that eagle in all four of my lives, Ronnie.
Yeah, he was asking, did the first one happen before or after Christ?
Yeah,
This current one.
and I served in the current one too.
Appreciate you, Ronnie. All right,
And
man.
send more money, Ronnie. Send more money. Do another super chat, Ronnie.
Let's hear from Dome. Dome, welcome to the stage.
Oh hell yeah! I'm happy to be here. We got Dorsey. I'm loving the energy. It's so great.
All right, man. Um, I also had the Iran topic on the menu. Iran has said that they will retaliate swiftly if the U.S. intervenes in what they have going. Trump did a late night tweet saying that Iran better get the shit together. We're gonna strike swiftly. We have an armada on the way over there. We have an armada on the way over there. Thank you, John, for the super chat. John says mandatory blood test requirements for visa. Before we get into the Iran, I'm gonna let Doom take that question, take that super chat from John. How do you feel about mandatory blood test requirements for visas, Doom?
Mandatory blood tests for visa stayers, or people coming over on visas, is what the question was.
Correct.
Uh,
What are
I've
we testing for?
yeah. What are because I'm trying like for AIDS or like I'm thinking HIV.
I
I'm not
think
sure
he's
what they could
thinking
bring
for
over
everything.
exactly.
I think he's saying for everything and pregnancy as well because we're talking about birthright citizenship.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm okay with that one. Yeah, I'm a huge supporter of that one. Yeah, because we don't want people coming over on visas, and next thing you know, they pop out a kid, and then next thing you know, their kids are all citizens. It's like it doesn't work that way. Now, if they're naturalized citizens, I can kind of see like okay, birthright citizenship that way, but at the same time, I'm kind of on no with that whole one, like with the whole visa stayers things, like because people could abuse the fuck out of that one. So that's my stance on that.
Okay. What about you, Drip?
I don't feel like people really abuse the citizenship process as it's currently, um, situated. Now I know that everybody hears about the rich people who fly over when they're pregnant and have their baby here so they can get American citizenship. But I mean, there are certain steps in that process that we leave out. The fact that they got a visa in the first place. Um, I think you need to be more restrictive about if we're really gonna do this the same way we lock down the border. It's the same process we should have applied to the visa thing. We should have gotten both of those things right before we tried to amp up what ICE is doing. Yeah, I'm sure we all know a lot of people who they might hear something's happening with ICE or whatever. Maybe they're from Cuba or one of these other countries, and they find ways to go back for every holiday and things like that, and still come back like they're not even pressed. So I think we need to fix that stuff first before we try to fix some of this other stuff. Because I mean, we can be penny wise and dollar dumb. We can focus all our attention on a problem that's not really causing us a lot of pain and then ignore the problems where all the pain is really coming from.
Okay. Thank you, Drip. Thank you, Solo, for the jewel. Thank you, Solo, for the jewel. Lala, you got anything to add?
Well, I do agree with the process. I sleep with about 15 sheets versus one blanket. So yeah, I agree with the process.
Uh, okay, okay. With me, I'm not opposed to it either. I'm not opposed to it either. I mean, of course, it'll hurt tourism, but I mean, our tourism's kind of shit right now anyway, isn't it? Um, where is I'm trying to get Dorsey back in here. Dorsey, do you know how to get back in here if you're trying to come back? I know you be having trouble sometimes. Okay. Yeah, so what about Iran? How do y'all feeling about the Iran situation? Um the Iran that they're saying that they'll strike back swiftly. Trump's already sending an armada over there with the battleships, aircraft carriers. They said that they'll more than likely attack Israel if they do strike back. Yeah, so how are y'all feeling about that? Should we get involved?
I mean, we
Is this the
probably
same
shouldn't.
Iran that we already had a fight with, or is this a different Iran?
Now,
Type
this
of
is
shit.
Iran, the one that Trump destroyed the nuclear facility, but Trump got up the other night in the middle of the night and was tweeting about how, he has the armada on the way over there and he's ready to strike. They need to shut down the nuclear program where they're like, Iran could not have nukes. So Iran came out today and was like, look, we just want nuclear technology. We don't want nuclear warheads. We've never wanted that, but we do want, nuclear technology, and shit. That's what we're trying to do. So it's
I
all about
expect
the
to
enrichment
see.
of uranium.
I expect to see the same type of action that we took against Cuba to be directed at Iran. I think you're going to see more military style action. They've already identified a couple of other potential targets for reducing the capability of their nuclear program. Um, but man, we make it messy. Any place that Trump sees that he can go in and do something and there aren't like a whole bunch of repercussions, oh, then you just barbecue chicken in his book. Like he'll come back to it again. Again, he'll do whatever. So that's
So
why like a
reports,
lot of these.
I was gonna say reports are the death toll is over 30,000 over there. Some
Yeah,
some of the death tolls have it over 30,000.
and he fomented that. So and then didn't come to their defense at all. So normally the Revolutionary Guard over there, they're the ones that do some of the terrorist strikes or strikes against foreign bases and things like that. They'll try to get something off, but it's normally not something big. Um, but I don't see how this benefits him really. Um, the Middle East is a quagmire. You get sucked into it, and I mean, even if you look at like what we did with Israel and Gaza, um, just dropping bombs, it might seem like there's no cost really. There's always a cost, and we've been doing way too much of this lately, giving up way too much of our armaments in the middle of a time when we're trying to jump generations as far as technology is concerned. So, I really wish we weren't so expansionist right now. I don't think it's the best time to be expansionist and to provoke all our allies, but I mean, we seem to be intent on doing that. So,
Yeah, I think that China, the hypersonic missile China has a lot to do with it too, speeding up a lot of this shit. Welcome
and
back,
there,
welcome back, Nick.
Let me mic check that.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, you good? You sound good.
Awesome. All right. Man, I don't even know what's going on anymore now.
We're
If I
talking
could pick up
about
where I left
Iran.
off.
We're talking about Iran.
I don't
Trump
know.
Trump has an armada on the way over there. Iran says that they'll strike back, and they'll probably strike Israel. It's all about the enrichment of uranium. Iran says that they need it for their nuclear technology. Trump says there's no way we can let Iran get nukes. And I was just asking, should we get involved? His statement was he feels like America's being too expansionist right now, and right now is not the time. I made a remark about the Chinese and the hypersonic missiles being made for that $100,000 price tag, speeding up the timeline for everything.
All right, well, North Korea got a nuke, and we all good still. So I always thought that was a farce. I always thought that whenever the government starts like getting together and all saying the same thing, sounding all not partisan and whatnot, they all lying to you.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, North Korea's had a nuke for a while. It's always been about their ability to deploy it to a place that can hurt us. That's why they're always tested these ballistic missiles and things like that, and it causes international outrage. And that's really what we're trying to keep Iran from doing. Not only because then we have to start respecting them, but also
God
because
forbid.
they're crazy enough to use it. And
I
we're
don't think
afraid
they're a
that
crazy
we
country, man, at all.
Man, and listen, but it's not that they're crazy country, it's that they'll push
it
that
only
button in the name of Allah.
yeah, and it only takes like two people, just like with our country.
I
It
think you're
only takes
wrong
two
about that
people.
assessment.
Man, listen, I've never seen anybody strap a bomb to themselves behind Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the Wahhabis are the problem. I don't think the Persians are the problem. I don't know though. I really don't know. I mean, I've had one dude who was Iraqi that I spent a lot of time with, and I had a whole lot of Pashtuns that I have friends with. And I don't like the Saudis. They always seem a little like assholes. That's all I really know about the Egyptians, of course. I got a lot of Egyptian peoples, actually. I should mention that. But so I don't really know because I don't know their perspectives. I would love
All
to
right.
know their perspectives.
I mean, we
I
prop up
seen
the
people do some
Egyptians.
crazy shit behind what they're calling Christianity Top Cat. You seen somebody do that? Maybe that shit's a one off, man, but we know what's going on over there, man. They talking about what is it, 40 virgins, man. 40 virgins, man. So how many you think they're gonna get if they set some noose off, man? Shit crazy.
Yeah, all it
No,
takes
that's
is
all
one.
propaganda, bro. I mean, I admit there's
No,
crazy
man.
people, but I
When you
mean,
have
there's
a
crazy Christians out
theocracy,
there too.
and there are, and they do
I
some
mean, we
crazy
killed a
stuff when they
bunch of
get in
Buddhists in
politics.
Vietnam for the sake of our own culture. That's the same type of propaganda. You can spin it both ways. What I am saying is the way that Iran as a state projects itself in the region, every single time we do this little dance, they always come off seeming like, to me, a little bit more professional or a little bit more like, yo, stop. This is what we're going to do. They call their books when they attack, and then they do exactly what they say. And then they say peace, and then this peace. And that's how they've been moving since Biden, and that's what I've been seeing. I don't think that that's a sign of a people that is crazy compared to, let's say, Al Qaeda in Syria or the fucking Taliban. The Taliban in Iran are not the same people in no type of way, shape, or form, is what I'm
But
saying.
you did just see a huge crackdown, right? You saw between 6,000 and 30,000 protesters that were probably fomented by the Trump administration, gunned down and killed.
6,000 to
And they're
30,000
going
is
after their
our
family members, right?
allowable mistakes. We're allowed to be wrong between 6,000 and 30,000. That's what we say to us. Now, I'm not saying it did or didn't happen. I'm not trying to
Uh,
deny the Holocaust over here, but
I'm not
I'm just
saying I
saying
don't think that's a
I
lot
don't
of
trust our
mistakes.
government in relations to anything they have to say with Iran. I think they've been lying for a very long time.
Now I do think that the Iranian people are not the way that we've portrayed them. similar to some other countries. Like, a lot of them just want to be able to, buy Apple gift cards and buy computer parts and stuff like that. Our sanctions have crippled their day-to-day lives in a way that I think most Americans don't even consider. Um, but as far as the nuclear program, I also can't justify providing one to them the same way I couldn't justify providing one to Cuba or Somalia for that matter.
You're right, and we got
So
the satellites. I agree with that. I don't want us to have nukes. I wish nukes didn't exist, but they do.
yeah,
They do
that's
exist,
true.
and we should stop them from getting nukes. That's true too. Should we
Hey guys,
blow them up for talking
I'm going
about
to jail.
energy? I don't know. All I do know is we getting lied to. That's what I do know.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, true
I'm going to jail.
motivation. You see what's
Drip.
happening with you. Oh, go ahead.
You guys keep the conversation going. I'm going to drop down and moderate.
All right, Lala.
All right.
What's up, Steve?
What's up, fellas? How's everything going?
Oh man, I'm doing good, man. How y'all doing tonight?
Damn, I wanted homie.
Can you hear
Damn,
me?
bro. Yeah, we hear you, Steve. What's up, Steve? Sorry.
So I gotta agree with Nex on this one. I'm plugged. There are zero reports of any Iranian suicide bombers. Right? That's just not. I mean, ISIS has suicide bombers. Al Qaeda has suicide bombers, and they were fighting against the Shiites. So it's not that's
Israel
not
has
really a
had
thing.
suicide bombers.
Matter of fact, Israel started suicide bombers. That's where it came from against the Brits. So the people in modern day that wanted to use a nuclear weapon, well, Fidel Castro was like very clear. I'll use a nuke. That's why they gave it to him, and that's why we had to negotiate that away. And then Vladimir Putin has already said since 2000, I'll use a nuke. And
Trump
the last person that said that was Donald Trump. So those are the three people that are
and
threatening to
hold
use.
on, we gotta keep him. Kim Jong Un said it too.
That's what we said. He said. We did. You
Nah, but
actually
we
read
cool
what
with
he
that
said?
though.
No, hang on. That's what we said. He said. That's not necessarily what he said. He says, if you guys threaten me, I will retaliate with a nuclear weapon. That's very different from what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump wanted to use a nuclear weapon in a tornado just to see how it happened, see what it did. So Donald Trump is a warmonger, but he has the biggest nuclear arsenal. And next to him is his buddy Vladimir Putin, who says, "I'm going to use a nuclear weapon if you guys help out with Ukraine, right?
Hey,
If you
China
listen
guys help
though,
out
said
I
with
it
gotta
too.
Georgia."
defend
China
Donald
said,
Trump.
hold on. China said it too that they'll retaliate with equal force too. So it's
With
pretty
equal
much for
force.
every. I understand that
L-
as well, but it's kind of like who draws that line though.
Well,
What
let me be
what?
clear. Let me be clear. Donald, I'm talking as a first strike capability. But like Putin didn't say it in retaliation. He says as a first strike, if I don't get in the airfield in Kosovo, half of it, I'm going to use nuclear weapons. As a first strike weapon, if you try to help Georgia, I'm going to use nuclear weapons. And Donald Trump has said it. I'm talking first strike. China's very clear about their stance. That's their military. That's their nuclear policy, which is what is called mutually assured destruction. It means if you use nukes on us, we'll use nukes on you, and we'll have mutually assured destruction. That's the sole purpose of nuclear weapons. It's not to be used in a tactical sense as a first strike weapon. Do you see the difference I'm talking?
Correct, but
Pakistan got
we've
nukes.
we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. Not on a nuclear level, but we've seen shit that wasn't supposed to be used
Yes,
in
we
nuclear.
have.
Well, we're just talking nukes right now, okay? So that let's just keep it at other nuclear level. There's a nuclear policy. When I was in college, my master's degree was in national security studies, and we had to study this stuff. And so we're talking nuclear strategies, which is very different than conventional warfare. So on a nuclear level, we have to take a look at who's actually threatened first strike. Putin was the first person that threatened first strike nuclear weapons after the end of the Cold War.
So let me ask you this. You said, you studied in that area. What is the policy of the Shah of Iran with
Well,
regards to aggressive strikes? and building a new nuclear arsenal.
Capability.
The Shah, so that nuclear conflict really started over with Iraq, and they were kind of having they're in the middle of a war, and that's when the Iranians started seeking nuclear weapons against Iraq, and Iraq sought nuclear weapons against Iran, and that's the reason why they started their nuclear buildup. Now, in that same thing, what happened was Israel got a nuclear weapon, and Iran was
Stole it.
very and they said, look, if you use nukes, we're going to nuke all of Israel, right? So we can use, and that's why they started to pursue it a little bit. But Iran has never threatened the United States. As a matter of fact, when Saddam fell, Iran was instantly willing to come and do negotiation to get rid of the nuclear material. Iran does not have the capability to deliver a nuclear weapon to the United States, and Trump not only knew this, Tulsi Gabbard reported that to him, and then he flushed her report because Donald Trump doesn't care about nuclear weapons. Donald Trump cares about doing whatever his paid lobbyists are telling him to do, and he's being paid $200,000 from the Israeli lobbyists to do
I
whatever the
don't
fuck
think this one's
they
about
ask him
Donald
to do.
Trump, man.
So you
Oh,
said
just
you
look it
said
up. Look it up for yourself.
currently doesn't have the capability to use nuclear weapons. However, they are pursuing the
No, they're not.
capability
No,
to
they're
use
not.
weapons, right?
No. What Iran was doing was so Iran was pursuing had nuclear material, and the reason that they did it is they had sanctions on them. And so the Obama administration was the first one to come in and said, look, we'll take these sanctions if you turn over your nuclear material to France. And they agreed. And we put them into a
But they
nuclear
didn't,
treaty. Yes, they
didn't
did.
they?
Yes, they did.
They did
Yes,
not
they
turn
did.
over their
Yes,
nuclear
they did.
material to
Look it
France.
up. Look it up. That's what they were already in the process of doing. And Donald Trump stopped the
What
treaty.
year?
Look it
Wait,
up.
wait, 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 wait. No, no, no. They
Just
had
look.
not. They agreed to testing.
They just look it
That's
up.
what
That's
a framework
that
for testing, not
they were
to actually turn
they
over
were
their nuclear material.
they were in the process of doing it right then. They were complying to the treaty. All right, we had a treaty with them. All we
The
had to do
treaty
was
did
continue that
not call
treaty.
for them. The treaty did not call for them to completely eliminate
Okay, so
their
they have
nuclear
nuclear.
enrichment program.
That
They
treaty was
have
giving them sovereignty.
no. Listen,
What their argument is, what Iran's argument is, from what I can tell from the translation that is given to us by our government, what I can tell is their argument is they want sovereignty over their energy independence and they want sovereignty over their trade routes.
why wouldn't they
That
have
is
it? Okay,
their
first off,
issue.
why shouldn't they have sovereignty over their trade routes? Number one, if they're
Because they're
using
shared
nuclear,
trade routes.
if they're using nuclear material for the purpose of energy for their countries, why shouldn't they have the right to do that?
Why would they want
You can
nuclear
make the
energy?
argument
Hold
about
on, I got a
nuclear
question.
energy.
Why would they need nuclear energy when they have oil and they can
Because
sell their gasoline as 10 cents a gallon?
the
Their
reason
water is more expensive than their
They're under
gas.
sanctions right now.
answer that question, the reason why is nuclear energy is cleaner. Number one, nuclear energy is better. So everybody, we had nuclear plants. Russia has nuclear plants. Ukraine has nuclear plants. China has nuclear plants, and they have nuclear plants. They had it for peaceful use, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a form of energy, guys.
But those are, it's not just a form of
Dorsey,
energy,
I
it's
just
have a
Dorsey,
also
counterpoint.
just
I have
look
a
it up,
also a
bro.
counterpoint.
weapon.
Go ahead.
Nuclear energy is not clean because you have to get rid of the waste, and it's more expensive to go
That is
ahead
also true.
and get rid of the waste than it is to put filtration systems on smokestacks and so forth. So that's
No,
one of the reasons why this. That's
You
one
don't
of the
get
reasons why the
smokestacks.
United States went away from having nuclear power plants. Do you remember 3 Mile
Well,
Island? Do you
uh,
remember 3 Mile Island?
I
yes,
mean,
I
I would
remember
disagree with that.
Dorsey. I remember 3 Mile Island, and I also remember Chernobyl. Okay, so the bottom line is, whether you like it or not, nuclear power is part of the future of America, part of the future of the world. Okay, we can work on making it better, but just look at it for yourself. It's definitely more powerful and it's cleaner than burning the exact same amount of fossil energy. It's
Well, how
definitely
come we
cleaner.
just don't? Why don't we
Yeah.
just stick to solar and wind power and throw nuclear out the window? Because
Talk to
that's
Donald
what
I
Trump.
most
mean,
countries did.
nuclear
Talk to Donald Trump.
nuclear is fairly safe in my opinion. Current generation nuclear
Yes.
is pretty safe.
I think we're playing with the power of the
And
sun.
it's cleaner than coal.
Yeah,
But
way better than
if you
coal.
want to
Exactly.
compare it to other sources
I
of
wish that shit did
energy,
not exist.
I mean,
It
it's
doesn't matter, guys.
possible. It's
Yeah, I
possible to
know.
say that, but the whole point about nuclear energy, because I think we've gotten off track a little bit about it. Yes, you can develop nuclear energy programs, but you can also develop nuclear weapons programs, and the development tracks are not aligned. So it's very clear what you're trying to accomplish. And the
Yeah, but
Iranians were trying to develop nuclear weapons, right?
Let
so
me read
again,
this
What you
super
see with
chat,
that?
guys. Let me read the super chat. John says they can use solar. They live in a desert. Geek. I don't know who he was saying that to, but John said they
yeah.
can use solar.
So again, real quick, let me get back to that, guys. They first started looking for nuclear weapons over Iraq war. Okay, once Iraq was taken out, Iraq actually gave it up when the war ended. Iraq actually stopped their production of it, and you know who encouraged Iraq to do it? The United States. And then we turn around and we attack him and saying he has nuclear weapons to use against us. Iraq was never our enemy, never our enemy. Right? But Saddam spoke English. Okay, Saddam loved the United States. You know, we made all this hype and all this false bravado against him. But let's continue a little bit further.
Iraq was always the enemy of Saudi Arabia. Persia
Look,
was always the
yeah,
enemy of Arabia.
look
And
at
we are on Arabia's dick. So we
on
have
their
always
dick.
kind of sort of been the frenemy of Iraq and
Look,
Iran.
look
We
at
wanted them to go to war with each other. That's why we
look at
gave them the weapons.
look at Pakistan and India. Do you see us going over there trying to disarm those guys? Okay,
Because they both
so
have nukes.
they both have nukes, and guess who else used to have nukes? South Africa. You know how South Africa got nukes? They got it from the Israelis. You know where the Israelis got it from? They stole it
Europe
from us, and we never
stole
prosecuted
it.
those guys. They stole it.
Stole it.
Exactly, and we never prosecuted those guys for doing that.
They did not
So
steal it. They
yeah,
did
they
not
Whoa,
steal it.
a
whoa.
hundred
No,
percent
they
they did.
didn't.
100%
No,
they
they
did.
didn't. The reason why I can say that is after the 6 Day War, Nixon gave them the bomb, gave them an old obsolete bomb, and the Israelis reverse engineered it.
Someone looked that up real quick because what the story that I know is that a Jewish scientist snuck those things out and he gave it to them because he thought everybody around the world should have it so that there wouldn't be a problem. I don't remember Nixon giving them a nuclear weapon. So
He gave them. Okay, let me ask you something.
maybe
Do
I'm
you
wrong.
remember
I
the
remember
Look
our
that up.
Rosenbergs?
government denying it ever happened.
Look it up. Yeah, look it up. If I'm
Do
wrong,
you
I owe you an
remember the
apology, Dorsey.
Rosenbergs?
Yeah, the Rosenbergs were the ones who gave the nuclear intelligence to the Russians.
Okay,
Hey, was the 6 Day War at the same time the Liberty thing happened? That's a
Yeah,
real question.
yes, that's a real question, and they 100% shot one of our boats, and the reason why they shot one of our boats is because we were going to try to intervene, and
Nah, because
uh,
we were
and
spying.
they
We were
they
spying.
they got
We
away
were
with it.
probably trying to find her fucking nukes.
We weren't we weren't doing anything wrong. They got away with it, and to this day, a lot of Zionists want you to believe that didn't happen, but it did happen. So they're not really our first off, they're not our ally. They're a partner with us. That's true. We're partnered with them, but they've never once fought beside us in a war. You know who did? Ukraine. Ukraine's our ally, but not Israel is not our ally. They're a partner. Let's be crystal clear.
Mm,
There's a difference,
we
a big
treat
difference.
well. It depends on how you stack them. Because if you want to call them a partner, we treat our partners much better than our allies in that case.
Well, that's because of this president, number one. But number two, an ally is a person who fights
Yeah,
alongside
I
you
think
in war.
Dribble's agreeing with you, Steve. I think Dribble's
Yeah.
agreeing with you in a real cool way.
If you shed blood for this country, then you are my ally. You are my combat in arms. Israel does not do that. Israel wants us to fight for their causes. They use misinformation to get America involved in wars so that America can't stop them from their genocide in Gaza.
And don't forget the Saudis.
How can you forget the
They they
Saudis?
they they have been on the same path. They're just a lot more quiet. But
I mean,
it's been the same story since World War II. Since
if
World War II,
we can
Zionism
get
moved in, and we've been on Saudi dick.
we can get closer than that. You know, the 9/11 panel, the funders of
And
9/11
that's
were
why
the
we hate
Saudis.
Iran.
The funders of 9/11 were the Saudis. Iran had nothing to do with it.
The
Neither did
Wahhabis, though. The Wahhabis, though. And
the
by the
Wahhabis
way,
were
in my
Saudis.
opinion, shout out to MBS. In my opinion, I think that the way we think about them as
Shout out.
America, he might be a bad guy, but
Yeah,
yeah,
he's a
as
bad guy.
far as an American ally, he might be an actual American ally because he's been cleaning house on the Wahhabi motherfuckers since he got there. That was his whole fucking thing. Was
Well,
cleaning house on these guys that were connected to terrorism and everything. He started cutting heads, and all the people he was cutting heads on, or all the people, when you look into it for real, all the people he were cutting heads on had ties to a lot of extremist, blowing up shit type peoples. And the
well,
Wahhabi
And he was
people, if you
also
go into
cutting
that little
heads
rabbit
for
hole,
others too.
that's exactly who MBS wants to head on, is the whole Wahhabi idea.
let me address
I
that right
mean,
there. Let me address that right there real quick. As far as Khashoggi goes, Khashoggi was the reporter. He was an American national. He was doing a lot of good writing. And one of the things that he was talking about was how corrupt MBS was, and how he's really tricking you to think that he's doing this, but he's not.
Who was that
And
man's daddy?
yeah, who's his
Khashoggi.
daddy? I don't know who was his
He
father.
was some fucking politician that was really fucking bad and all that shit too. I forget it
That's
all.
not. No,
Okay. Google it.
Khashoggi was.
I'm not going to argue with it because I don't
Yeah,
know for
I,
facts.
I I don't know
But
that
please
either.
go
But
Google it. It's an
well,
interesting
look it
rabbit
up.
hole. It's an
Yeah,
interesting rabbit hole.
let's not go on the rabbit hole. Let's look at what really happened. He's reporting about a lot of things. One of the things is believed that he was reporting about was that that MBS was getting presidential daily briefing information from Kirshner. Kirshner was reading the daily presidential briefs, which he should not be reading, and he was giving the information to Khashoggi. That's why Kirshner lost his security clearance, and Trump tried to get it back for him. And one of the things that he did, he was one of the guys that helped to fund, uh, what's his name, Elon Musk taking over Twitter, because all the information was in the database in Sacramento. That's why he went in there and pulled the plug on that to kill all that information from getting back to the public.
Even I've been
That's
vibing with you
documented.
for a couple days now.
What's up next?
I've been vibing with you for a couple days now. I'm suggesting to you because I like you and me and you. You know, we're both pretty much on the same page with pretty much a lot of things.
50%.
But this is not even about Trump, bro. This
What's not?
ain't even about Trump. Is
What's
just a
not about
tool
Trump?
about this whole thing. Trump is just taking advantage of this whole thing and doing his little judo thing. The
Okay,
Saudi
so
thing, the whole
be
Saudi
more
thing.
be more
It's
clear. So
not even about Trump. Saudi,
let
Iran, that has nothing to do with Trump. Is just making his plays on the
let me be
sidelines, doing his
let me be
thing.
let me be clear. Yes or no? Is there an image of Donald Trump with his hand by the Saudis on that big old glowing ball? Yes or no?
How long ago was that? That was long ago, right? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
just pull it up. Is it yes or no? Donald Trump
No,
is
no, no. I
in.
know what image you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. How old is that? It's like
Let
the
me
80s,
finish.
right?
No, dude, that was not. That's why he was president, bro. That's why he was president. Okay, Donald Trump
Yeah.
is in the pocket of the Saudis. He's giving them every single thing he wants. So
But
let's go
so
back
was
up.
Biden. So was
No,
Obama. So
no,
was
let me.
Bush.
No, no, no.
So was
Oh,
everything since World War
definitely not.
II.
Definitely not. Let me go back a little bit. George Bush Sr. was very clear back in the day to the military. He goes, "Do not give the Saudis offensive weapons. We need to avoid that at all costs." His son followed his dad's
Yeah,
path.
yeah. I
Look it
agree
up.
with
So,
that.
so he
That's
was
the
like,
one
"Give,
thing I don't like about Trump. I disagree with that whole
yeah,
idea.
yeah,
That's
yeah."
what's going on in Sudan. Fast forward.
And guess who else? Guess who's offering
And
trying to give?
Yemen.
Guess who's trying to give them nuclear weapons? Trump is trying to give the Saudis nuclear weapons. He's opened the door and given them nuclear intelligence, and no one's ever done that. Like when I was in the military, I went to ranger school, okay? And one of my good friends was a Saudi officer. Right? We had Saudis in there. They could come to ranger school, but there's certain classes they were not allowed to go to. Certain things were classified to them. Trump opened the door. Trump gave them not just all of our secrets. He's given them our nuclear intelligence. Okay, that's what Donald Trump done. He's given them anything they want, so they own Donald Trump. Donald Trump,
I've
I
heard.
mean, they gave money for Donald Trump. You can look this up. Donald Trump is so transactional. They give him money, and he's giving them what they want. Look at Jared. Jared made $2.5 billion from the Saudis. You think that's just for being a good guy? No, because what he's giving them, Donald Trump has made a deal with the Saudis where he can now have golf courses and deals with them. And he's the one who's been ushering this new age for the Saudis of being involved in sports. Trump introduced that. And he's given them
Yeah.
everything that they want. Now they're involved in every single sport. Now they're involved with Dana White. Now they're involved with boxing. Now they're involved with
Now they're involved with
golf.
gambling.
It's gambling, exactly. So they're involved with everything, and the bottom line is, yeah, whether you like it or not, Donald Trump is a very big part of that because he's the most transactional, bribable, corrupt president in the history of the United States.
I would
hands
agree with
down.
you there. But
And
if we
like the
could,
Saudis thought that Trump was going to basically westernize their culture. Like MBS was, and the Saudi people were very excited for all the dealings that Trump was doing with them.
Yep,
Honestly,
he's corrupt.
and
He's corrupt,
there was
guys.
so much money. Yeah,
So
I
much.
absolutely
It's not
correct.
disagree. I disagree.
okay.
With
Show me
which
evidence
part?
No,
to
I
prove it wrong.
disagree. If
With
he's
which
so
part?
corrupt,
Mm.
then why didn't China just give him money?
They did. What are you
Why,
talking about?
they
They did.
do.
China owes him. He took $400 million in loans from China. Keep going, dog. Keep going. China. What do you
no,
think
no,
said?
no, 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 no. I'm not talking about no loans. I'm talking about why didn't they give him a couple billion and
Dude,
tell him, hey, huh?
bro, they gave him 400 million in non-returnable loans. That's good.
I didn't
and
say
and how does
loans.
that
See, I
how
Bro,
does
didn't
that
it's
say
improve?
loans.
But
he ain't got to
Loans.
he
pay
I
it
said,
gave a
back.
why
bunch
didn't
of
you just give
money
him the money?
to
He ain't
he
got to
gave a
pay it
bunch of
back.
money to his daughter.
Yeah, they gave his daughter money and they gave his daughter a bunch of patents. Okay, those patents run
Yes.
voting machines and other stuff. Bro, you guys start doing some reading of this. You just can't come out and say this with no evidence to back it up
Well, then if he's so, well, then why he so much on
But
China's oil?
because he's
China
fooling you,
has
dog. He's fooling you. You got fooled. You got suckered.
he's trying to play, but I
Exactly.
mean China has a positional advantage over us, quite frankly, because they hold so much of our debt.
Exactly.
If we ever have our monthly release and China doesn't show up, there's gonna be problems.
You
Big
know you know that
problems.
Donald Trump is going to give China Taiwan, right? Dorsey, you know
A
he's
hundred
going to give it to
percent.
him. And you
Give
know what that does
Taiwan to
to us?
China.
You know what that does to the United States? That's the bulk of all of
United
our
States
shipments.
policy is one China policy. We have
Okay,
given China Taiwan
no,
bureaucratically
no,
already, and Biden,
no,
Uh,
no,
the
I
whole
mean,
no,
CHIPS
technically,
Act.
haven't
CHIPS
really
Act
not
is all
until
about giving uh,
no, no.
Taiwan
It's
to
not.
China
No,
10, 20
no,
years from now.
no,
CHIPS Act.
no,
Biden.
I
no,
agree.
no,
I agree
no,
with that.
no,
I agree
no,
with that.
no, no. It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. What the CHIPS Act
It
is about is
is.
very. No, it's not, dude. You can't make that. You can't say that. We have a very strict deal with Taiwan. Okay, we will defend
I'll
you.
let you lay
Now,
yours out.
presidents can't say that out loud, but we go there, we train with them, and we stand with them. We have to stand with Taiwan
Absolutely.
because if we
We
give up
don't stand
Taiwan,
with Taiwan.
uh,
We don't stand with Taiwan.
let's be clear. Let's be
Ain't
clear.
that the same bill
Donald
we
Trump.
have?
Let's be clear.
We're standing with the chips, bro. We're
Let's
not
be
standing
clear.
with Taiwan.
Let's let's be
Yeah.
clear. Donald Trump.
Prior to Donald Trump, we stood with Taiwan. We
Exactly.
actually
Thank you.
did
Thank you.
prior to Donald Trump. But
Yes.
the
A lot
Biden
of Congress still
administration
does.
recognized, yeah, but the Biden administration recognized that put us at a distinct strategic military disadvantage. So the Chips
I
and
have a
Science Act,
question.
the
I have a
Ain't
main
that the
question.
purpose
Do
same
we
of
have a
the
thing?
Chips and
treaty?
Science Act.
Do we have a treaty with Taiwan saying that we'll come
Yes.
to their defense?
Yes, we do. Look it up. Look
Yeah.
it up. Look
But
it up,
like
dog.
I'm
Yes, we
saying,
Ain't
do.
that the
the
same
main
thing
purpose
we
of
have
the
with
Chips and
Greenland?
Science Act is to move the 1 nanometer technology that TSMC has in mainland Taiwan right now, and they produce all the chips to move it to America, to have to offshore that so that we have the capability to produce the chips that we need. That's also
And
why
the
we're scrambling for all the resources that we're scrambling for in all the other places that we think are soft targets.
I'm just gonna
But
be honest. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. You're finished.
so I was just gonna say, once we get to where we need to be, and everybody seems to think, a year ago they thought it was gonna be another 5 years before we'd have that capability here. I don't think that it's gonna be what it is. Now you see other major players in that theater reacting, almost basically realigning with China because we're not coming to the table. We're trying to float Japan's currency to give us some leverage so that we can deal with how they like to manipulate currency and deal with some of the other things that they're doing, right? So that we're not solely relying upon them because Japan comes in and they buy up a lot of our debt as well. But a weakening yen is, that does not help us at all. So
Okay.
we're trying to buy sell these 5 years so that we can produce these chips locally because both Nvidia and Google are American companies, but that we rely real heavily on these chips that are made in Taiwan. So, if we can actually get that done, I truly believe, Taiwan is going to go back to China, and there won't be anything we do. Hopefully, we will have implemented our our portion of the one world policy with a unified southern hemisphere along with the northern hemisphere with South America and North America, but we'll see.
Okay. This
Inshallah.
is I got it. This is my take on it. Top Cat, I'm gonna bring you up too. I'm rotating everybody in and out. Doom, I'm gonna bring you up as well. I'm just rotating everybody. I do believe that we are gonna sacrifice Taiwan. We're gonna let Taiwan go back. If we remember, we covered it over here. Nvidia's already, moving to Arizona. They're doing operations in Arizona. They're actually working. They got partnerships with a couple companies. I can't think of the names of it right now, but aside from the partnerships and just doing things in America, on our defense budget, we allocated $1 billion to Taiwan for them to protect themselves. Also, we allocated, I believe, $1.5 billion to the Philippines to essentially aid Taiwan.
So
And that's
let me address
nothing,
that real
right?
quick. The biggest problem with that right there is, yes, maybe we're so under the Obama administration, like 2014 or 15, we brought up like maybe 100 software engineers, the top software engineers in Taiwan over to the United States, over to Arizona, and they were like pointing up places that we needed to set up to do it here. But they also, this is on CNN, they talked about it. We're 20 years away, even right now we're 20 years away from having the capabilities, because they don't have one or two businesses. They have an entire industry in Taiwan. And it's been developing for like 30 years on how to do chip manufacturing.
That's
They're the leaders. They're so far ahead of the United States.
that's it.
Hello?
But Steve,
Oh
what
shit,
you're
I'm in.
not what you're not factoring into the equation is, I know that we've had this talk before, but we're banking on robotics and AI to catch up. We know that we
Yeah.
won't. We're not trying to exactly catch up to what Taiwan production is. As long as we can make do and suffice until that parabolic curve goes upwards with AGI, with robotics. Elon Musk doesn't get $1 trillion pay package for just some fucking cars and taxis, man. They're gonna get contracts for these Tesla bots. He just tweeted out the other day, AGI is here. He's been accusing Sam Altman of having AGI. These railways have been laid for a long time. That's why me and you have won this circle before. You think we're 20 what years away? I think we're like 4.
I know, and
Yeah.
I bet
I keep
Hey,
reading
can y'all hear
material.
me?
Reading material. I'm trying to tell you guys, we don't have the personnel. We can have all the AI that we want. It doesn't matter. Taiwan has the actual living scientists. It's the difference in between having the Manhattan Project and having nothing. All right, they have Manhattan Project level scientists that are doing this, and they're not just stopping here. They're looking even further in the future. We don't
But
have
that's
that.
not a fair
Why
comparison
It
why
is a
do
fair.
we
because
think we're
It is
that
a fair.
because
stupid?
Nvidia and
We are
Google
the
have the designs. They
Guys,
just
we are the
it's
submitted.
more than
I
that.
would like
It's
to
more
make a
than that.
correction. I would like to make a correction on something someone said. We do not have a treaty with Taiwan. It was revoked in 1980. It does. We do not have a mutual defense treaty with China. It was revoked in
With
1980.
with
It was
I said with
terminated.
with
We have
Taiwan.
the Taiwan Relation Act. We do
We have
not have
Taiwan
a
Relation
treaty.
Act. Yes, the Taiwan
That
Relation
is
Act.
not a treaty. That is not a treaty.
Well, we still send troops over. We still do training every day. We pull troops on. We pull
No,
troops on.
no, 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 no,
Yes. That
no,
look at
no, no. We have a gentleman's agreement, and then the other
no.
night you said a gentleman's agreement don't mean shit.
Uh,
Okay, so
there
we
was no
don't
act
have
on
a
the ground.
treaty.
You're
We
shifting the
don't
polls.
have a treaty.
Yes, we have
It
the
is not a gentleman's agreement. It's
yeah.
it's a
It's not gentleman's agreement.
it's like yeah, it's official.
It's not official. It is not a treaty.
All right,
Read
It's
it
not
for
anyway.
yourself. It
I've read it
says it
before.
does
I read
not
it before.
have a treaty.
Let me ask you a question. When was the last
You're
time
getting
that
caught up
Nancy
with the
when was the
word.
last time Nancy Pelosi went over there and affirmed to them, we're gonna stand with you guys, okay? That was
Did like
that was
last
Uh,
year, I think, right?
was
Nancy
a few
Nancy
years ago.
Pelosi don't run shit
what
but
did
her
Hitler?
mouth.
What did Hitler say?
At the
What did
Nancy
time,
Hitler
she
say
was
before
Pelosi
he
don't
did the
run shit in
Bloom?
her mouth.
yeah, she does.
What
She's
did
in
Check
Hitler
Congress,
say
this out.
bro.
before he did
Let
the
me
She's in
ask
Bloom
you
Street?
Congress.
something.
Yeah,
You
If
ain't.
Bloom agreement.
Nancy
You
Pelosi
ain't.
so
You
powerful,
ain't. You
if
ain't.
Nancy Pelosi is so powerful, how the fuck did a dude come in her house and crack her husband in the head with a hammer? That's how
Nancy
much power she got.
Okay,
Dorsey,
So
Dorsey.
that's
you
Hey,
can
ridiculous.
believe that bullshit if
let
you
me address
want
this.
to.
Let me address
Physical
this. Let me
She
power
is
address.
is not.
only a senator.
Let me address this.
She has no juice.
Okay,
Okay,
so
but there's a
Dorsey, can
law.
someone else
There's a
talk? Can
law.
someone else talk? Can someone else talk, Dorsey? First off, she was the Speaker of the House, okay,
That was
and
That
she
don't
went.
mean shit.
It does, Dorsey. It does. To you, it doesn't,
Tip
but it does.
O'Neill was
It
Speaker of
does.
the House. It still didn't mean shit.
It didn't mean shit when what, Dorsey? Dorsey, you're just talking now. If you want to talk, just go ahead and
No,
talk. But
no,
It
it doesn't
didn't.
matter.
It didn't
no,
mean shit.
because
Hey,
you talking.
Steve.
The
Why
mil-
don't
Steve,
you,
you be
once
talking a lot,
again,
and then you'll
once
I
discredit
again,
somebody
why
else's
don't
shit.
you
But what did
give
it
people a
mean?
chance to talk and
What did
stop
it
talking
mean?
over people? This is
Yeah,
what I
I
what did
get
it
mad
mean
about.
when China brought them ships through that motherfucker? What she said mean when they started doing tactical and military maneuvers over there? What the fuck did Pelosi mean after that happened and they started launching missiles all over the fucking Pacific Ocean? What
let
did
me
it
Thank
mean?
respond.
you.
He's not wrong. Just
Let me
answer the
respond.
question.
Let me
No,
respond. Let me
no,
respond.
Let the
I feel
man
like we need
talk, and
stipulations, you
then you
guys.
get recognized to respond. Stop talking over people.
Dorsey,
God
don't give me
damn.
Dorsey. Plug's in charge of this, okay? Why don't you? Why
Okay,
don't you control
Plug, why don't
yourself?
you step in, please?
Control yourself, Dorsey, and then everything will be cool.
Why don't you suck my dick? Why don't you do that?
Because it's too dirty. You probably get
Damn.
AIDS.
Well, good. You can clean it with your.
Damn. Damn. God damn.
No,
You right
Okay.
on that one,
I
Steve. Oh, my bad.
like what the hell, guys? I don't know why we can't have
Hold
some
on.
stipulations over some facts. Like when
But
there's a clear fact at play, we just
Hold
gotta.
on. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
We
Hold
don't
on.
do
Hold
that.
on. Hold on.
Hmm.
Hold on. Well, you know what time it is. We gotta get some decorum around this motherfucker. We telling everybody to suck D and shit again, man. We can't be doing that. Listen, let Top Cat respond without cutting them off. Steve and Top Cat and Dorsey got something going. If we're gonna have a debate, let's stick to the facts. We ain't gotta call everybody out their name and do all of that. Let's have a debate. Let's have y'all know more about this topic than me, so I'm really learning. That's why I'm just sitting back.
And it's a Cali beef plug because Steve from Cali, he out here in Cali too, so he understands. So it ain't even really a beef; it's just a misunderstanding. I respect both these cats, but Steve he pushes his own issue in his own mode the whole time, and then anytime something goes against it, but you gonna tell me that Nancy Pelosi means something when it comes to motherfucking warfare? What Nancy said something, and they went and did maneuvers right after that shit. They went straight over there and pressed fucking Taiwan right after that shit. So even what he's saying, if it's not recognized, that's exactly what Hitler did before. He said, we got gentlemen's agreements. Then he blitzed
But it is
France. Then,
recognized. Can
yeah,
we just agree with
Go,
that?
go ahead,
It's
Top Cat,
legally
and
recognized.
But
hang
but
on.
but
Go
but
ahead,
here
Top Cat.
here's
Let me
the thing
respond.
with
My man.
Taiwan is that China's not prepared for amphibious warfare. But I know once they're prepared, I know they're going to invade Taiwan. It's not a matter of debate. It's like they've talked about it every single year. They've done the
Yes.
same drills every single year. So they're actually prepared for it. Russia did the same thing before they invaded Ukraine. They just said we're just doing military drills. No, they're
yeah,
not. They're preparing for the inevitable, essentially. So
yeah.
that's my
Top
stance
Now,
on that.
then
Top
what
Cat.
I'm
Go in and
saying is,
finish.
if
Go in and
you
finish. I want to talk.
own, if you owned the land before, do you and your people consider it an invasion? Just like right now, everybody says Russia's invading Ukraine. how can we invade something that has been us and has been of us this whole time? Y'all call it
Can I,
an invasion because y'all drew invisible lines. We're just taking back or doing what we have to do to control our own stuff. Now, please give me a rebuttal on that one in both these situations.
I want to rebuttal on that. Hang on, real quick.
While I agree,
Let me rebuttal. Let me rebuttal that.
No,
Let me rebuttal that.
Steve, come on.
Go ahead.
Let me go.
Go.
All right. So you know how Russia, they basically did the whole thing with Ukraine where they were like, technically Ukraine used to be a part of Russia and we were all the one same people. Well, the Ukrainian people don't want to be a part of Russia. The Taiwanese people, in the census, don't want to be a part of China. Okay, so it's one of those things. While I do see where you're coming from, it's going to lead to the whole Ukraine situation where it's like, well, technically, historically, this land belonged to us. Therefore, even though the people on that land don't want to be a part of us anymore, therefore, too bad, we're invading. So it leads to that situation.
And who decides which map to use? If you go far enough back, like everybody's going to be claiming territory. Like, don't you see?
So
Yeah,
real quick,
we are.
No, y'all like to play favorites. That shit ain't, because if you want to go that shit, then how Israel get their shit back when the Palestinians didn't want to be a part of it?
But my brother from
I
another
don't
mother
agree with
hit
that.
y'all right in your head. How can you
I
support
don't agree with
Israel?
I don't agree with what's going on in Israel. Just for the record.
Can I say something real
No
quick?
matter what you agree with, it's the reality.
Can I say
Face
something on
reality.
this? Can I say something on this? Okay, so back to what Tomcat was saying, and the other talker that I don't know your name, man, that talked after him. What he's talking about Ukraine what they're talking about is Russian propaganda. Okay, Russia never had Crimea. During the USSR, it was all one thing, but Crimea had a fight hundreds of years ago when the Russians took over, and they fought for 100 years and they freed their land. Okay, the Tartars that were there in Crimea got genocide. All right, that's a Russian genocide, and they shipped people in. It wasn't their territory to steal. There was a military base there that Russians had there, and Russia was going to lose that base in 2017. That's the reason why Russia attacked.
I'm talking about back when the USSR seceded. I'm sorry for butting in, but you're hopping to another point. You're saying now in that aspect, that's later. Can we please get on the point of what they are in total? That's what I'm talking about. It went all the way to Jordan, and we're skipping back to what they did and they didn't. No, I'm talking about on the point of if they were a seceded area that was that area all the time, like the Sinhalese, then their asses was Russian.
No, dude, no. They didn't succeed. What ended up happening was Russia sent a bunch of, first off, military guys who were on vacation to go there. They flooded the country with Russians. They had a fake annexation. It was absolutely fake. And then that's why they closed it, so nobody could see it. I mean, come on, 97% of the people, the Tartars do not want to be Russian because they get genocide first. They couldn't even vote in it. So no, that's not true. That's just Russian propaganda. But let's go back to Taiwan. Okay, Taiwan was never.
I got a question, Steve. You're very knowledgeable about that. Please just let me hit this question. What is the difference between a Tartar and a Russian?
Because they're Muslims and they're from Crimea. They've never set foot in Russia. They're indigenous to that land. Okay, and bro, I think I'm older than you, so they've never set foot in that land. But moving, that's the difference. Okay, look up.
No difference because they're both older than us. I'm saying
look it up.
When we're talking about Tartars, when we're talking about Tartars and we're talking about Russians, when we come down to their DNA and who they are, even if they got mixed up, one like the woman, the other different in tribes, and they went to different directions, they are not the same people.
No, they're not. Tartars are basically they're basically Muslim, but they're really Mongolian. Okay, that's their and I think it's a Turco-Mongolian. Russians are basically quite white. They're look at Putin. This is Putin.
No,
Putin's fighting for white Russians.
Putin is a Russian. He is not a Russian.
No, that sounds completely opposite.
Okay, just look it up.
Real Russians have black hair, fair skin, and tight eyes. They look almost Asian. The ones that we start looking at Moscow, that's what's the difference.
I can argue with it. But so let's move back to Taiwan.
What's the difference? I really want to. One of my favorite boxers.
Just look it up. Look it up on your own. Just look it up. I don't have the computer right here.
No. Because when I looked up the thing about the treaty, You didn't accept that answer.
Can I? Hey,
But
hey, real
That's
every
quick.
because you're
time,
wrong.
no,
Let
no.
me.
There
Every
is
Can I
a
time
finish,
y'all
legal
guys?
trying
agreement.
to
Guys,
look
I
shit
listened.
up,
Hang
and
on,
we
Dorsey.
find out the opposite of what you said,
Hey,
you
Dorsey,
You're
won't
let's go.
wrong.
acknowledge it.
Dorsey,
Hang on,
you right.
Dorsey.
Let's
Hang
hear
on.
what
Listen.
Steve's saying.
Let,
Let's hear what
can I
Steve's
finish?
saying.
Can I
Go ahead,
finish?
Steve.
Can I finish, Dorsey? I listened to you, and you have continued to cut me off. Please, I show you respect.
Please,
Please,
Steve,
please
just
let me
go.
finish.
Just
You are
go.
damn
Thank
Just
you,
go.
right.
thank you,
Let,
Top
You
Cat.
are
Thank you, Top Cat. Thank you,
motherfucking
Top
right.
Cat.
Where you live in
just
Dorsey,
go.
Frisco so I
Just
can
go.
drive out there and slap the shit out of you for lying? You
Dorsey,
are
I'll come
damn
down.
right.
I'll come down to
Hey,
LA
hey,
right
hey,
now,
hey,
Dorsey. We
relax,
can talk.
relax.
We
Hey,
can talk face to
everyone take
face.
a deep breath. Come
We can
on.
talk face to face, Dorsey, all day. I'll give you a
Oh,
gym
it
that we
ain't
can
gonna
meet
be
at.
no
Okay?
talking. If I
Jim,
see your ass, it ain't
Listen
gonna
what
be no
I'm telling
talking,
you.
nigga.
Us
I can
three
tell you
Dorsey,
that
talking, we
right now.
all on the West Coast,
Dorsey,
bro.
I'll
We
give you
ain't
the
got to
gym that
do
we
it.
can meet at. So let
Steve
me
is
get
how
back.
he is because he's a West Coast ass cat. Let
Let
him
me get.
talk. Go
Let me
ahead.
get
Let him
back.
get his piece on. It's all
So,
good. Fuck it.
so like I was saying, back to Taiwan. Taiwan has never been under the control of the CCP. When the war was fought in World War II, the Republic of Taiwan got pushed all the way to sorry, the Republic of China got pushed all the way to the island of Taiwan, and that's where the line was drawn. So it's never been that. Then and the one China policy has been going on for a long time. Obama was one. Obama agreed with it. I think even George Bush finally agreed with it. But and part of their one policy is that by the year 2049, they have to have everything under their control. But guys, also remember the one China policy also includes the Philippines. Okay, it also includes taking back Japan. So if you think that that's going to be acceptable, it's not. Now we've been training with them for since we were when the Korean War broke out, we were prepared for China to come in then. And look that up. That's how far back we've been training with Taiwan for an invasion. And then the
Well, I
Korean War
mean, do
broke
you
out.
feel like a buster though? Do you feel like a buster saying that? Because at that time, Japan was busting motherfucking Americans' ass. They was doing that. That was a good agreement at that time. So, do you feel like a buster even saying that? Like we're gonna renege on our agreement because we're cool with them now?
Yeah, we have to because they're one of our closest
What?
allies, dude.
No.
They're one of
So
our
I'm
closest
not being
allies.
a buster for nobody.
Well, it's like this, dude. They're one of our closest allies, bro. So we can't be turning on our allies. We have deals with them. We've been doing. We have military to military training that we do
These are
every.
forced allies. These are forced allies. We dropped bombs on them and took over their countries and put as many bases that we could to control that part of the hemisphere ever done in the world. And now we're up and we're going to renege on the deal of the people that gave us or put us in position or helped us be in position to do that.
Bro,
I mean,
I'm trying to tell you,
let's be
it's very
100%
simple.
on that. How do you feel about that, especially being ex-military?
Okay, like I was saying, if you went to Korea, South Korea, if you go to Korea, go to DMZ, you're working with the Korean Army, South Korean Army, the Rakasans to train to fight a war against North Korea. Okay, that war's been going on since 1950. All right, so if you go to Okinawa, all these other places, you're training to fight against China, and because they're our allies, we do a lot of training with them. We're good partners with them. Just because we fought a war with you once doesn't mean that we can't be your ally now. We've made treaties, we have partnerships, and we have training, military to military training with
That's
them.
not what I'm saying. You have an agreement. You have shook
Uh,
hands. You spit in your hands. You kiss your hand.
uh,
You got blood on it.
Hold on
This
a
is the
cotton
same one we
picking
got with.
minute.
This is
Hold
the
on
same
a
one we
cotton
got with
picking
Greenland
minute,
now.
y'all.
This is the same one we
hold
got with
on,
Greenland in
Hold
hold
on,
1948.
y'all.
on.
Hold on, y'all.
Same
Hold
one,
Somebody
down
man.
for
telling
1 second,
lies.
please.
Somebody
Hold
telling
on,
lies.
Dorsey. Hold on, Dorsey, for
Dorsey, you
one
just did it
second.
again.
Hold
You just
on,
did it again.
Steve.
Go
Hold
ahead, now
on,
you talk,
Steve.
man. I'm
Hold
listening.
on, Steve. Hold on, Top Cat. Hold on, everybody. Y'all on my homies panel right now.
Oh, what up,
Hold on,
Ronnie?
Top Cat.
Honey.
Hold
Why I
on,
got
y'all.
on? Nigga, I just said
Y'all.
hello. God
Hey,
damn.
oh, I'm sorry.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I apologize, Top Cat. All respect, no disrespect. What's going on, Drip? What's going on, Top Cat? What's going on, Dorsey? What's going on, Steve? I'm coming up here just to let y'all know y'all having a really good conversation. Plug gave y'all the floor to go ahead and speak. We live. We on YouTube. Y'all talking over each other. And y'all
Thank you, Ronnie.
misunderstanding.
Thank
Y'all
you,
miss
Ronnie.
Hold on, Dorsey. I don't need a cosign, please. I'm just putting the message out. We trying to hear what y'all saying. Allow each other to finish before you interject. I know you're chomping at the bit. You want to put out your information. I've seen it done by Steve. I've seen it done by Dorsey. I've seen it done by Top Cat. And I've seen it done by lady bones. Let each other talk. Let each other finish. If you got to interject, hold on to that interjection. Let them finish and be like, hey, can I add something in? Sure, you can add something in. And then
That's
go ahead
hard,
and say
man.
your piece.
I've been
Yeah,
doing
I
that
might
every
forget my
time.
opinion.
When I
That's hard,
first came
man. I'm
in, I
serious.
said, "Can I speak?"
I ain't
I
talking about
asked
the
for
past. I'm
permission.
talking about going forward. Can we please
I'm
have some
talking about my
decorum?
memory, nigga. I be forgetting shit by the time you said some other good shit. I might have forgot some shit that I was finna say. Like, hold. That's why I say hold
Write
on
it
before we
down. Pen
go.
and paper.
So,
Pen and
write it
paper.
down
Write it
my
down.
ass. We're not gonna move in the opposite direction of the motherfucking situation because you are trying to push that and change the narrative. We're heading in one direction. Let's stay in that fucking direction. And I'm gonna shut
Yes.
my ass up. You right, Ronnie. I ain't gonna hate on none of my brothers. Steve, man. Yeah, I've learned so much from you, bro. Don't think that there's no
Fuck
hating. My
you,
brother
Ronnie.
Dorsey from another month. I love everybody. Run your shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna shut my ass up.
Ronnie, can I say something?
Go ahead, man. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, man. I agree with everything you said, and I'll do my best to try to make sure that I don't do that anymore. All right, so I appreciate that. Now back to the subject at hand. I understand, Dorsey, what you're
What the
talking
hell are
about.
you doing right now, Steve?
Now you feel me,
You
Ronnie? You
turning
feel
wrenches
me?
over there? What's going on?
What's up?
What? What did I miss?
Steve was about to say something. Then I heard some keys jingling or some wrenches
You
clinking.
feeling me?
That's
Man?
that's
Somebody
Come
else want to
on,
take
man.
it?
that's not me. That's not me. I don't have no keys or wrenches.
No, go ahead, Steve. That's what I'm saying. Steve, what are you in Northern Cali?
Now I used to live in Southern California. I just
Oh
moved.
shit. Yeah.
I moved out. I moved out here to North Texas right now. I'm in North Texas these days.
Hell
And
yeah, man. Enjoy yourself.
it's
Shit. Live,
it's
live a
no, dude.
peaceful life.
Texas sucks, bro. Texas ain't California. Don't ever forget that.
Hey,
Both of them? You said both of them?
I know Texas ain't Northern
Wait, I
California.
can't
So
hear anybody. Is
You
Steve
didn't
talking
enjoy
right now?
California? You
I
lying through your teeth. I don't give a fuck
I
if you're
love
130 years old. You
I
California is a shit. Stop fucking sitting on here lying. God damn.
man, this
listen to me.
hey,
I said Texas is not California. I love California. Texas sucks. That's what I'm saying. Texas cannot compare to California.
Hey,
Not
You
even
look,
hear me,
close.
Ronnie,
Dorsey?
if you
You
can't
hear me,
hear anybody,
Dorsey?
you gonna have to leave and come back, Ronnie. If you can't hear anybody, you gonna have to leave and come back. I'm rotating everybody out. If I got you in backstage, you need to get on stage, just type in the back chat and I'll rotate you up. But I am just rotating everybody right now.
I don't know why y'all want to hold Texas.
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
we
you,
hear you.
Ronnie.
I hear you.
Cali is the
I
shit.
must have been having
And,
audio
and
issues.
Steve, that's why I was telling you, Dorsey. You understand? Steve understands some shit. Like,
I love
you know what it
California.
is.
I love California. I miss California. So I'm saying I don't like Texas. I love California. Can I? Can I finish real quick to respond to Dorsey?
And knock it out, brother.
So what Dorsey's saying is right. There was a treaty for a while. The treaty got canceled. It was an actual guarantee. It's not a guarantee anymore. And the reason why it's not a guarantee is because China's made it very clear that by 2049, it's going to be one China. And this is why the Obama administration was very. They try to avoid conflict. That's why they let Putin walk right into Crimea rather than putting troops there. And that's why I mean under Trump one, they gave them Hong Kong, all right, without even an argument. So it is going to be a problem. It's definitely, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's an easy walk, but there's definitely a plan by 2027 that they're going to try to invade. And the reason why is the next president, if it's a conservative Republican, or if it's a hawkish Democrat, they're going to put up a fight for Taiwan. So yeah, it's not a guarantee that we're going to stand with Taiwan. Absolutely no. It used to be, but it's not. But we have a long-standing treaty with Taiwan. We conduct training with Taiwan on an annual basis every year. That's been going on for the past 50 years, and we're split as a country on it, and it depends on what president there. This is what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump, according to Bolton, Donald Trump said, like, look at this tabletop. This is China. Look at the tip of this pen. This is Taiwan. And so Bolton made it pretty clear that Trump's not going to fight because by law he doesn't have to fight. Like Dorsey's not wrong on that. By law he does not have to fight, but we do have alliances. We do have military cooperation. We do have the Senate and the Congress, especially the Congress is saying we're going to stand with you. We're going to vote for standing with you. And so I'm not dismissing what Dorsey said. Dorsey's right, but he's also doesn't have 100% of the picture. That's all I wanted to say. And I wanted to hear from Doom. Is that you that's talking earlier, Doom?
You know, I don't think it was me talking, but I might as well, interject here. Might as well. But I do think that China is going to take Taiwan. It's a matter of if it's economically viable for us to do so. Because once we start producing our own chips, at some point, the whole alliance with Taiwan, because it was this whole economic thing, because we're not doing it from the kindness of our hearts. It's because they have all the chips, and we don't want, China to take all the chips from us, and then for us to be fucked. But if we're producing our own chips, yeah, we might as well just let them have it, and we take over the new world. Is my whole stance on it. Like what's China going to do? So that's just my stance on it. It's not really a personal issue for us. It's like if China is going to do these military drills every single year and they really want it that badly, let's say we give it to them. Let's just see what their next move is. It's obviously going to be for, like, we need more land. We need to do something else. We need to distract our citizens and do some other military operations somewhere else because that's apparently a part of China. So it's going to be endless with China. It's going to be like with Hitler, where we gave him Sudetenland. He was never satisfied with that. That's China right now. So I don't think they'll even be satisfied with Taiwan. So it's kind of one of those things.
This is my opinion. China's going to take Taiwan. They're going to do it before Trump leaves office. America's not going to lift a finger. We'll see what the Philippines does. I think they'll use the Philippines as a proxy to see, how China responds. China will probably take Taiwan rather quickly. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a fight. I believe that when we seen Sam Altman and Elon all stand in the White House with Trump, and they talked about the 500 billion initial investment up to 7 trillion into AI that the Saudis are funding, they'll seal the deal on Taiwan's ass right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, you have to consider that we have a new landscape, a new
I
global
think that's
landscape. All the old treaties and partnerships that we had before Trump came into office don't mean anything now. So what you do know is you have a massive investment by TSMC to build their fabs in the United States. And I think once we get to the point where that's a foregone conclusion, it's definitely going to happen. Then China's going to get greenlit to go on in and do what they need to do. Now, in the meantime, y'all notice that their chips are quite a bit behind ours as far as development. They're generations behind.
Let's go.
And we're doing everything that we can to slow down their development. But they really need Taiwan to get on that level. So, it's in the best interest of the United States.
Also, we have the patents, and one thing about it is we have the patents through NVIDIA. Yes, they do the manufacturing through what is it, TSMC over there, but NVIDIA has the patents. And one thing NVIDIA did over these last year, maybe 2 years that I was looking at, is they developed 3 chips simultaneously. So most companies develop one chip, they ride it out, then they release the new one, then they release the new one. Well, that's not what NVIDIA did. They developed 3 chips at the same time so we can be so far ahead. Again, adding to my point that I think that they're about ready to let Taiwan go. We seen that Trump lifted the tariff so NVIDIA could sell China the more powerful chips. What did China do? They in turn blocked them, like they banned them, like no, we don't even fucking want them. So we see a lot of this, back and forth going on, but I think the deal's already done.
So one of the reasons why China did that was because we tried to deny them having certain chips, and so they had to develop their AI outside of those chips, and it worked for them. But so China, every time that we try to harm China is working out to their advantage because they can do it without us. But getting back to the Taiwan thing
Not as
again,
well.
getting back to the Taiwan thing again, um, I've been to Taiwan. I can't talk a lot about it here. I would talk to you one-on-one about it because a lot of it is still probably considered classified. But I'll say this much that it's not going to be an easy fight for them. Like Taiwan is like mountainous. It's a beach fortress, and they're not gonna. They can bomb Taiwan, but they're not gonna be able to put boots on the ground. So if we sat and let them do nothing like we did in Ukraine, if we don't put forces on the ground, over the course of time, it'll be similar to Russia taking Kiev. Russia never took Kiev, so I don't think
Hell
that they'll take
no.
that. I don't think they'll take the main. They can definitely bomb. They can definitely bomb. They can impose an embargo. And again, if the U.S. allows that, like we have to cooperate with China for them to beat Taiwan. We have to say we're not going to help you because other partners are. Australia's going to help them. Japan's going to help them. The Philippines doesn't. Whatever they can do, they're going to help
We
them.
are.
We have to
We side with
close our
Taiwan.
eyes. We have to close our eyes and say that we're not going to be involved in order for that to happen. And Taka, I want to hear from you afterwards on this. 'Cause I see you shaking your head, but I'm telling you, it's not an easy walk. We do these war games all the time with them, and if we don't get involved, it's going to be a problem. One of the big things that might happen is there might be some battleships. I mean, some aircraft carriers get sunk. I think China has 3 aircraft carriers. We have like 12. So we'll see what happens, but I hope
You
that
think
we stand with
Taiwan
them.
has the capability to sink Chinese aircraft carriers?
No, no, no. We will. That's the thing. They can't do anything. We can like what they have the ability to do is defend themselves. Like they can
I don't
stop
think they're
and
going to do it.
well we'll see. As far as the
Can
land
I
invasion,
speak?
hey guys, I'll say this last thing. Go look for yourself on a map, like the beachheads in Taiwan. All right, look and say military buildup in Taiwan. Just take a look at that for yourself, and then make your own decisions.
Okay, can I speak?
I'm done. I want to hear Top Cat. Top Cat was next, and then you, Dorsey.
Okay, go ahead, Top Cat. You have the
No,
floor.
I didn't hear Doris. I'm just saying, come on, man. We are talking about Greenland, Dunkirk. We're talking about some of the most fortified D-Day positions in the world, and then we're gonna sit up here and talk about fucking Taiwan. Please. The reason why shit is even going on is because Taiwan got conquered. They weren't this at first. They were part of the opposition and they got taken over. Now that's the only reason why they even have a point of independence.
Go ahead, Dorsey, and then I gotta say something about
Okay.
that.
So, first of all, I agree wholeheartedly with Top Cat, because Okinawa at one time was a fortress island. Gibraltar was a fortress island. The Philippines was a fortress island. So, you talking about, oh, it's mountainous, this and that. That don't mean jack shit. That don't mean jack shit. When you get invaded, they will starve your ass out. Let's just be real. And as far as what the United States talking about on 12, they are sitting ducks. That's why they got hypersonic missiles now to sink
Land
aircraft
invasions are
carriers.
always harder than you think.
Who's
Beg your
who's
pardon? Did
that?
you say something?
Who's that playing dice?
Somebody eating potato chips. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, you're talking about an ancient document that's been voided since 1980, and now modern politics says it is more easier for us just to hand Taiwan over and not put up a fight. And I can say that because I see Taiwanese nationals buying up real estate here in California. That's who drove up the prices, because they came in with their millions of dollars and they bought up the real estate here in California. I can tell you about Northridge, where I live. So all these Asian supermarkets just popped up in the last 4 years. That
They
tells me
taking
right
over
there
all
that they doing an
Viality,
exodus.
Cardina.
And the poor Taiwanese, the ones who ain't got no money, Those are the one who have to stay. Now, what Top Cat said about Hong Kong, the British gave up Hong Kong without a fight. They like, hey, you can have it. We took it in the first place. And then, as far as you saying that the Marine Corps is trained to fight China, no, we're not. We were trained to fight North Korea. We weren't trained to fight no China. We are to go into direct. We are supposed to have direct contact with Korea. We are not, because when they have the Korean War, when the Chinese came in on the aid of North Korea and pushed the United States all the way back to the original lines. United States, MacArthur wanted to use nuclear weapons, and Truman said, "Shut your dumb ass up and sit down. It's not worth it. We not finna have no nuclear war over no bullshit ass Korea." So all that other stuff you be talking, I'm sure you did some little things with the military and you have some insight that I'm not aware of. But I do know that when it comes to the United States sending troops over, we not sending no troops over for no damn Taiwanese. That's why, like you say, the country is split. I'm not sending my son over to the Ukraine, and I'm not sending my son over to damn Taiwan. Let them fend for themselves. They got money. I stop.
So why are
All
you
right.
sending them to Japan?
Can I answer that question? So as far as it goes, yeah, why send them to Japan? We have fleets over there. We have soldiers over there. I was in the infantry. Okay, I won't say what unit I went with, but we went to Taiwan for a training operation. So again, I just pull the map for yourself. It is there was this assault we have to do. Try to go up this little portion of the hill, which is defended by the Taiwanese forces. It's it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It is like crazy. So their beachhead, where like just like with in with the U.S. when we invaded in World War II, in D-Day invasion, like a beachhead like that is nothing like that. It is almost straight uphill. They're not going to make a ground force. They can bomb all day long. That they can do. But most of these places have bunkers underground. They've been preparing for this war for 50 years. So they're quite prepared for this fight. They know it's going to be a tough fight, and they're not going to give it up easy. Now
Hey,
you're
can
right.
I ask you something?
First let me finish. They can starve them out. You're absolutely right. That's part of their plan. That's an embargo, like I said, and that's where the U.S. fleet comes in, because the U.S. is not going to allow an embargo. Because now you're saying, "Hey, U.S., you're a bitch, all right? You're a bitch. We want to embargo this, but we can embargo it." And if that happens, we are bitches. We're not going to allow an embargo. We'll go fleet to, and if I have hypersonic
Um,
missiles, so do we. We have hypersonic missiles as well, and we can take out hypersonic missiles. Are easy to take out. We have radars that take those out. They're not going to come near our aircraft carrier with those hypersonic missiles. That's all hype, all right? But that's not. It's not real. So
okay, see, right
I don't.
there. That's
Let me
why the United
respond,
States
Dorsey.
keep getting their ass slapped,
I want to
because
respond
that's
to
the
that
same
because
shit y'all said to Japan. That's the same shit y'all said about 9/11. That's
what are
why
you
y'all
talking about?
always say that's one
what
thing
I'm gonna
about it.
say is this
You
though.
guys are very overconfident about your capabilities when you don't have no capability.
Go
This
ahead,
is what
Plug.
I'm gonna say. I think you're underestimating just the sheer production, the quantity of these hypersonic missiles. They're mass producing them already, and they're retailing at $100,000 price tag. So we know that they're probably making them for cheaper than that. Yes, there might be some duds. All of them might not be as high quality, but that's gonna bleed. That's gonna bleed our budget. We did the math. It's 4 million to 15 million for every one of ours, and it's 100,000 to theirs. So it's just sheer numbers at that point. That's another reason I don't think we get involved.
Plug. Do you know? Have you, so go back and watch training videos that we have right now about our laser beams. Like they could send. But give me. There's two places hypersonic missiles have been used. Okay, Iran tried to use them against Israel, and Putin is every day trying to use them against Ukraine. All right, and we get some success, but not a lot. As far as we go, we're not even giving up our secret. We have a laser beam, and when those hypersonic missiles are 2 miles out, we get those beams turned on, boom, and it takes them out of the air. It drops them out. They can't get past that beams. They can't get past the beams. We also have these giant
Uh,
Gatling guns. Let me finish. They have
can I say something?
Can I finish, Dorsey? And then you can say
It
something?
takes 2 seconds for it to recharge. It takes 2 seconds for it to recharge.
Yeah, 2 seconds, Dorsey. We have 3 of them per aircraft carrier, so that doesn't make a difference, right? I mean, again,
If I send 1,000 missiles at you,
can I
you mean
finish?
to tell me
Let me
two
finish.
seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds?
Dorsey, so let me finish, okay? Those beams, okay, there's this thing called a volume of fire, okay? When like I was an infantry officer and I was a ranger squad leader, okay? So when we fire, we don't fire one gun, tun, 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 and stop. We have our guns alternate, okay? One gun fires, tun, 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 the next gun fires, tun, 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 the next gun fires, tun, tun, tun. And it's this constant volume of fire as the guns rotate, okay? So if again, we can defeat that. That's not even an issue. This is what the Navy trains for. All right. So the hypersonic missiles, yes, they exist. Yes, they seem scary, but I think it's crystal clear. So far, they have not been effective. Plug, not been effective. They haven't. I don't think in Ukraine they've maybe hit 2 or 3
They hit
targets,
Israel.
but they have not been this over. Like
Oh,
people were like with Iran, they were like, oh, those Shaheed missiles are going to completely destroy the airfields in Israel. It didn't
They hit
happen.
Israel.
Look,
They did have them running scared and running back to the borders and tripping. They had the regular people jumping back up on those hypersonic missiles. You can see the difference when they come down compared to the average missile. Like you see when they come down, they don't just come down and then gain speed or nothing. The motherfuckers come over their target and then they shoot to that motherfucker like it's
yes,
something different.
they have to
But
come over their
that's what I'm
target.
saying. But what
And those,
Plug was talking about was the amount of cash this is costing everybody on the point of every missile being, he's talking how it affects the economy and when people say they are drug in from that situation. I understand. I mean, I gang bang on this side too, but it just, it's not lucrative. We don't really
it's
even care what's
may I
happening.
speak after Top Cat?
Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, so how many lasers are assigned to these ships?
Cortez. That's classified, Dorsey. We ain't talking about on an open
No,
mic anyway.
don't come with that classified shit.
Then look it up, Dorsey.
It's only been
I
Find
thought
it for
it
two.
was
yourself.
three.
There have only
I
hold
thought it
on.
was three
There
that
have
I heard.
only been
Three.
two ships that these prototypes, and I repeat, prototypes have been assigned to, and they're going through testing. They have
I'm
not really been assigned because of the 2 seconds delay in recharging. And we're talking about nuclear powered aircraft carriers. We talk about nuclear powered aircraft carriers. So then there's an energy drain on the aircraft carrier itself. That means for the electronics, that means for the catapults, that means for the engines, that means that every time you fire that laser, it's draining the ship. So if I
Dorsey,
send 1,000 and it takes 2 seconds for it to recharge, it is not a pulse laser. It is a one directional laser. It's
Dorsey.
not a
May
pulse
I
laser.
speak after you? No,
Yes.
Yeah,
after you,
go
Steve.
ahead
No,
because go ahead.
I was going to ask Dorsey a
no,
question
no,
first.
Steve. Go ahead. Yeah.
Dorsey, are you a Navy guy?
I'm a United States Marine Corps. It's the Department of the
I
Navy. Why you
no
even
no
stupid
the
shit like
the
that?
the the Marine Corps is a detachment of the Navy. And that's like we used to have this joke that what a Marine is a creature that Navy shits on, the lower form of Marine life. So you aren't like the Navy
Here we go.
understands
Here
this.
we go.
That
Here we go.
that's me being an Army guy just crapping on Marines. I had to do that. I'm sorry. I apologize, but yeah.
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean, you can say whatever you want to say about the Marines,
have
but
you
we
seen
ain't
one, Dorsey?
stupid.
No. Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, you
Since you
are.
said that little jab,
You're
let
the
me have a
dumbest ones.
retort. No,
You're the dumbest ones.
You
Go
said some
ahead.
shit that was out of bounds, so let me say some shit
Go
that's out
ahead.
of
Last
bounds.
punch. Go ahead.
Hey, at least Marines ain't let one woman, marry 75 Army dudes and get their damn benefits. So maybe we are low lives, but we ain't stupid like you motherfuckers are.
That was a
Thank
stupid
you.
statement.
Okay.
That was pretty. Go ahead.
No, it's
That was
not
pretty stupid.
stupid because you said some shit.
Dorsey, that doesn't
You
even make
said
sense,
some
Dorsey.
shit that didn't what you say.
That
And
didn't
I
make
can say
sense,
about
Dorsey.
all them ugly ass bitches you niggas always marry and
There we
then
go.
get
All right,
divorced.
Lord.
Lady Bones,
So
go
don't
ahead.
come with that bullshit.
Go ahead.
If you want to go off track, let's go off track. If you want to throw insults, let's throw insults.
No,
I
you're
don't
not
Okay,
give
throwing
I
a
don't
fuck.
have
insults.
an insult, but could I
Go ahead,
speak for a
Ladybug.
moment? Because this is crazy to me because it's all imaginary. You know that, right? Like,
Thank
there's
you.
no way that you actually know the capabilities that your own government has, or the other ones. So this is all imaginary, and it's all
Yes.
ignoring another really important like part of the equation is like there's another path. You guys don't have to like be all we're tough, we can beat this country, we can beat that country. You guys are actually a much stronger country when you're grouped up with other nations and supporting one another, and then we can actually hold off things like China invading Taiwan. You're stronger against
Not
China if
true.
you are with your other like you guys used to have allies. Now you just want to stand alone and show how tough you are, and that doesn't end well for anyone, right?
So
There's
Taka,
another path.
Taka, I'm gonna respond to that, and I want to hear from you. But yeah, Lady Bones, you're absolutely right. We're stronger with allies, and whether or not a lot of these Trumpers don't realize this, there's not been. We can't be successful unless we bring our allies along. With Operation Iraqi
Not
Freedom,
at
let me
all.
finish. Let me finish. Next. With Operation Iraqi Freedom, we were in the wrong, and so a lot of us looked at that, and NATO says we're not going to take part in that. But we have what's called the Coalition of the Willing, which meant I might be in the unwilling, but I think Coalition of the Willing. But we had people that came and helped us out anyway. We didn't go it alone. With Operation Enduring Freedom, that was Afghanistan. We had our NATO allies,
Us,
the
we
allies that
were
came
there.
along with
Yep,
us. Yeah.
yep.
So we
Britain.
can't fight, and there's an alliance that we've already formed in the Pacific Ocean for in case there's an attack on Taiwan. Because again, there's guys who do nothing but war game this their entire lives. That's all they do. They set up training operations, and then we go and do those training operations and see if they're a success or not. For a long time, we didn't fight the current Chinese military. We fought a military of 20 years from now, what we estimate that they're going to be. And so that's who we had to fight against. And that over the years has gotten smaller and smaller. Now it's like a 10-year in advanced military because they've gotten so much better at this. And yeah, plug is spot on. They have a whole lot of weapons. And they're building up a whole lot of weapons. But we're staying ahead of them in training. That's what we're doing. We don't just have the lasers, we have these giant Gatling guns on every ship. And those things spit out 11,000 rounds a second, and that's what they're aiming at, and
Them
they can
shits
aim.
is old. Them shits is old.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you what we currently have and what they train against with these hypersonic missiles. We're already doing this training. Those Gatling guns might be old, but guess what? They're quite effective. They throw a wall of metal up there, and it's cannot be nothing's getting through that thing. So go ahead, Top
So
Cat.
in another aspect, we know what's coming next. Like, so there should be a sound wave that turns all this shit down.
What?
Well, they already have the
No, I'm
sound,
saying, so if
the
we're
sound
talking about
audio
throwing
gun
metal up
thing.
there, we're throwing vibrations, we're throwing physical content, we're throwing whatever when we talk about military point. There is a point where we're going to get to a different point of technology. Like what I'm saying is they're
Like the
hypersonic.
audio ones.
The audio should be able to blow this shit up. We should find a frequency to be able to knock all these bombs down and actually really have a dome that is controlled by sound. Like there's different points of technology that we haven't got to. That's basically what
Can
I'm
I
saying.
also
But
make a statement?
on what you're saying, I think the simple stuff.
Top Cat, finish that real quick, and then Dorsey wants to go next.
Okay, all I'm saying is on the attack point, for us to still be sitting up here talking this bullshit when they just rolled in here on some goddamn fans, some goddamn office desk fans, and a goddamn parachute, and tore their ass up, and we still not getting the signs. Like, there's some simple shit that we skipped in technology that will tear us down. If you look at certain things, like when the aliens supposedly, well, I forgot what movie it was, but when they came here and then they caught the common cold and died. They couldn't even handle our area because they assumed that they were so much far ahead that they could handle it. But just a bacteria or a regular cold could deal with it, because we keep thinking that we're smarter than what the hell created us, and we're
I think
not.
you're thinking of the Independence Day. I think you're thinking of the movie Independence Day.
No, it's
Nah,
not. It's War of the Worlds, bro.
War of the
It's
Worlds,
Oh, War of
exactly
the
it's
what
War
Worlds.
of
it
the
Yeah,
is.
my bad.
Worlds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut up
Okay,
on
so
that
go on,
and let
Darcy.
you go. You can go ahead, Dorsey, my brother from another mother.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
brother.
brother. Assalamu alaikum. Anyway, so let me explain something to you. You sitting up here talking about these lasers and all this shit about the hoppers, but you know they do have diesel submarines also. So while you up there trying to fight off all this other shit, the Chinese ain't just gonna throw one thing at you. They gonna throw everything at you. And on top of that, you're talking about 10 million active troops in reserve.
10
They're
million?
still going to overwhelm whatever defenses that the Taiwanese have. They're still going to overwhelm them. And then on top of that, you think because you hiding in a cave that's going to save your ass? A flamethrower does that shit real well. It drives off all rats. We did it in Okinawa. We did it to the Japanese. We did it to the Koreans. Flamethrowers negate all that shit about you being in a bunker. It sucks up all the oxygen in the bunker. All we have to do is find out where your ventilation shaft is, and we just go ahead and we put the flamethrower. It sucks up all the air. Damn.
Dorsey, you're a Marine, right? Dorsey, you're a Marine, right?
Why are you asking me some shit you already know since you insulted me?
Okay, so then, as a Marine, tell me, did you ever use a flamethrower? Yes or no?
I was trained to use one.
What operation do we use flamethrowers in, Dorsey? We don't use flamethrowers no more, dog. Are you serious? We don't use
We
flamethrowers.
did it in World War II. We did it in the Korean War. We also did it in Vietnam. What are you talking about?
We use flamethrowers in Vietnam,
Yes, we did.
and it's currently still part of the
Yes,
Marine
yes,
arsenal.
yes, they did. Yes, they
But
did.
what? Oh, hang on. And it's currently still part of the Marine arsenal. You're telling me to use for bunker clearing.
Check this out. We ain't
Yes,
talking about the Marine.
yes,
See,
yes, it
hold
is.
up,
Yes, it is.
hold up, hold up. We are not talking about the Marines. We're talking about the Chinese.
Uh,
Stop
no,
with the bullshit.
okay, hang on. I'm
Stop
talking
with
about in
the
the.
no,
I'm
no, no. See,
then
this is
let's
what
just
I'm
answer my
saying.
question, Dorsey.
No,
Just answer my
no,
question.
no, no.
Just answer my question, Dorsey.
Goddamn, shut the fuck up.
Not Dorsey. I'm talking. You shut the
Goddamn.
fuck up. Just
You
answer my
know
question.
you shut the fuck up. You
Answer
will
the
not
question,
stop talking. Let people talk.
Dorsey.
Goddamn.
You're the one
You've been
yelling, Dorsey.
talking.
Just answer the question,
Yeah,
Dorsey.
because you won't shut the fuck up.
He's asking you a question,
Goddamn.
and then you can answer it.
He
Let
can't
him
answer it.
speak. Let
Go ahead.
Dorsey speak. Let him get it out. If you
Go,
can listen
Dorsey.
to the yells, you can listen to him speak. Shit.
Like I said, first of all, let's establish some rules. You don't ask me no questions in the middle of me making a damn statement. I get sick of that shit.
What
You
was your
always
statement?
come with the fucking questions when somebody's talking. Wait your fucking turn. God damn. Now, like I said, we ain't talking about the Marine Corps. We're talking about the Chinese. And we're talking about Chinese military doctrine. You know, you always want to come up here with some
What?
bullshit.
But
Can
you
I?
weren't
Can I?
talking about the
Wait.
Chinese.
Can I talk? Can I talk real quick?
Go ahead.
Dorsey, I
No,
asked
you
you.
can't talk real quick until I recognize you and say I'm finished. Fuck no, you can't talk.
Then finish,
God
Dorsey. Hurry
damn.
up. Go, Dorsey. I'll let you talk. Then
Who
go. Then
made you
finish.
God,
Finish
nigga?
up.
That's what I want to know. Who made you God?
You stop talking. So, like,
Dorsey can't
All
win an
right,
Yeah, I'm
argument.
still
She's got to yell
talking,
it
here
out.
we
Chris,
go. Let's
because
get
it's
some.
my
All right, y'all.
motherfucking
All
turn.
right. Here we go. Here we go. Make the statement, and then we'll give the floor to Dorsey. Finish, Dorsey. We can give you the complete floor, and then Steve will rebuttal.
All I'm
And we'll
saying
keep the
is,
time on.
all I'm saying is, Chinese has a vast arsenal of different weapons that they can use against our aircraft carriers and also against Taiwan. That is all I'm saying. And on top of that, they got over 10 million troops only 90 miles away. So they can, and also, I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a paratrooper? And when you talking about beachheads, ain't nobody doing no damn beachheads no more. They're going to send paratroopers in, knock out all the coastal defense, and then they're going to load troops. And on top of that, they probably got agents and saboteurs already among the populations to do the shit they want to do. Now I rest my case.
Okay. So this is how
Steve
this
has
started.
the floor.
I asked Dorsey. Dorsey was the one that said, and let me finish before you start jumping in, Dorsey. Dorsey was one that said, when the Marine Corps did this, the Marine Corps did that. In Okinawa, we did this with flamethrowers and that with flamethrowers. All right. And so I asked Dorsey, does the Marine currently have that in their arsenal to use as weapons? I can speak only for my infantry and the U.S. Army infantry and the paratroopers, which I was a paratrooper, Dorsey, is no, we really don't use that anymore. We can get the old ones, but it's really not part of our current arsenal. Now let's focus on China. Yes, China has paratroopers, okay? But the problem is that you can do a ground prep, but Russia found out really hard that they couldn't land paratroopers. What are paratroopers used for? The first thing you do is what's called an airfield seizure, okay? An airfield seizure is where you drop paratroopers in, all right? Russia could not pull off an airfield seizure in Ukraine. Just like China is probably going to have a very difficult time pulling off an airfield seizure in Taiwan. So the only way they're going to be able to do that is by ground assault. And we all remember Normandy invasion. It was not pretty, and it was just a nice flat beach. It is an uphill mountain. So we can sit and talk about all day long, and you can argue this or argue that. It doesn't make a difference. The bottom line is that this is what the U.S. military trains currently, and we're training for it for a long time.
I don't agree.
Well, it doesn't matter if you agree. I'm trying to tell you that this is what the military trains for. This,
No,
and they do
I
assessments on this.
don't agree
understand
with
what
which
you're
part?
saying, but they don't have enough souls, is what I'm saying. China has a point where they can say, I can throw enough souls at this situation, and you guys can't keep up. Even if you say, oh, we have a great plan, but it's only for 1 million souls, where I got 10 million to throw at that. That's where China has their beef at right now. In that aspect with Taiwan, no matter what you can do, we have enough to overthrow that with enough bodies to throw at it.
Do you know who else said that, Tomcat? Russia. That's what Russia's doing right
Mm-hmm.
now. So we're watching it live. We're watching it in 4D, and that's exactly what the problem is. The Russian. I saw a report this morning that said that the Russian advance has been the slowest of any war in history. Okay, they basically are stopped. If we were actually, if we had
How
a
many
real
times you sock
president
your brother in the
to help
face?
them, if we
How
had a
many
real president
times
to
you
help,
sock your brother in the face?
huh?
Like, this is what I keep telling you. They are the
What?
same people.
Tell me what you
Right
said.
now, they're giving themselves glory from fighting each other. They're not dealing with any other country. They're fighting the same people who they are, the same people who they've been fighting with since existence.
But
So why
I don't
are
want
we even
to. Sorry.
considering that like that? That's why their wars go on so long and do these different things, because you are not completely different people. Y'all don't have that same war with India. They don't have
And I
those
also like
same
to
wars with
interject.
India.
I also like to interject that Ukraine would have failed if the United States and NATO had not gave them arms. So you talking about if it had been a one-on-one with Russia, the Ukraine would have failed. If NATO and the United States had not gave them the latest
But it's
technology
never
and
going to be.
weapons,
Sorry.
then they
Lady,
would not have been standing now.
Dorsey,
Also, as far as what you're talking about with China, hey, you can't compare apples to oranges. Ukraine is not an island. Taiwan is. So logistically, how is the United States going to be able to supply them when they're shooting down all carriers, all aircraft carriers? How are they going to be able to supply them if they are shooting down all aircraft? So how are you going to do that when you're only 90 miles away from the Chinese mainland, and most aircraft have a 600-mile radius as far as combat? And you trying to tell me that we gonna be able to keep Taiwan from falling?
Lady Bones, you want to go and jump in there real quick before I respond to his?
No,
Because
you
that's a
respond
waste
to
of
that
energy.
first because that's funny. Yeah, no,
Because
no, no,
Lady
no.
Bird
G,
don't
please,
have
I
a
want you to
clue
respond.
about what we talking about. We talking about military shit.
Yeah, we learning some shit right now. I don't know shit what y'all talking about. Please educate me.
I
What's
mean,
up, fellas?
Well,
How
they're
y'all
not going to
doing?
be.
let's listen up.
Who's
Who's
that?
that talking right there?
How y'all doing? This Yosemite.
Yo,
I'm
what's up,
I'm
Yosemite?
yeah, I'm good, doing good. My
What up, Joe?
greetings to the chat. Greetings to the panel. Y'all got a great discussion going on, and I always like to hear the back and forth banter when it comes to whose military is the greatest and who can do this and who outnumbered. It comes down to one president that the United States have always stood over just about every other country in. And that is the technique of war, the training of war. And we watched it over and over and over again. We know that China has 10 million soldiers. Granted, they do. Still, the United States are the best trained military in the world. There's reasons for that. We watch these other countries even implement their soldiers in other wars that should have been greatly devoured by one major power or another. And just because they had our military training, and an example of Ukraine, this war's been going on a whole hell of a lot longer than we thought it would be. The reason why the United States posture the way we do is because we know we have the best of the best. Now, and that ain't the subside to say that one day we can't fall up under anybody's power or might. But as it stands right now, the reason why we boast it the way we do, because we have the best of the best. And that's from training, technique, all the way to technology. This is the reason why Donald Trump can get up on the national stage and talk the type of shit that he talks. He don't talk it because he just think he bad. He talks it because he know there's a military backing him that can carry out exactly what he wants to be done. If we give up Taiwan, we ain't giving up Taiwan because we can't defeat anybody that steps on Taiwan land. If we give up Taiwan, it'll be because Taiwan is not an interest to us anymore. I just wanted to pour my 10 cents on that, guys. Y'all can get back to it because I'm really enjoying the show and I'm enjoying everything that everybody's saying.
All
But
right,
best believe that we are light years ahead of anybody. The
I,
reason why we posture the way we do.
I want to address what he said right there. And Yosemite, that is spot on. Everything you're saying is exactly spot on. The reason Donald Trump is talking all this crap is because he didn't create it, he was handed the best military in the world. And he's taking advantage of that. Now, when it comes to war, the book you can look up is called On War by a guy named von Clausewitz. Okay. And in it, he talks about a lot of things. One of the main things he talks about was starts war. And what starts war is he says war begins where politics. So as long as we're talking, and this is the reason Obama was talking to
Mm-hmm.
and working with him to avoid a war. Now, the one of the big for war for winning are three things: one, how good is your defense? Two, how good is your offense? And three is the will of the people. In Ukraine, the will of the people is what have kept the Russians at bay. And the will of the people for the Ukrainians is the exact same for Taiwan. Taiwanese have no desire because understand to be clear, it was never part of. So you guys saying that they took it back? They didn't take it back. They were pushed back. That was the Chinese Republic. They owned all of China, and the CCP pushed them out except to the island. Okay, this has been their last stance, and so they're like what they're giving up is genocide. They're going to be genocide there that doesn't turn and take a load an ACP will. That's the reason they're fighting. And so, and if you look at Sun Tzu's Art of War, Sun Tzu said that the person that's going to fight the hardest is when your soldiers have their backs to either the ocean or to a cliff. When they have nothing left to lose, they're going to fight to the bitter end. So that's what this is going to be about. Granted, have 10 million fighters. I got to lift it up again to make sure that that's the correct number. But the thing that you also have to remember is look at
in Taiwan, 10 million fighters in
that's
Taiwan.
no. I said China. That's what he said. In China's 10 million fighters. But take a look. There's a book called the 300. It's talking about the Spartans. And the Spartans had 300 men and took on the entire Persian army. And what they
Man, I'm
did
not
was this.
hearing that bullshit. Like, yeah,
Let
they
me just
do
finish this
that.
statement.
There's
Let
a
me just
whole
finish.
bunch of that
Let me just
stuff.
let
I'm
me
not
just finish my
hearing that
statement.
bullshit though, for real though. Come on now. We can't take
Taka.
one story and put it above the other.
Let me
Like
just
that's
finish
what I'm
my
saying.
story
So
real
we
quick.
can't
Let me
take
finish. Let me
fictional because I think it's fictional, even if they because I've
People
heard
are
that
quoting the
no
they
Bible,
sleep.
and we
Top
can't
Cat.
have
Even
some
videos said they
proper
look like
history.
me.
Top Cat.
People
I
said they
listened to
look
you.
like me. I'm not feeling
Top
that.
Cat. Top Cat. I
Yeah.
listened to you. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish.
Go
No,
ahead. I'm throwing a little interjection. I'm sorry.
I
Go
know.
ahead,
I
bro.
mean, so
I apologize.
the story of the 300 is not fiction, and the reason why is because it's part of the war, the advance of the Persian army, and what they did was they stopped them at one little spot where it was a very narrow pass, and the Persians had to squeeze their army down to get through this pass. Okay, so and they fought them off for a while until they got betrayed, and then they got behind them and they wiped them out. But that led to the greater war with Greeks and the Persians. Okay, so there is strategy involved in this, and one of the ways that Taiwan's going to have to win is by strategy, is by having a plan, is by making sure that they can't come up the beachhead, is by making sure that they can't jump paratroopers onto the ground. So I hope the war never
So,
comes,
so,
but it's
so
going to be
the
an ugly
the
war if it
Greek,
happens.
the Greeks won over the Persians, right? So in the end, the
No,
Greeks won.
you got to read the book, dude. That's my point.
No, no, it ain't the book. I actually, if you ask Plug, I'm
It's
kind of the
historic.
history dude. I'm kind of the history dude on this. I
Do you
get
know?
busy.
Do you know
I'm
the story of the 300?
asking you, yeah. How could you not? I mean, that's a baby story. These are the stories that came from other stories. I'm trying to hear exactly where you're coming from in that aspect because I'm saying you didn't win what I presented first. I said that the numbers said that no matter what you do, I never lied. You're not going to win. I don't care how glorious you make this look to your own people. In the end, we're you have 1 million people and we have 100 million people. We're going to take over you by one instance or the other, whether it's by trade, whether it's by war, whether it's by whatever instance. You're just looking at it out of the military aspect, but I'm looking at it out of the point of an invasion. When you invade on a different aspect and put people around each other, some people have things that they identify with more than war, which is life. Everybody don't think about it. No matter if I care about your religion or what, I do care about living more than that. And everybody
May I
skips
say something
that.
also?
Go ahead, Darcy.
Um, let's just say it like this. Many a time when soldiers thought they had the technical advantage over their foe, they still got wiped out by superior numbers. As far as the French, it was Wei Jiangfu. As far as General Custer, as far as Zulu Dawn, they had superior firepower, but in the end, they were only limited to a certain amount of troops. So if I take out 10 of 10 of the enemy and one of my men fall, yeah, but eventually I am going to fall because they're going to wear us down and we're going to run out of ammo. So many a times, your tacticians or whatever, General Custer thought he was the shit, but his ass is dead. Okay? Uh, when the United States thought that they had everything all sold up in the Philippines, Japan came right back and ran their ass up out of Asia. So when y'all get this little cocky ass attitude about we this and all that, hey, who, it's like they say, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And China ain't fucking playing no more.
And this is
So
what I'm
But
gonna
may
say to
I?
this. Hold on, y'all. This is what I'm gonna say to this, and this is exclusively for you, Dorsey. For somebody that fought in our U.S. military to be undermining our U.S. military is totally insane to me. One thing you got to understand: for every war we didn't fought in, the only war we really lost, honestly, was the Vietnam War. And we
What?
all know why we lost the Vietnam War. When it came to Germany wanting to take over all that land, if it hadn't have been for the US might, Hitler would still reign supreme to this day, even beyond his grave. I just don't never get and understand why guys that fought
Yosemite.
in hold on, wait a minute, Dorsey. I
Okay.
just don't understand why guys that have fought in our US military has such lack of confidence in our US military. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we should police the world. Sometimes I've always felt like that's one of our biggest issues, trying to police the world. But for a lot of years, we have been the police of the world. And that is for a reason. That's for a reason. That's
Okay,
Can I
for a
say
Yosemite,
reason,
can
something?
I
Dorsey.
say something?
Even you know
no,
that.
Can
Dorsey,
I
let
say
him
something at the retort?
let him finish, Dorsey, please. Goddamn. Go ahead, man. Finish, Yosemite.
No, no, I was done. I'm gonna let Dorsey, because me and Dorsey got that
Exactly. So
mutual
stay the
respect for
fuck up
each
out the
other.
goddamn
So
conversation. I'm talking to
Oh my
and,
him.
lord.
and hold on, fellas.
Damn.
We ain't got to get belligerent. Me and Dorsey just got that kind of understanding with each other. Go ahead,
Exactly.
Dorsey.
I'm talking to him. Look, Yosemite, the reason why I'm speaking is because I'm tired of us being cannon fodder. I'm tired of U.S. troops just dying because some president had this harebrained scheme that we was going to police the world. When one soldier dies, that's one too many. And for shit that we don't even own and we ain't going to keep, I can see if we kick ass and keep the shit, but we fighting over shit that don't even belong to us, that belongs to somebody else. And I'm sick and tired of that shit. Why waste our tax dollars? Why weaken our defense when we need it for whenever our adversaries come? We keep on wasting lives, wasting materials, wasting money. We keep doing this shit over and over and over again. And that's why we speak against it. Because we're not speaking against the military, we're speaking against the foreign policy that involves the military.
All right, let's hear from Spot, man. Spot
Uh,
just made it to the stage. Let's hear from Spot.
okay, I'm Spot. You go ahead. I'm gonna let you do your thing, and after you finish, I'm gonna retort Dorsey. But you go ahead, Spot, because you just pulled up.
Get closer, man. We can't hear you. Now we're talking about Taiwan right now. Yosemite, go ahead.
Okay, this
And
is
then
what I
I'm gonna
was.
respond.
This is what I was gonna say to retort to Dorsey. Dorsey, I understand your plight. The main reason why the people in the 70s marched to keep us out of Vietnam. I understand everything you saying, Dorsey. But one thing you know by you taking that oath yourself, when you sign up for that U.S. military, you take an oath to defend, to protect whatever that U.S. military asked you to defend and protect. And unfortunately, no matter how much we hate to see us being levied as perennial guard dogs of the world, there are still millions of people that sign up for that military. It's been that way for years. So that means when you sign that dotted line, you already know what you're getting yourself into. The thing
So
that I'm glad of that I ain't seen since we've been going through all the conflicts that we've been going through is that we have never in a long time since the Vietnam War had to activate drafting. So me knowing that we ain't at that point of activating, we gotta draft people for the military. That's one win for us on the board. But I do hear what you're saying. We know we are being played chess with by the politics of the world. But that shit has been going on since the ages of time,
can I
since the
respond to you?
Roman Empire.
Can I respond to you, Yosemite, real quick to you? I want to respond to you, and then
Go ahead,
Dorsey can
brother.
have too.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I stand on everything you're saying. I absolutely agree with. And one of the things that I don't like is when, especially Marines, or and I don't see a lot with the Army, but people disparage the military power, just like you're saying. The truth is, um, one thing I do agree with Dorsey on is, yeah, like there's certain wars that we should be fighting offensive wars. All right, and for offensive wars for nothing. Iraq, we fought an offensive war for absolutely no reason. There was nothing to be gained. Afghanistan, nothing to be gained. But this is not an offensive war. Okay, this is a defensive war, and we have a lot of ties with Taiwan. We rely on Taiwan. They are one of our biggest trading partners on chips. We need them. We need them to be sovereign. We need them to be secure. So this is why we take an oath. We take an oath to the Constitution to protect and defend the Constitution. The military is about protecting and defending. In World War II, we were defending against the Japanese, defending against the spread of the Nazis. All right. So when we get off track, and I mean, again, it makes people have this attitude that Dorsey has. Like why are Americans dying over these stupid conflicts? He's absolutely right. We weren't defending in Vietnam, but we were defending in South Korea. So you have to be able to look at that and see, are we doing the right thing? And the truth is, military guys analyze this. There's training scenarios, there's board scenarios, and then you have these politicians who come in here and they don't even care what the military has recommends to them because they have their lobbyists and they're going to be doing what they want to do, and we get way off track. So yeah, you're all right. We should take a look at this. And like I was trying to say before to these guys, we do study this. One thing Dorsey says, and I'll leave it here. Dorsey says it's not the size of the fight in the dog, it's the size, not the size of the dog in the fight, size of the fight in the dog. That's just crazy to say, and then say China's the one, bro. The small dog in that scenario, Dorsey, is Taiwan. So yeah, I agree with you on that. It is the size of the fight in the dog, and I'm going to stand on. I'm stand with the Taiwanese people on this. As long as we give them support, whatever they need, we give them. I don't care what if they ask for toilet paper, we should give it to them. If they need supplies, we should give it to them. If they need weapons, we should give it to them. Whatever they need, we should give it to them. That's what we can do. All right. Maybe they might lose. All right. But at least let them fight the best that they can. I'll leave it at that.
So are you willing to pay more taxes?
Yes.
Okay. You said that right off the bat, so I know you're sincere. So are the rest of y'all willing to pay taxes over needless war?
Can I say one thing, Dorsey?
I'm not.
Can I say one rebuttal on that? Let's be crystal clear. I don't think this is a needless war. That was my point. I think certain wars are needless. Afghanistan, for example, attacking Iran is a needless war. Attacking Greenland is a needless war. Defending Ukraine is a worthwhile conflict. Defending Taiwan is worthwhile. So I don't support offensive wars, Dorsey. I support defensive wars. Okay, to be crystal clear.
Okay.
Blade Bones, what do you guys say on all this?
I just wanted to say China only has, it's not 10 million, it's about 3, but I think you might have been, yeah, but nevertheless, you know, we don't really know what they have, but that's what the numbers are apparently. But you guys don't need to fight. That's the thing, is we could keep China from invading Taiwan. Hopefully, if you guys stood with Taiwan and with your allies, it would probably keep things kind of the way they are right now, which is much better than the alternative. And you guys, your track record, I know this is like some crazy destiny manifest shit, this conversation. It's crazy. And like, I know you guys are very proud of your military, but like, I thought the whole plan was to build this stuff up and have the best of everything so that you don't have to use it, so that you're so strong that you don't need to fight, right? Isn't that supposed to be like,
Exactly.
that's what
Yep.
nuclear armament was all about? It's that like, we don't have to push a button because any one of us pushes it and the whole world's gone, right? Mutually assured destruction. The point is not to use it. We're not supposed to be fighting.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
I don't know. Yeah, that's all I want to say, but that's my Canadian anti-war. Like, I just don't. I thought everybody was on board with the anti-war thing. Like, and now you guys are picking fights, and your guys' track record when you pick fights is not very good.
Very true.
I would disagree in the sense that when we're fighting a defensive war, here's
I
the
said
thing
when you
too.
pick
I'm not
fights.
on board with dying with for Taiwan. I'm not on board with that. But we do need their chips. We fucking need their goddamn chips. Okay, so even if we're morally against it, from a logical standpoint, we have to defend it because then China has it. And China doesn't have our best interests at heart right now. And just in case anyone's curious as to whether or not they do. They're not exactly our allies. Sure, we do a lot of trade deals with them and we make a lot of money with them. That's cool and all, but they're not exactly our best friends. So it's in our interest to defend Taiwan, unfortunately so.
Mhm.
Spot 71. Do you want to talk? Go ahead.
Oh shit! I gotta go.
Hey, we can't really hear you. You're gonna have to pick up the mic. We can't really hear you. Yeah, you might have to leave and come back. We can't hear nothing you're saying. I'm not gonna lie. We can't hear nothing. It sounds like you way far away. Yeah, you got to leave and just come back. I'll bring you right back up.
Hey, Doom, you got some thoughts on this?
Oh no,
Like I can,
I couldn't hear him, so it's hard for me to have thoughts. Could someone repeat what he said?
I didn't hear. I'm assuming he's still talking about the Taiwan. Okay. Yeah. You said you don't see them as a threat. Everything is fabricated in China. Well, do damage. You really can't say that because today they just declared a state of emergency for Cuba, and they listed China as one of the reasons that we're labeling Cuba a state of what do they call it? Damn, I don't think it's state of emergency. I got the I got it in the Discord. Let me look real quick.
The United States started shit with China first, and China is only responding, and we keep on provoking them over and over and over and over and over and
Oh yeah,
over
it's
and over.
a national emergency. The Trump administration signed an executive order today declaring Cuba a national emergency. So, and one of the reasons they listed for that was China. So we can't say that China is not a threat. We can say that we don't feel like it is, but this administration and is using it as a ploy to carry out what they want to carry out, as in taking care of the Western Hemisphere. We
But
seen it in Venezuela. Hold on, let me finish. We seen it in Venezuela. They talked about the Chinese influence in Venezuela. They're talking about the Chinese and Russian influence in Greenland. And it's the same thing for Cuba right now. So we can't just I'm responding to damage in the comments said that I don't see them as a threat. Everything is fabricated in China. Yeah, whether that's true or not, actually, it's being used. It's being used as as an initiative for this administration.
So I want to say one thing about this, and I'm addressing what he's saying, but I'm talking to you, Plug. This is the problem, and I agree with what he's saying. These are fabricated things. This administration are pathological liars, and they're going to drag us into another unnecessary war, which is kind of what Dorsey's talking about. These unnecessary wars. You know, the Bush administration was so guaranteed sure that Iraq was a threat to us, and that they're going to bomb us, and we found out when we got on the ground that it wasn't the case. Venezuela had fentanyl for sure coming out, and also before that, remember that Iran had, I mean, sorry, Venezuela had Hezbollah in there. They had Hamas in there. They pick our enemies and say that they're fighting here, and they're not. China's not threatening us with war. The only war
That's
that we're
the
gonna have with
same thing
China,
they said about, not to cut you off, but that's the same thing that they said about Cuba. They mentioned Hezbollah, they mentioned
yeah,
Hamas, they mentioned China.
I
It's the
know.
same script.
It's the same old lie as spot on about that. It's just these are just fabricated lies for war. And what happened is after the war's over and there's an investigation, it'll come out, oops, we made a mistake. Oh, we're sorry. But then Dorsey's right. All these dead Americans, and it was for nothing. The truth is Trump is trying to start a war here to help Putin continue his wars over there. Meantime, what no one's talking about is the giant buildup of Russian forces in the Arctic. Okay,
He
this is
think
we should.
that is a big thing of that everybody's talking about the giant buildup of Russian forces in the Arctic. I don't know where you've been at, Steve, but everybody's talking. That's one of the
All
main
right,
reasons for Greenland.
but again, that is not. If we wanted, Greenland's not attached to the United States. You know what is attached to the United States? Siberia. So if we're going to take a piece of land and make us secure, let's take Siberia away. That's going to shut the Russians down. But taking Greenland, that's those are NATO allies. Okay, all we got to do is support our NATO partners up there. If there's a war in Greenland, Plug, do you don't think that we're going to need partners to fight Russia in there? Who are the partners we're going to have to choose? Our Greenland our NATO allies, who we just started a war with. So see, what I'm saying doesn't make sense. But getting back
It
to the
does,
Cuba
man.
thing,
It doesn't. Hold on. Before you move on, it doesn't make sense when you look at it as hold on. It doesn't make sense when you look at it as an isolated thing, but when you look at it as consolidation leading towards the one world government, it makes total sense. We see Russia like we speak about all the time, encroaching, trying to take more land. We see China, they're of course going to go for Taiwan, and we see America trying to take over the whole Western Hemisphere. It's consolidation on the way to a one world government. At the same time, all of this is happening. We're walking into a police state. It's not by accident. It's all by design, and it's all according to the timeline. It's just this timeline has been accelerated.
the timeline that you're talking about is in the book. Again, look it up. Foundation of Geopolitics. It's a book by a guy named Alexander Dugin. And the only timeline that you're talking about right now, that's Putin's timeline. That's what Putin wants. He wants that consolidation because in the end, he gets everything that he wants.
But we can't just blame that on Putin because I sat there and watched Klaus Schwab talk about a one world government for years. Now we got what's the new guy that's over the WEF? We can talk about the WEF. We can talk. Every time they go to Davos, that's all it is. We hear Mark Carney talking about a new world order. We've been hearing about this. We can't just keep blaming Putin for everything when it's a globalist agenda. Have we not listened to Alex Jones for 30 years scream at the top of his lungs about it?
The new world order, yes, is something. So all that means is that there's a new world order from the old world order, and everybody has a different vision of it. It's not the same vision. Putin has a very clear idea of the new world order. It's to get the U.S. out of Africa, out of Asia, out of Europe, and to have us only in the Western Hemisphere. That's his plan. That's not our plan. We should be defending. We have to defend the Pacific Ocean and those trade routes, those ocean routes. Number one, we have to align ourselves with our NATO allies in Europe. Number two, and personally, I think we have to help the Kurds in the Middle East or in the Levant. That's who we should be helping. Is the Kurds in there, and we should have a base with the Kurds. That's my vision of the New World Order. But Putin wants us.
What makes the Kurds a great ally?
I want to get to all the subject, but the Kurds have supported us in every single war, and we as a nation failed the Kurds. We failed the Kurds in World War I, after the Ottoman Empire fell, that we didn't let them have their own land. The Kurds came to our aid in the Iraq War. The Kurds came to in both Iraq wars. The Kurds have been our long. They were our aides in the Syrian war. They've been our aides for a long time. They're more loyal to us than any other group of people, except for maybe the Ukrainians.
Anything that we did out there still
Turkey for some Kurds.
All I'm saying is that benefited them to an extent. Is all I'm saying. It was never to a point where they weren't always pushing those ethics or those extincts. Those distinct descriptions of how they wanted to live their life in those places, period. They were always oppositions of whoever we were dealing with. Because I seen Kurds, a lot of Kurds got left hanging by us,
Yes,
when
yes.
we so I understand their loss. But then who are they in the position that they are? Because that's why I say in a different I get deeper, like, oh, are you Kurdish until I'm black?
No,
Am I still a bead? Am I still your slave? Like, I don't give a fuck once it goes past that.
So again, I want to get back to the Cuban thing, but I'll answer your question real quick. Just look up what Kurdistan is, and it's its own region. It predates all the little lines in the map that were drawn by the Ottomans and by the Western empires in their New World Order.
Yeah.
And the Kurds, if the Kurds had all their land back, they have so much rich resources and that stuff. They have their own language. They have multiple religions. They're Christian. They're Muslim. They're Jewish.
That'd be a good idea.
None of it means nothing if I'm a slave over that bitch. It don't matter. It don't matter.
Let me just finish. The Kurds don't have slaves. Kurds have never had slaves. All right, so that's nothing to do with us. What it has to do is the Ottomans made. So the Ottoman Empire wanted to keep. Matt, can I finish? The Ottoman Empire. One of their main things when the war ended is they didn't want the Kurds to have their land back. And the Ottoman Empire became Turkey, and Turkey right now doesn't want them to have their land back because Turkey is stealing those resources. Turkey has water, Turkey has oil, all this stuff comes in Kurdish land. The Kurds in Iraq. What George Bush should have done in his war was gone in there and said we're going to liberate Kurdistan, and that's it. That's all he had to do. He should never have gotten rid of Saddam Hussein. Saddam was fighting Iran. But that's my. I don't want to keep going on that. But the Kurds, all you got to do is just look on the map. Kurds are in Iran. Like we should help them.
I agree on that. I remember that I was actually politically involved in thinking about things at that time. I was actually alive then dealing with those situations. I understand that point. You are completely correct on that aspect. Saddam was a terrible move for the world. He was actually keeping things in order where they needed to be.
Yeah, it was horrible getting rid of him because he was fighting the Iranians. Even though he did kill the Kurds, the reason why he killed the Kurds was because they were helping the Iranians in the Iran-Iraq war. And he was wrong, but we didn't need to kill him. We need to make him do an apology tour every year, but we should have kept him alive to continue to fight Iran. That's why we had the big problem. But getting back to what Plug...
fucking crystal ball up. There's gonna be some people that have to, get unalived in this situation. And when you do something to unalive someone else, you can't say that karma ain't gonna hit you back in the same side. Everybody always says that. Karma's gonna hit you back in the same side. That means if there's a life lost, then there's a life lost. You know what I mean? And I hate it, whatever it is, but this shit ain't pretty.
I don't want to go down too many more rabbit holes, Plug, and so I'm gonna take you right back to where we started from. We just can't.
No. Hold up. Pump your brakes, partner. The Kurds still own slaves, so don't come with that bullshit now.
I think every country had
Every country
slaves.
says slaves. I'm not gonna argue with that at all. So let's just move on because
You
okay,
can't
sure.
argue it because you. But no, because you said they didn't. Now hold up. Every time we find something, we find a hole in your damn story, all of a sudden you want to gloss over it. So
Can I say
no,
something?
fuck the Kurds. If they had slaves, fuck no. Fuck the Kurds.
Okay, so when did
guess who the slave? Guess who the
they have them
slaves
now?
were?
Can I say something?
No. Guess who the slave were? Africans, black people. Every time we motherfucking involve, oh well, that's just a little man. Fuck you. I don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Hey,
If you own slaves, fuck you.
So the Turks own slaves. The Saudis own
And fucking
slaves.
Turks too.
Okay, well then let's give the Kurds back the land. We'll say fuck Turkey. We can agree on that.
No, we ain't
Let's
giving
move
them
on.
shit. We ain't giving them shit. Because what goes around comes around.
Anyway,
Like Top Cat said, what comes around comes
That is still happening. I think it's more important if it's still happening.
There you are, Spot. Nice to hear from you. All right, so let's get your stance on this, Spot. How's it going? You were talking. Let's go over what you were saying before because we couldn't hear you. What were you saying before? Go back over
it. Just that I think that we should, if there's slaves or there's countries having slaves now, that is different from having slaves back then, I think.
So let's get back to the stuff they were talking about Cuba and all that stuff and the misinformation.
Cuba.
We were talking about Cuba before, and that's not what you were talking about when you were talking about the misinformation that the U.S. government presents all the time. We couldn't hear you at all that whole time you were talking before.
See, Steve is great. He remembered that shit. That's why I love Steve being on it. Get it, bro.
Well, yeah, you're always going to get disinformation from any government. It's what their agenda is about, and who is in power within that country. So, I believe that almost all countries right now are close to civil war. If you look at what China's doing right now, I know we're on the other side, but they're starting to shoot up the streets. They're killing people too, right in their streets. So, what I'm seeing is we're having a lot of trouble here in the U.S. And that's because there's these Democratic parties or part of the politics have been planning things for many, many years. And we're not the only ones. Each country has been doing it. And each country is robbing their people. And I believe after we kick one or two, the rebels, they're going to stand up and fight. If they can take down their leader, kind of what we're seeing in Iraq, I think it's going to happen in more than one country, and it's going to continue. So I think the whole thing is about getting a stable government, someone you can actually trust, and not, them trying to trick you, because it always seems like Russia's always trying to trick us. They're always trying to be one up on us, no matter what.
Yep.
And they're always trying to hide their military or what they do have. And I think that's as long as we have those type of leaders, we're going to have trouble. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you. And getting back to the New World Order thing that Plug you were talking about, um, I think this administration is using misinformation to try and control the narrative. There, no time before this, from Obama on back, we did not ever try to steal Greenland. We did not ever try to reconquer Cuba. We did not ever try to take over the every political aspect of Venezuela. And the only person doing that is this president. And it's a false narrative. That's what I'm saying. Hezbollah is no threat. Hezbollah is not a threat at all. So why are we saying Hezbollah is in Cuba? Because that's the enemy that triggers the right and triggers the war hawks in our country. Why are we saying like we're saying Hamas is there too now? They're not. Like we should actually make it like how can we make a treaty with Russia but we can't make a treaty with Cuba? We don't ever need to fight Cuba. Never. There's no need for us to send troops to die in Cuba or to take Cuba back. But for Russia, it makes sense because then they can justify taking Ukraine. You see what I'm saying, Plug? This is what this is all about. It's a false narrative. You there, Plug?
Very understandable. Very
Top Cat.
understandable.
Do you see what I'm saying though?
No, I hear what you're saying. That's why I say we all come to the same point in the end, but mine is a little different more because it's a little more biblical, but on a different understanding. Like I get exactly where you're coming from. That's why I say I love hearing you speak because you speak with 100% intelligence. It might not go aligned with the aspect of everybody else. You know what I mean? But like not me, probably 70% of the time because I'm human. I don't want things to go this way, but they're gonna go this way. It's what's written. You know what I mean? It's already written down. That's basically my understanding of it. If anybody wanted to come from the end and start moving back, they'll see like Topcast talking from the end. Like I'm talking from the end, bro. This is where it's coming to. So I get your point, and my point is the same. We all have our districts in it. You know what I'm saying? Like where we feel like we feel in this situation where politics and government and military are coming to. And in the end, I'm still gonna be black.
Amen. Amen.
On that note, I want to address this to Dorsey. So, Dorsey, I'm not trying to avoid your question. I just wanted to finish my point. So, enlighten me, Dorsey, because I'm unaware of it. Please let me know when the Kurds had slaves. And you look up on the computer. Look up on the computer.
Okay, no problem. I just was reading this shit. Okay. So, modern slavery today, Turkey, where a large Kurdish population lives, has a high prevalence of modern slavery, often impacting refugees. So, yeah, they still have slavery.
Can I respond to that?
No, you can't respond to it. Because you asked me what the fuck the fact was. I repeated it. I ain't finna have no questions and debate about what's a fact. If one Kurd has a slave, then motherfucker is down with slavery. That's what I'm down with. So my whole thing is, why don't y'all motherfuckers concentrate on ending slavery before you start trying to jump into other people's shit?
All right.
Do that.
So I'm first off, this is called Debate Nation, Dorsey. That's what the whole purpose of this is. Number one.
I don't give a fuck if it's called Tampon Nation, nigga.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Let me finish, Dorsey. I listen to you respectfully, now listen to me. All right.
No, cause no. Cause if we had a time clock, your ass would take up the majority of the time. So once again, I am speaking, and I'm changing the goddamn format to something else because you still always seem to want. Because first of all, where the fuck is the moderators who was supposed to be doing the fact checking? Because this shit I shouldn't even had to do.
Dorsey, first off, what you said is wrong. There is slavery there, but the slavery is ISIS. ISIS is enslaving the Kurds. The Yazidis were put into slavery by ISIS. That's the slavery there. Kurds don't hold slaves. So what you're saying should be fact checked,
Bullshit,
Dorsey,
dude.
because you're
Come
factually
on,
wrong.
dude.
It's
Can
wrong,
you?
wrong, wrong.
Hold on. Can
I've never heard
you,
of the
for
Zeddies.
a fact, say that every
Who,
Kurd ain't got a damn slave?
Yeah, we
who are the
can. We can,
Zeddies?
Dorsey.
I've never heard of the Zeddies. I would love
The
to know who those people are. Who are the
So
Zeddies?
Oh,
let me respond to that.
that's the devil people. That's
Maybe
the
not
people.
all of them.
That's the people
Wow.
who worship the
Wow.
devil. They said that the devil
Yeah.
is God itself.
Let me answer since let me speak from a point of understanding rather than a point of ignorance and ISIS. Basically Dorsey is modern day ISIS. That's some ISIS talk right there. Let me tell you what the Yazidi are. The Yazidi are one of the oldest indigenous people on the planet. Okay, they're Kurds. Okay, they live up in the mountains. In above, their main group is in Iraq, and they got demonized just like we saw right here.
Hold
Let me
on,
fin-
hold
no,
on. You
let me
made
fin- let me
another.
finish.
You
Let me
made
finish.
a
Let
no,
me finish.
no,
Let
no,
me finish.
no.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Africans are the
Let me finish.
oldest
Let me finish. Let
motherfucking
me finish. Let me finish. Let
indigenous
me finish.
motherfucking thing.
Dorsey,
How the fuck
no,
you come? Y'all always try to
Dorsey.
take our shit.
You know, and
Africans are the oldest motherfucking indigenous motherfucking population on this earth.
so
Y'all
here I go.
always try to gloss
I'm gonna.
over that shit.
I'm gonna
Stop
finish
giving
because
that shit to people who motherfucking originated from Africa.
I'm gonna finish.
Africans
Okay.
are the motherfucking oldest.
Yeah.
This is the biggest problem I have.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me finish. This is the problem I have. Dorsey always tries to hijack a conversation and get you lost and stuff. We're gonna stick with what we're talking about. In that region, the Yazidi, if you look back, they have a history, and their history goes back way before Islam, way before anything else formed in that region. These Yazidi were there. So when Islam came along, they walked up into the mountains. They met the Yazidi. They said, "Let us see your religion."
How do they spell that shit? Because when we talk
Uh,
about Islam, that's way past Israelite stuff. So I
even when
mean that's
Israelite,
way
even
later.
so, just
So
look up
no,
Yazidi. Look up
how do you spell that shit?
Yizidi. Yazidi.
Y-I-Z-I. Okay,
Oh yeah,
Y-I-G-I.
Yazidi. All right. And so look, I'm
Y-A-Z-I.
talking in this region. Okay, they've never left that region. All right, they've been there. This is what the Yazidi say. These aren't my beliefs. This is what their beliefs are. All right, their beliefs are they were formed of Adam, not from Adam and Eve, just of Adam, and that they've been people living separately up at that mountain since the time of Adam and Eve. That's what their beliefs are. Okay, so it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Unless you're educated on it, I'd rather not speak on it. So that's what they believe. And yes, the Muslims call them devil worshippers to try to get rid.
Hold up. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I can speak on and what I can't
Dorothy, I
speak
ain't
on?
talking to you. I ain't talking to you no more because you can't be respectful. I'm
All
not even
right
talking to
then,
you.
fuck you then. I don't give a fuck about your respect because your shit don't
No,
mean shit to me,
I
white
know
boy.
because
You
you
one of
talk
them
out of
kind of white
ignorance.
boys
You
who
talk out of
think that
ignorance.
just because you say some shit that is supposed to mean something.
What did you
It
call me,
don't mean
Dorsey?
shit to me.
Relax. Let's not create a race war here. Okay.
It ain't
There's
a
only two
race
white guys.
war.
Well, there's
It's
technically
about
three
putting a
white guys here.
motherfucker in check.
Like three
Yeah.
white
That's
guys,
what the
but you know.
fuck it is. He says some derogatory shit about the Marine Corps. He
Yeah, because
always
they're
got
dumb.
some slick shit coming out his mouth with his bitch ass. But when I get in his ass, all of a sudden he
Dorsey,
want to play the fucking victim.
throw up your
Stop with that slick talk, bitch.
give me your location, Dorsey. No, I'll come to your location, dog. I ain't worried
Okay,
about coming back to California.
motherfucker,
I'm gonna come visit my
motherfucker,
aunt.
2323, motherfucker, Reseda Boulevard, apartment
Rosita.
203. Come to this motherfucker, because when you knock on the door, I'm buzzing you in your cap.
We
That's
ain't
what
knocking,
the fuck.
Dorsey. We ain't knocking, Dorsey. There'll be a box
Oh,
up front. You open
motherfucker,
it
you
and
ain't getting in
boom.
my house. I
We
got
ain't
triple
knocking,
locks on my shit.
bro.
So come on,
We
bring
ain't
your
knocking,
ass
Turn
Dorsey.
down
on.
the testosterone.
Bring
We ain't
your
knocking.
bitch ass on from
We
North
ain't knocking,
Texas.
Dorsey.
Drive in the snow. Bring your bitch ass on in.
We ain't
Now,
knocking, Dorsey. We ain't knocking.
you
All right,
ain't
but
doing
let me get
shit.
back.
You just
Let
a
me get back.
bitch that talk shit.
Let's see your face,
Put it
Dorsey.
on your mama there, nigga.
Show
Put
me
it
your
on your
face,
mama and
Dorsey.
I'll see you in 2 days. Put it on
Anyway,
your mama and show the fuck up. If
I'm gonna get
not,
back to the
you ain't doing
conversation.
nothing but talking out your ass.
Let's get back to the
Faggot.
conversation. So, like I was saying before about the Yazidi, okay, the Yazidi, Top Cat, Yazidi were an ancient people, and they were there. And when the Muslims came up there, the Muslims heard their belief system, and they deemed them devil worshippers. Now, what they believe is that there was a spirit, what is it called?
Damn, so
A peacock.
Dorsey knew what he was talking about.
No, so hear me out. There's this
No,
giant
because he said
peacock.
that he did.
I'm,
I'm just keeping it 100. I'm just
oh,
listening to everything.
I'm gonna answer.
Dorsey,
I'm gonna
soon
answer
as
you.
you said that, soon as you said that, Dorsey said, "Oh, the devil worshippers." Woo. He
Yeah, but
actually knew of them.
no, yeah, but the reason why is because the Muslims talk about them. Okay, Islam was the one who said that they worship the devil, but they don't worship the devil. They don't worship the devil. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but see, my whole thing is I knew about them before you even mentioned that shit. Like you the only
Dorsey,
motherfucker that got books.
so
That's why I get pissed.
I
Because
didn't read about it.
motherfucker, you ain't the only one that read books.
I didn't read
I
about it,
knew
Dorsey.
about these people 5 fucking years ago when ISIS was motherfucking dogging them out.
So
So what
I
the
don't.
fuck you talking
I didn't just know about them. When I was in Iraq, I was a trainer in Iraq. Top Cat, you still there? Top Cat, you
Yeah,
still there?
I'm here 100. I'm right here, bro.
All right. So when I was in Iraq, we used to train with them, okay? And they got treated horribly. They were great fighters. They were great soldiers. But the Muslims treated them. The Muslims talk like he was talking, that crazy talk about them being devil worshippers. And so I asked him about it. And they explained this to me. And go, no, we don't worship the devil. We understand the history of what God is all
about? We
about.
don't even worship God, so how the fuck you gonna have something to say?
Anyway, I'm talking Top Cat.
Do
So
you worship God? Answer that.
So Top Cat, like I was saying
Do
before.
you worship God? Yes or fucking no?
So Top Cat, like I was saying before.
Like I said, Top Cat,
I'm
he ain't answering the
here.
fucking question because he don't believe in God. So he gonna think whatever the fuck some other religion has to say about devil worshiper that they're crazy. See,
Top
that's
Cat.
the kind of shit atheists always come up with.
That is on the bottom of it. If you don't believe in something, then it does change how your view is on it. So,
Well,
do you believe in the Most High? Do you believe in a higher creator than yourself?
I'm a deist.
You know what the words that the definitions they give for deity. You know,
what?
I know what the definitions of them. I don't know. I don't know if it's completely what it is when they give the definition of it. Like,
I'm a deist. I'm a deist. That's what I believe in. Right? I'm a deist. But that has
So
nothing to
what
do
is
with
a
it.
deist?
Well, Nick, if you don't know, look it up. I thought you knew everything. So
No,
figure it
I
out.
ain't got to motherfucking lick her shit up. I'm asking you
Then
a
don't.
question direct. See, that's why I don't trust your ass
If you don't know
because
what
you
deist
don't
is,
never give
Dorsey.
nobody no straight answers.
Dorsey, if you don't know
Typical
what
white
deist is,
boy
it ain't my
shit.
problem. It ain't my problem.
Devil worshiping ass
You know the
bitch.
definition, Dorsey. Let's see if my folks will spit it. What is the definition for a deist? I don't even know how many people in here. If there's anybody in here, or we just talking shit. But I would like to know what the definition of it is now. I mean, I used to think I knew definitions, but people have been showing me a whole bunch of new shit. It's crazy.
Do you guys know the founding fathers
I'd
were
like to
deists,
know.
right? You know the founding fathers were deists, right? George Washington was a deist. Abraham Lincoln was a deist. I'm not sorry. Benjamin Franklin was a deist. The founders were deists. That's what their belief system was. I thought everybody knew what deism is.
And every one of them motherfuckers own slaves.
No,
Every one of them own
I've never
slaves.
heard of that.
Your definition of it.
So this is the best way to explain it. Okay, what deists basically believe is that the universe was set up like a giant domino. All right, and when the creator began the universe, he just gave one little tap on the first domino, and then everything else fell into place. There's no magic man out there controlling every little thing in your life. All that stuff is hocus pocus. There is a higher power that created all living things, and it's all on a plan, a master plan, and that's what the universe is running off of. From the beginning, everything is know what you're going to do, like a giant domino setup. Every domino is going to drop in its exact position. That's what deism is. All right,
So
but
he
that has
don't
nothing.
believe in God.
That's
So he don't
exactly
believe in
what I
God.
think
That's what
you
I'm saying.
Dorsey, you don't know what you're talking about, so
So
I'm not even going to argue with you on
so
that. You don't
what's
know what
the
you're
point?
talking
No,
about.
Hey,
he
Top
does.
Cat, Top
No, he
He
Cat,
does
doesn't. That's
believe.
because
Top
if you
Cat.
understand what if you
What's
understand
the
what
point of prayer if motherfucking shit is already gonna happen? What's the point of prayer if shit is already gonna happen?
so let me get this
then
right. Because
if it don't happen,
I don't believe in what you believe in, but
in a
that's not what
deity
America's all
scenario,
about.
that only can happen for you. Only thing that you can worry about is what comes through your two eyes or your six
Ex-
senses. You know,
exactly.
that's the only thing. Yeah.
Exactly, Tomcat. The plan's already set. Live your life to the best of your ability. That was the will of the creator from the beginning. Okay? That was the will, and that was the plan. So that's what
No,
I
that's
believe.
the
But
shit
that's
come out your mouth. That's not what the shit come out of the Bible.
Dorsey, look at deism, all right? The
I'm
problem is
not looking up no
I'm not
shit.
I'm
I'm
not
not
worried
looking
about
up
what the
no
Bible
white man
says.
religion. What the fuck I look like? That's how
Dorsey,
motherfuckers got caught up the first time. If it
so
ain't
let's
in the
get back.
Bible, if it ain't in the Bible, it ain't in the Torah, and it ain't in the Quran, that shit is bullshit.
White people wrote the Bible, Dorsey. The Matthew,
White
Mark,
people
Luke, and
did not
John.
motherfucking write the Bible.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those guys didn't write those
Bible,
books.
they were
Those guys didn't write those
motherfucking
books.
That's the new.
Africans.
You're
Those guys
talking.
didn't write
It
those
says
books.
it in. That's
Damn,
the
you
New
motherfuckers always
Testament.
come with that
New
bullshit.
Testament. That's the new shit.
So Top
That's
Cat,
100% new shit. That's
Top Cat.
when we start talking about Matthew, Luke, we start talking about the complete. The Torah has been there, and every single thing on this earth respects what the Torah says.
Okay,
Period.
so let me respond to that right there, Top Cat. The Torah's been here, the Quran came here, but you know what's before both the Quran and the Torah? The Yazidi. The Yazidi predate all of
The
that, and
devil
this
worshiping
is what they
motherfuckers.
say.
That's who is here. The
That's what they
devil
say.
worshiping motherfuckers. That's who
So,
is there. Thank you.
what call it whatever you want to, it doesn't matter. But the bottom line is they were being genocide by the ISIS because ISIS believed that what they had a right to kill these people and to
So if
enslave them
everything's already preordained, why you give a fuck? He's
because
already on the domino. Why the fuck should we even bother then?
you
If
should bother
everything
because
on the domino.
that's part of the
I
greater
really
will.
want to know that answer though. If it's already what it is, I can't even hate on that. I'm gonna give Dorsey on
Because
that because I have another.
I'll tell you what. I'll answer that
Please
question.
let me know.
I'll answer that question because it is your responsibility. You were born for a purpose, all right? Your purpose is to fight the good fight. Now, if you quit that good fight, it'll go down a different path. In the long run, it might come out the same, but in the short run, it's going to be bad. So you should fight
Good
the
for
good fight.
who?
You shouldn't.
Good for who? The who made slaves? I'm not
You know,
fighting for no motherfucker who enslaved people. Are you out
I
your
listen.
fucking mind?
The problem, Dorsey, why don't you stop interrupting me while I'm talking?
Because motherfucker, you lying.
No, Dorsey, you're the one. You're the one who can't keep a conversation. You just let me finish, all right?
No, I can't keep a conversation because I
Listen
don't
to
tolerate
me.
liars. You're a
The
fucking
only
liar. Every
the
fucking
only
time
thing
we
I
correct
think about
you,
between
you
y'all two
motherfucking then
is
change the subject. You
No, Dorsey,
dismiss
you
the
changed the subject.
motherfucking subject. No,
You changed the
you do,
subject.
bitch.
Look where we are right now. We're talking about Cuba. We're talking about the Azeri, and Dorsey drags us down to this fucking
No, how
ditch
the
every
fuck did
time,
we get
every
to the
conversation.
Yazidi when we was talking about Cuba? See, that's the whole fucking point. You done brought us from Taiwan to Ukraine to Venezuela. Now we talking about some goddamn Kurds.
Top
And
Cat,
that's why I motherfucking get pissed because you keep motherfucking moving the goddamn goalposts.
Top Cat,
Every
Top
fucking
Cat.
time we motherfucking get your ass in the corner,
are you
you want to
yeah,
jump
you
onto
just
another fucking subject.
Spot just
Top
sat
Cat.
in the same position for 30 to 40 seconds. He didn't move. He was listening. I was looking, I
Top
said, is my shit froze? My nigga was sitting there.
Top Cat.
Go, go ahead.
Didn't you ask about the Azeri? Yes or no?
No, I'm not too versed in the Zeddy. Like I've
Yeah,
heard
it's
about it and I
right.
got into it, but I want to hear other people's opinions about it. I got it and
All
I
right,
formed my own opinion. I want to hear
and
other people's.
And that's how we got here. Okay, we're talking
Yeah,
about the
but
Kurds.
I'm so surprised though. Still, my nigga Dorsey, brother from another mother. As soon as you said it, he said that's the devil. He already didn't study it. This
No,
motherfucker is
Dorsey told you where it
mutual
came
too.
from. Hang on, Dorsey told you. Dorsey
I
told you where
know
it came
that
from.
damn thing.
Okay, so in 2014, what
Hey,
happened was ISIS
Cali
attacked
keeps
the
impressing
Yazidi.
me. It keeps
Mhm.
it. Cali keeps impressing me. Dorsey over here, as much as y'all think that this motherfucker, he is talking about some shit that only 100% intelligent motherfuckers can know about.
All
And
right,
ain't nobody my nigga
hang on.
Dorsey nigga get it. And I
Let me
give it to
explain.
you too.
Every time Dorsey talks about something, it's basically a conspiracy theory. And the ISIS, what ISIS
Shit.
said, was that we have to kill these people because they're devil worshippers. That's where that trigger mark came from. It was an ISIS thing about the Yazidi. ISIS said that they were devil worshippers. That's where it came from. All right. And in 2014, they attacked them. They kidnapped 200 girls, children, and they raped them and sold them into slavery. That wasn't the Kurds that were committing slavery.
No,
It was
what
ISIS.
Dorsey said is, and you said it yourself. You said God didn't create them; that they came from Adam. Don't come with that bullshit. Now that's what you said. You
All right.
said God had nothing to do with them, and that they came from Adam. That's what the fuck you said.
So I know what I said, and I'll say it again since you didn't hear what I said. I said
No, I heard
according.
what you said. I
No,
don't give a fuck what you want to retract. Now you
I'm not
want to
retracting.
motherfucking
Dorsey, I'm not
clean up
retracting
your
shit.
statement.
Let me. I'm gonna
No,
stay.
because you
No,
don't
this is what I
stand on
said.
your shit. You
Top Cat.
don't stand on your shit.
Top Cat. This is why I like talking to you because Dorsey can't listen because he can't take criticism. What I said was
No,
very
because
clear. What
Dorsey
I
don't
said was very
tolerate
clear.
bullshit.
What
See,
I said was very clear.
that's what
What
you
I said
army
was very
motherfuckers
clear.
always do.
What I said was very clear, and I'll say it again, okay? This is according to the Yazidi. They said they weren't born of Adam and Eve. They were born directly of Adam. You can look that up, okay? I didn't say anything about God or all. I said that's what I said. So I know what I said because it's the
Hey,
history.
So what the fuck you
I'm
think
quoting you
Adam
the
is,
history.
nigga? How
how
can you
would a
prove there's an
born
Adam if there ain't no
so,
God?
so
How the fuck
did
can you
Adam have
prove there's Adam if there ain't no fucking God?
I
The
just want to know,
Yazidi believe
did
in.
Adam have babies? If they were born directly of Adam, I'm confused now. Like, so he was by himself and they were born of Adam or made of Adam? I don't understand the difference. That's what I'm saying.
But
So,
I'm
did
happy to
you ever
talk to
see
you.
that part?
I'm
If
happy to
they're
talk
from
about it.
Adam,
I'll
they
tell you
must
about it.
be Adam.
I'll tell you about what again. This isn't what my belief is. This is
No,
what
I
they
want to
said.
I've
I'm
never heard of this
I'm trying
whole situation. So
I'm
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 really
trying to
trying to
tell
hear
you.
more.
I'm trying to
Go
tell
ahead.
you. All right.
I'm
So
quiet shit.
this is what they say, all right? And I didn't hear that. I didn't read about this. I talked to them. Again, when I was in Iraq in 2005, I trained with these guys. They were the best of all the fighters we had. All the teams we trained with, they were the best. And they explained to me what their belief system was every night after training. And they say this. They said that God created the earth, all this stuff, but he also created the angels. And the angels were these giant peacocks. And one of the angels, they have a name for him. He was the one who didn't like men, and then God rebuked him for it, and he cried for 6,000 years and cried these baths full of tears. All right. Now they say that I said, "Where did you come from?" And they said, "This is where we came from. You most humans came between Adam and Eve. That's where humans came from. All right. But we don't believe that. We believe that we were born directly of Adam. So if you look at the history of it, there was a 150-year period when Adam left Eve. And during this time period, he went to his first wife, who was Lilith. And they were
Yep.
and they created children together, not sexually.
And Lilith was a demon.
God
Lilith
damn,
was a demon.
everything's a demon to you, bro. God damn.
No,
What
it's
is your
not.
I
what
think
is your
I've
Look
belief
heard
up
this
again?
Lilith.
story.
Everybody
Yeah.
look up Lilith and see if
I
she was
do
not a demon.
understand from the
Lilith
Sanskrit
is a
that Lilith
demon.
didn't have children until she dealt with the deceiver. She didn't have no children until she dealt with the deceiver, and that's why she
Again,
is the demon of
that right there is
soulless children.
that right there comes from matriarchal rule over our earth.
Oh,
And
here
and
we go with that bullshit. See,
Oh,
that's that
I'm
faggot
sorry.
shit.
I
I
meant
told you.
No,
I
That's
meant
that
no.
faggot
patriarchal.
shit.
You heard that from an Egyptian source,
No,
or
I meant
that's a
patriarchal.
Canaanite
No,
thing?
no. So talk to any rabbi who understands what he's talking about, and ask him who Lilith was, and he'll freak out. And the reason why is in the Bible it says this, and the gods said, "Let us make man in our own image. In the image of God
Yes,
created
the
He them."
Elohim, the
Hang on,
Elohim.
listen. Male and female created He them. That was Adamah, which is Lilith, and
Dama,
Adam,
that's
the
Lilith
two. Okay.
and Adamah.
Now,
Yeah, we
later,
get you.
later on in the Bible, in chapter 3, it says, "And Adam was alone." Why? Because Adama, Lilith, his wife, left him. She left
Yeah,
him.
yes.
Exactly. She left him, and the exact point she left him is kind of like symbolic. But when the evening and the morning were the first day. Okay, when the sun rose, that was when Adam. So when Lilith and Adam had sex, Lilith was on top, and Adam struck her.
I don't
This
know.
isn't.
This is gonna mess it up. I want you to tell the story, but I know the whole story of dominance and all that. I know when she ran off. I know whatever, but she was. From what I'm trying to find out, was she? You're saying she was impregnated by Adam before she left?
No, what I'm saying is that Lilith never sinned against God. But all the people when the
What?
She did. She
What?
disobeyed God.
What? He sent his angels after her because of her sin.
again
By her folding over to the deceiver, she sinned because she wasn't the same as Eve. She
did
wasn't of the flesh or of Adam. She was
she was
of the
created.
truth.
No, she was
She
created
was
directly of God, and when that's when they were created, male and female created He them. That's creation of Adama, which is Lilith, and
so you
Adam.
telling me
That's
that
when they were
God
created.
sinned. You telling
So
me
what?
God sinned. You're telling me God sinned.
No, I'm
Even
telling you this.
Adam fell.
That
Even Adam fell for the temptation of Eve. He never fell for the temptation of Lilith.
so Lilith Lilith
That's where
never
the
ate.
difference is.
Lilith
That's where the
never
difference is.
ate.
No, listen to what I'm saying. That's where the
Okay.
difference is. Just understand what I'm saying. That's where the difference is. He never fell for what Lilith fell for. He never fell for that.
Let me
He,
respond to that.
okay, that's you know what I'm talking about. So go ahead.
So again,
I know what you're talking about.
there's two texts in the Bible. There is the first one, that's the birth of Lilith, and then it says Adam was alone. Now, if you look up the word DNA, what it actually stands for, break that word down and it explains to you what happened with Adam alone. When Adam was alone, his rib, it's DNA, which stands for Deo, XY, nuclei, something like this. Adam split himself. Adam and Eve were one. The Bible says
Okay.
Adam can't do shit. Creation did that with Adam. The Most High Creator did that with it. He had
Adam
nothing. He
split
asked
himself.
for it.
Okay,
Listen,
so
everything that's perfect moves along perfect. That's why we even see to the point of we looking at mushrooms. Mushrooms are the most symbiotic thing that is actually moving on creation. There is things that are more symbiotic than even we are. We are created special for a reason. There's a spark that comes between the embryo and us, and for a reason. So these certain things that every other animal and every other thing that doesn't have, we have a point of thinking of. There's something that's still in the end. We can create black matter, but we can't create the spark.
Adam, whether God did it or he did it, Adam split from himself. Adam was split from himself, okay? So when Adam
Why do you think that Adam did it that himself? If he was a creation, it just hit my head. But why do you think that Adam did it at himself, or that's something that he could do? Why do you feel like that?
So this isn't in the Bible. This is in the Quran. It says that when Adam would be with God, and he would be like in his heavenly body. Okay, like with the. Do you know the term shalom or salam alaikum? This comes from a very distinct. So again, when I was in Iraq, this is what I learned from Shiite. They said that this is a very important story where the term comes from. When Adam was in his heavenly body, okay, he's in his heavenly body, okay. His other body is asleep in the garden. His heavenly body, he's with the Creator, okay. He's in this body, and they're in paradise. They're in heaven, and he sees angels talking back and forth and stuff at the distance. He goes, "What are they saying?" And because they're kind of greeting one another, and the Creator says to Adam, "They're saying." Greetings, brother, and greetings, brother. Like salam alaikum, wa alaikum salam. So he goes, can I teach that to my people? And he says, you can teach that to your people too. And Adam woke up and remembered this thing. Okay. So Adam, when he's in his heavenly body, when he's up there with the Creator on earth, his body became split. This is where Eve came from. We say it came from the rib of Adam. But the bottom line is that Adam's body became split so that there was an Eve. And that creation.
That shit ain't in the Quran. That shit is not in the Quran. Stop lying.
It's the King James version of the Quran.
No.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. Just because some motherfucking sand nigga told you a story, you want to supersede everybody else shit, and he probably was pulling your leg because you so gullible, you believe any motherfucking thing you hear.
Where does salam alaikum come from, Dorsey?
I don't give a fuck, because I'm a damn Christian.
But then why you speaking on stuff that you don't even care about?
Well, why are you speaking on
you
shit?
always interrupting.
Hey,
you always
why
interrupting,
are you
nigga.
speaking on shit and telling lies that you don't even believe in God? So what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, okay, next time you talk to a Mormon, talk to a Muslim, just ask him, Dorsey, and let's see what he says, all right? And meantime, we're going to move on.
Muslim. Ain't shit for us to talk about.
So you're Islamophobic. Okay, I got it. Good to know.
Good to know, see, there you go with that bullshit again.
Those are your words. But
check this out.
We're wandering down a different path.
I'm not around them. Why the fuck would I talk to them?
We're wandering down a different path.
Spot, you know the children of Ishmael?
Yeah, I know the children of Ishmael. What about them?
Come on, no, I'm talking about Spot. Spot been over here looking like, damn, you had to, don't do that, Spot. Your hairline just went back like nigga, like Chuck Berry.
That's what happens when you hit 55, man. You start losing all your hair.
Hey, I ain't even. You doing better than me, bro. Don't even worry about it. I'm just talking shit.
And what I have a problem with, this motherfucker is trained with every motherfucking body around the world, and he ain't got shit. That's the part I don't understand.
Turned back and turned into Abraham Lincoln. He turned around to the side and said, 4 scores.
I've never read the Quran, so I've read parts of it, but I've never read the whole thing. So I couldn't judge what the Quran says.
So let me correct myself then. Let me correct myself. Okay. So that's again, I have read the Quran. I did not personally read that in the Quran. This is what a Muslim told me the story of. I don't know if it's in the Quran. He said according to the Quran, that's what he said. But it may not be in the Quran. I can't verify it. I did not read it in the Quran. But nevertheless, this is what Muslims teach. This is what Muslims teach.
Before you talk, will you completely, basically distribute your understanding and your feelings on the point of, and I'm trying to be as secular as possible, your spirituality and whatever, so we know where you're coming from, because we all over here in this you just left, but you in Texas. I don't give a shit. We all been West Coast motherfuckers. I want you to express to my nigga Dorsey exactly your position. It don't matter if y'all agree or not on everything.
So this is where I stand on faith as far as that goes. I've for years I've been a deist. That's what I consider myself, and it's because of what the deists believed and taught. And our founders were deists. Now, as far as the scriptures go, there is the Torah. Okay, that's the first 5 books of the Bible. All right. Now, this is one of the problems I have with it. Is according to the teachers, according to the rabbis and that stuff, the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, were written by Moses, right? So if Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, in the first 5 books, it has his death. How Moses died. He walked the top of the mountain. God came and saw him. How did Moses write that? How Moses can't write his own death, right? So for me, I have a problem with that, with the idea of where it came from. Let's fast forward to the New Testament. New Testament is Genesis, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those are called the autographs. Okay, the autographs were the. Let me go back. The autographs were the original writings of those guys. Matthew was a tax collector who walked with Christ, but he was a friend of Paul. Okay, Mark was like he was like the son, so to speak. He was like the an apprentice of Peter. Okay, they called him Peter's son. Okay, Luke was a Greek, and he was a Gentile. Okay, he never walked with Christ. And John, one of the sons of thunder, he was illiterate. All right, he was a fisherman. He couldn't write. So those guys, if you do your research on it, when those guys have people
Where
write this stuff.
in the fuck did you get that Sons of Thunder Thor ass shit from? Where that come from?
So John, James.
Unless you're cross referencing things.
I'm going to answer. I'm answering right now.
No, listen. I'm giving that because other people be listening. That's the reason why I do this. But unless you're referencing from a point of another theology, completely, which I do believe me, I'm not ignorant. I do understand, but some of these people might not understand. So to the point of where you're saying thunder and you're putting people under different Greek understandings of mythology and stuff they play with and fuck around every day. Do you understand that people are still living by these same situations? Okay,
let me answer that. Let me answer that. Okay, so John and James were the sons of Zebedee. Zebedee was a prominent fisherman in Galilee. Okay, they worked on his boats. Okay, they were called the sons of thunder. I think that might even be in the scriptures, but it's well known. That's who they're called, the sons of thunder. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And again, John was illiterate, so he didn't write that text. So the truth is, if you look into it, the originals were written about 95 AD. Those were lost. Okay, they were destroyed. Years later, they kind of reconstructed them again based off the disciples of the disciples, and those are the books that we have today. And the biggest problem I have is a lot of those were based upon the writings and the teachings of Paul. I absolutely reject Paul. I reject his writings. Paul killed the way, and this is what I'm trying to get to. What I believe in Yeshua. He was the Christ, and there's very little evidence of his existing, but we know for sure the body of Paul, for example, is buried at the Vatican. The body of Peter.
Listen, I'm gonna throw up a little pushback. On the point of what you were talking about from distinction to distinction, when we were talking about that position from Torah to New Testament. So when we're speaking about once we go into Paul and once we go into these different subjects from where you just jumped from, I just want to know, what is your declaration between the two?
Between which two? To be clear, I want to answer as directly as I can. Between what two?
I'm talking about Torah and New Test.
I'll say this, and just bear with me for a second on, okay? If you look at the Ethiopian Bible, it has 83 books. Okay, it's very complete. So that's the Ethiopian Bible, and I trust and love the Ethiopian Bible. I've had one. I read it for years, but I don't have it. I don't have it anymore.
Call it what these people don't know what they're talking about.
It's the Holy Bisbee. It's the Holy Bisbee. That's what the Ethiopian Bible is called. It's called the Holy Bisbee.
Okay,
yeah,
so
the Bisbee, the Apocrypha. Right. So just say it so everybody knows.
Okay, I'll let you fill in the blanks. I'll just talk and then I'll stop and let you fill in the blanks. So getting back to what you're saying, the King James Version, we'll just go with that because I was raised in SDA. but it's a cult. I'm got glad when I was an adult. They believe, and one of their
Hold on. For you to be 7-Day Adventist,
I
because
was raised
you
7-Day Adventist.
giving
Fourth generation 7-Day Adventist. Keep going.
exactly, that's what I'm saying. But so you're giving the acronyms, but say the name. Because this is real, this gangster shit. It's California. It represent motherfucker. But on another end, I'm saying, on my own personal point, where the hell did this come into a position for you? Where this was in California? Because I'm out here where it gets down in the 7-Day Adventist.
I went to college, bro, and when I went to college, I did my own research and reading. All right, and that's when I realized that all this stuff is.
You went to La Sierra University?
Actually, I went to La Sierra, but that's not. I graduated Cal State San Bernardino. That's where I graduated, and I got a master's degree in national security studies.
But you went to La Sierra University.
Yeah, I went there. I went there for only for 1 quarter, and then I left. Then I went in the military. So, but getting back to the subject.
Damn,
So he a college
this is the subject because
he a college dropout. And he's talking to a nigga who did 4 years of college with a damn degree in history. So he trying to tell me about shit. Just like
Dorsey,
I said,
I graduated
as your city, and then also about other shit. But then when I claim that shit is the way it is, you say, "Oh no, Dorsey, you don't know." But I did 4 years of college. I got a fucking doctorate. So I don't know.
I have a BA. I have a BA.
You did only 1 semester, nigga.
No, Dorsey, that's not what I said. I said very clearly I only went there. He asked about La Sierra. I went to La Sierra for 1 year. I used to go to church. I used to live in Loma Linda. I did 1 year at La Sierra. I left and joined the military. I got out and I finished college on my college fund, my GI Bill. I went to 4 years at Cal State San Bernardino, and then I did 2 years. I did 2 years at Cal State San Bernardino and kind of at Claremont with my master's program in national security study. So I have a BS in military science. I have a BA in small business management, and I have a master's degree in national security studies.
Oh, I believe you got the BS.
No, I'm
that's
saying,
cute. That's cute.
What school did you go to in Claremont? I thought Claremont was just rich people and horses up on the hill, man. I guess that's the only area I've been into. What school is in Claremont? I never knew there was school in Claremont.
Yeah, there's Claremont
it's a
University.
little ass rinky dink school.
Yeah, it is.
It's about 1.5 blocks.
And
I've been to that bitch.
Yeah, a lot of my classes from my master's program we had to go over there too. But back to the Bible.
It's funny how Dorsey know about these little rinky dink ass schools.
Hey,
you know why? Because I sold t-shirts at they goddamn campus.
I'm tired of Dorsey. Dorsey know everything. I'm so tired of this nigga being right. This nigga is shit. He said, I've been out there.
Because Dorsey travels. Dorsey a nosy motherfucker. Dorsey be like, what's over on this block? Oh, shit. They got this.
I'll be like, nigga, I went and caught some crawfish down in the hole on the side of this hill. He'd be like, nigga, that was on motherfucking San Jacinto Boulevard. Nigga, I remember what that said. This nigga Dorsey be killing me.
So back to what I was saying there, Top.
At 63 years old, you don't think I done been through some shit, son? God damn. You act like I'm a Rudy Poot who just got here. God damn, I'm 63 years old. Damn.
Nigga, we the same age.
Well, I lived the black man's life. You live your life.
So getting back to what I was saying about the Bible, about the King James Version is 66 books, okay? And the Adventist Church, along with the other ones, they only will recognize the King James Version of the Bible, okay? So
that's the Constantine Nicene Creed version.
Nicene Creed, yes. The Nicene Creed.
I get it.
At the Nicene Council, the Ethiopians showed up and they were like, well, this is our book. And, you know, like you said, the Catholics were like, well, this is our book.
First one or the second one? There's 2 Nicene Creeds. You got 2. And the first one that came in wasn't just the Egyptians. It was the Aryans too.
Yeah. So So I'm gonna try to stick with this point about what I believe. You have to take a look at the origins of it. Sure, you can look at it as a fable. Like there's a thing called the Iliad and the Odyssey, and that's kind of what the Bible is. They're stories of fables. Okay, for example, look at the book of Luke. Luke tells about all of these parables, right? What is a parable? A parable is a fable. All right.
Yeah.
These weren't things that really happened. They're the exact same as Aesop's fables. All right. That's the purpose of it. So a lot of it is fables. So you just have to recognize that people like put 10 tones down on these things, but they're just fables. The Bible is good if you're interested in learning
It is
about
not a
that.
fable. It is historically documented. That's what he did. When you write the shit down, that's historically documented. It ain't a
No,
damn fable. A
no.
fable is when a dog and a cat went to the store and bought some shit. That's a fable. A motherfucking human being has motherfucking activities, and if they write that shit down, it is not a fable.
So
Yeah.
Are Christ's parables actual
500
things that
years of
happen,
life is
or
500 years of life.
are they fables? Are
Methuselah is
Christ
a reason.
are the things that happen are, for example, the story of the Good Samaritan, did that really happen or is it a fable?
It actually happened.
So there was a
Who
real
wrote
guy
it?
that,
And over and over
Yeah,
no,
you're
no, it
not
again.
wasn't.
gonna, Steve. That you've got
No,
some.
no, it wasn't.
They believe it literally. At
Yeah,
least
exactly.
one
No,
of them does.
it didn't
Yeah.
happen. Thank you. No, it didn't. It
Miss
didn't happen.
Bone
Go ahead,
question,
No,
Buns. Go
whatever the
ahead,
fuck your
Buns.
name is. Do you
no,
believe
it's
in
not.
it? Do you believe in
And that's
God?
what I'm saying. So
But
right
see,
now, if you say
people
that
who
a
don't
sick
believe in
kid,
God, I
I
a
don't
can't
really
sick
have
hear.
kid
shit to say.
I
had
can't
come
hear when both of you
in
guys
here
speak
and
at
started
once.
twerking his cheeks, it's not
Can you start
true.
again? Because you
Ruth
were so
Hall didn't
fuzzy, I
come in
couldn't
here,
hear.
didn't come in here twerking his cheeks. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're really gonna say it when you're alive right now? Michael Jackson didn't do the moonwalk because everybody else don't believe it. It is what it is. That's what
Guys.
I'm saying. So on these other things, they are what they are.
So
You know what I'm saying?
let's be clear.
If I can hit somebody in the forehead,
Top Cat, let me ask you a question.
go ahead.
Just to be crystal clear, you believe that every parable of Christ was an actual event that happened, or were they parables?
No, I'm an actual Israelite. I'm Torah 100% first, and how I
Oh,
feel about the Hamashiach
all right. So then
is completely different.
you don't even respect Christ, do you?
Exactly. Yes, I do. I do respect the messenger. Yes, I do. How
Okay.
everybody else thinks about him past the Torah. How you think about them, that's on you. You can
Okay.
tell
Well,
them Romans
no.
whatever you think them Romans thought you should think. But I
Okay.
do
So,
understand my point on the earth, not on the
all right.
point of European thought.
Well, let's talk about the parables of Christ. Okay. Are the parables of Christ? Did Christ really say these parables? Yes or no?
What matters? They were told about him. How can he tell them? How can he tell them how he was before he could speak? How could he tell
So
them
that
that, yeah, that's everybody else is extinct? I'm on Torah to that aspect. I understand where it goes, but I also understand the Holy Spirit and all these different things. And that's what I love speaking to you about, bro. You actually know about a whole bunch of things. So when I say the Holy Spirit, what she thinks, then if you want to keep talking to me about this type of stuff, then that's fine.
Okay, well then another question. So the Beatitudes, do you believe that Christ said the Beatitudes? It says, and seeing the multitude, he went to the mountaintop. And when he was set, his disciples came unto him, and he opened his mouth, taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, and goes on. Do you believe Christ actually said those words at a mountaintop to a multitude? Yes or no?
Whether or not,
Yes,
I believe that if
yes.
Christ said them, they were a precept. I don't believe that that was the first time that thing was said. They were a precept said before he was supposed to be here because he's the messenger, whether to complete it or not, because he said, I came here to complete this situation.
To
So,
fulfill.
yeah, no,
Yes.
I'm not quoting scripture. I'm quoting the
I am.
situation.
I'm quoting scripture.
No,
Because that's what I can do. I can quote scripture.
He said, I was come to fulfill the
You
law.
might not go with the
I did
King
not
James because
come
I
to
don't
change
have
the
just
law.
King
I
James.
came
I
to
have the
fulfill the
Latin, the
law.
Greek.
Exactly, Percy. So again,
Exactly.
we can be
I came to
divided.
fulfill law. So everything that you're talking about, you have to go back to Leviticus if you're talking about law. Other than that, what are we talking about? We ain't talking about Torah.
Okay, so then I'm going to say this. So what I believe in, again, I'm a deist, but I believe that. So I believe what you kind of believe for the most part too. I believe that Christ was the way. His ministry was called the way. Christ came to be the Moshiach. He didn't claim to be the Son of God. That was added to him. He was a Nazarite. And Nazarites all say we are all the sons of God. So I look at the Bible is tough to look at, the King James version, and I don't, because the King James version, the New Testament, was what I was trying to get to, was compromised in my book, and it was compromised by Paul and Paulinians. So you can look up the beliefs of Christ versus the beliefs of Paul. I personally reject all the beliefs of Paul. I followed the way, and Paul destroyed the way. So yeah, I agree with you on this one thing. If you're going to be serious about looking at what Christ believed, it has to go back to the Torah, because this is what he was quoting. This is what Christ was all about, and it was the first 5 books of the Bible. So yeah, that's kind of what my belief system is. And the truth is, yeah, religion is compromised. It's used as a weapon. If you're following Paul, you're basically killing the message of Christ. And so I think Christ was a good person. I think he was the Mashiach at his time, but the Mashiach has to be a living Mashiach, and he was killed. So his message lives on, and his message was one of the best messages that we've ever gotten. So that's what I support. But no, I don't. I mean, I understand. I kind of like so you're an Israelite, right, Dorsey?
Fuck no, I'm not an Israelite. I'm a follower of the
I'm sorry.
Nazarene.
I'm sorry. My bad, Dorsey. I meant Black Top Cat. Are you a Nazarene? Are you an
Black top.
Israelite?
Black top. You talking to me.
Top Cat, are you a Black Israelite? You're on mute, dog. You're on mute. Hey, I can't hear you, Top Cat. Spot.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was dealing with my home situation, man, my life situation. I apologize. And the point, I shouldn't even been on here if I was dealing with something else. I should give that shit the time that it deserves. On the other point, no, I don't know what a Black Israelite is. I am a Israelite. Whatever
All
the
right,
fuck
that's
y'all
good.
else want to call it, because you've been whatever. If you think that you got something in you that I don't have in me that makes you so damn special, that's perfect for you. But I am an Israelite. The reason why I look like I look is because the Most High wanted me to look how I look, and I'll close my motherfucking lips.
Do you ever go look to Lamert Park?
Lamert Park. I would look to
That's
a
over
whole
by
bunch of different
Crenshaw.
places.
That's over by Crenshaw and Rodeo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I don't have to look. That's where my people is from here, bro. Like we came from Memphis, Tennessee to here. And all my people
Home
is
of the
all
pimpin'.
over Southern
All right,
California.
Tomcat. Home of the pimpin'
Now you
Memphis.
understand
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. My people from a 111 neighborhood all the way down, all the way up. It don't matter. All the way to fucking Palmdale. My people is here. We've been here, and we've been here before that. Queen Khalifa been here. We've been here. Like, so it's nothing to me. I'm 100% what I am, and I'm the Most High's child and His jewels and His gems. When He said, "I'm going to, look around for the jewels and the gems," all these Gentiles and different stuff. I know what I am. I don't have
Hey,
to guess.
Tomcat. Hey, Tomcat. Tomcat.
I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, I got a gem for you. Check this out. You know who Esau was, right?
100%.
Okay,
That's the big
so
cousin. That's the big
Esau,
cousin they're talking about.
right. So Esau wanted to hang out with Canaanite women. And when his mom and dad said, hey, you need to take your life serious, you need to go ahead and marry you a good Jewish girl, Esau said, hell no. Do you know why he said that?
Because it was juicy.
No. Well, that was part of it. But let me tell you why. because he knew that Leah, who was the firstborn, was a pig face with a lazy eye, and he said, "Hell no! I'd rather fuck with these women than to go and marry this ugly woman for the rest of my life." So his stupid ass little brother Jacob took his ass over there to Lathan, and he saw the other sister, and he said, "Oh, I want to marry her." And Laban said, "Okay, cool." Got his ass drunk. When he woke up, there was Leah sitting right next to him. And then he said, "Well, why did you do that?" He said, "The tradition of our family is that the firstborn daughter gets married first." That is why Esau said, "Fuck that shit." Then later on, Esau said, because his parents was pissed at him, talking about you drove your brother away, Esau said, "Okay." The mom said, "Go see your uncle Ishmael, Hagar's son, the Egyptian." He went there and married a woman named Bethlehem, and she became his wife. So that when Jacob came back under the name of Israel, he then approached his brother and said, "Brother, forgive me." He said, "Man, don't worry about it. I've been blessed 1,000-fold." That's why. So when they sit up here and talk this nonsense, see, I read this stuff over and over and over again. Then I ask God to give me insight.
There's right next to it that this all happened over an ugly bitch.
Exactly. Over an ugly bitch, man. That's what I'm saying. See, they don't look at the realism of the shit. They want to make it sound like it's a fable. No, nigga, if I know I got to go marry a cockeyed girl, fuck no, I'm not getting married. Send my little brother out there on that damn, what's that shit they call him right now? You know what they call crash
That's what
dummy.
they call
That nigga be
zillion.
the crash dummy.
We're zealous about everything.
See,
I'll be rolling. Damn, you locked up, Steve, or you really sit there that cold? You sit there that you think that hard, nigga? You didn't. You haven't moved in 30 seconds.
I'm just listening to what he says, but I ain't gonna argue with it because Esau and Jacob weren't even speaking. Esau couldn't go near anybody that Jacob hung out with. Jacob was terrified of Esau. That's when the whole thing happened with when Esau saw the ladder come down. He thought it was his brother.
His brother met him. What are you talking about?
Why was Jacob terrified of Esau? Why was he terrified?
Because he stole his birthright illegally, and because Jacob was a piece of shit.
Before that, now you're talking about that. Even what you're talking about is before any of that happened. Jacob was already leery of fucking Esau. Why?
According to the scriptures, Esau and Jacob were brothers, right? And
what did Esau do that would have somebody terrified? Like if my brother was a top Navy SEAL, I would be scared.
I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to give a lane.
No, I'm against exactly. Esau was a hunter. Okay, he was a badass motherfucker hunter, and he was one that went and killed the king and brought it back. Jacob was a little bitch boy. Jacob stayed at home with mommy, and he took care of the food. So Esau brings back the Esau is covered in hair because he's out in the wilderness all the time. And when he comes back, he brings some game, and his brother says, "Let me make a bowl of food for you." And his mother and him were scamming the whole time to steal his birthright from him with his father. So Jacob made this big bowl for his brother. His brother passes out, and Jacob covers his arms with some lambskin and goes to his father, pretends that he's Esau, and asks for the blessing, and he gives a blessing to his brother.
His mom tells him. Yeah. His mom tells him. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. He's a mama's boy.
I said that.
No, you said that earlier. But nobody will understand that by how you're explaining it. You understand what I'm saying? His mom told him to go do that. His mom.
That's what we're told. But he still had to make that decision himself. He and his mom conspired exactly to do this and to trick his brother.
Said he was a bitch. You
Top
just
What?
said he
cat.
was a
A
bitch.
bitch.
He's
Oh, he
only
was a
worried
bitch. Oh,
about the living of
he was a
everybody
bitch.
else. He's only
Don't
worried
get me
about the
wrong.
concerns. You just said
He
it.
was a bitch. He was a bitch. Here's why he was a bitch. His brother was out in the wilderness every day hunting. He was a homesteader with his mommy. He was
You
a
tell me
mama's
that.
boy. He was a mama's
Yes.
boy.
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the one that brought the first fruits to the Most High, and the other one went out hunting and ate and did everything he did. Whatever. Are we looking at this thing from the beginning? We're still talking about Cain and Abel.
That's not.
Exactly.
That's not
So
canon.
hey, so
What?
top cat. So what happened is because of the deception that Jacob did to his brother when he went to his uncle pulls the same bullshit on him. The bait and switch.
That's true. Exactly. So that part is spot on.
100%.
So
Exactly.
karma is a motherfucker.
Hey,
So
so
karma is a
It is.
motherfucker.
so let me add one little spice to that also. That Jacob was a schemer too. Jacob, he definitely got scammed, but Jacob also pulled a scam. And they made this deal that because they all have their cattle together, and so Jacob went and worked for his brother for that man, and he's out in the fields for them. He goes, look at all the cattle with spot on them; those would be mine. All the ones without spot, those would be yours. So Jacob went and he put up all these like patterns on the fences. So what ended up happening, and I don't know how this works, but this is what the Bible says, that the cows started having babies, and all the babies had these spots on them because of these patterns that they saw. And so when they counted the cattle, Jacob got the most amount of cattle. So Jacob scammed him to begin
So
with, and that's why
where is this at? Where is this
that's
at?
in
I want to look.
that's in the Bible. That's in the
Oh
Bible.
yeah,
Look
that's
it
with
up.
the stripes.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey
yeah,
Steve,
yeah,
yeah, am I talking to Steve right now?
yeah. It's me, Doc. Go ahead.
I
No,
like you.
I'm saying,
I like you. When
what
you
book?
wanna
You on
when you wanna
what
be
book?
good,
What book
you
is
wanna
that?
be
I got my
good.
book right here.
Nigga, don't call me good.
What
Wait,
book
wait,
is
hey,
that?
me,
Oh
Dorsey,
no,
me
that's
and you are
good.
straight. Me
No,
and you are straight, Dorsey. Me and
Steve,
you are straight. Me and you are straight.
Yeah, we
Steve
straight,
got too
but you
much.
Straight.
know how
He got a
Marines
lot
and
of
Army
knowledge.
is. We
What
always
book
gonna
is
be.
that in, Steve?
Oh yeah, we're going to meet someday, Dorsey, and when we meet, it's gonna be on for a moment. We're gonna punch it out whether you like it or not, but we'll always be cool afterwards. We'll go out and
Oh yeah, we
we'll bless
always,
afterwards.
baby.
But we're definitely gonna have to throw hands.
Oh yeah, we gonna throw some motherfuckers and some feet too. Cause if I kick
Yeah,
your ass down, I'm kicking
yeah.
you in the head. Throw some motherfucking
It's the
feet.
cast.
That's word. So
Yeah.
please tell me what book that's in. Iron sharpens iron. Please tell me. I got my Latin, Greek, and translation in here right now.
Just
Please tell
look
me
it
what
up.
book
Look
that
it up
is.
in the King James version. I don't know what the story is, but that's the story. Like I had to read that twice to make sure because someone I was told to me in church. I said that's impossible, and I went and read it for myself. So it's actually in the Bible. Like Dorsey can verify it's in the Bible. I don't know where it is, but it's to me it was just
No,
jacked up.
I heard it. I remember it
I
too. That's what
remember
I'm
it,
saying. I remember it
but
exactly what it
I'm
said.
not sure where it
I
is.
remember it.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
point is
Okay.
I gotta give credit to Dorsey. Dorsey's right. He was a scammer and he got scammed because he first scammed his brother, he then scammed his uncle, but he got the ultimate scam because he got that lazy eye wife who he had to marry, and then got his other wife later on. So he did get
He
scammed,
got
but
scam. His ultimate
it's
scam came from his mother. The same person that pushed him to do the most things is the same person that put him in the most prodigious situations or
now
Man,
promiscuous situations.
let me just say one story that I don't buy. The story of him wrestling the angel, and I'll tell you why. Because angels are beings made of light that are all powerful, and there's no way he's going to wrestle an angel for 5 hours if he's scared of his own brother. It's just not a real story. He may have thought he wrestled an angel, and he woke up and injured his leg. That's true, but
Right.
I
But he,
I don't believe that an angel he could hold an angel. Nah, I'll never buy that story. I'll never
yes,
buy that story.
yes, 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 because you can call on all power at any time. That's the difference between them. That this is the difference between why they hate us. The reason why they go left or right between us because we can call on all power at all times.
So
We
you
just don't
think so?
realize it.
One angel or the one angel flew over Egypt
hey,
and killed all the firstborn. One angel, and you're telling me he can hold an angel? Nah, bro. I'm just
Yeah.
not. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it.
Maybe you would
All right, check
limit
this
it.
That's what
out.
I'm saying, but you're living by human equivalency. Right now, we just had 1 point of COVID. It was just 1 point of Ovid. I'm gonna do that for my nigga plug. 1 point of Ovid that came through and smacked everybody in their face, and everybody acts like it's nothing, even if it was created or not. It still is what it is. So how can you talk about the Most High in that situation when He invented your iris, which can see to the end of the universe, but your brain can't communicate with itself good enough to push it to that? But you have the ability. That's why I keep telling people biochemistry is the next evolutionary thing. They keep thinking about all this metal stuff. Yeah, that's old. That's 85 stuff. If you're really moving forward, it's biochemistry. If the world could move in the best way it would move like the brain. It would move like in those circumstances. It wouldn't worry about getting touched. It wouldn't worry about having to stop itself from getting hit by other armory. What is armory to something that is supreme?
I'm gonna say there's one last thing on that. It's getting back to that story in the scriptures. There's if the angels work for the divine, and he's trying to stop the angels from returning to the divine's not going to be working with the enemy to help him. I don't buy the story. I don't know what happened to his leg, but I don't. He may have had a dream, but there's no way that one man cannot defeat an angel. There is no man created that can defeat. Angels are not made of flesh and bone. Angels are beings of light, and there's no way that it can be defeated by one. Can be defeated by a man, and I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. That's just one story I just don't buy into.
Why ants? Why aren't they mad at eagles? Why aren't they mad at everything else then? Because you have a situation that of supremacy over them that they still want enough to decede from the heavens, enough to say I'll give up all this to have that. And you're saying, oh, it's not there. What do you think it is? Why would you ever leave supremacy unless there's some other thing that overcomes everything that you ever were or was? There's a point.
The
There's a
angels are
point
doing the
that
work.
we came to a point to be able to be down here and do this. They don't have that choice. They don't have that choice. They don't have the choice to be down here and do what you're doing right now. Even talk bad. The number one sin in that Bible is speaking against the Holy Spirit.
That's actually that's the one unforgivable sin according to the scriptures is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Right, right. But that's nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm saying that I don't think that a man, Jacob, can wrestle with an angel
All I'm saying is,
for
what does the
hours.
angel think about that? If he told us that, he had to tell us that. It was written on our hearts first. Because
What was
that's what
written
I'm
on our
saying,
hearts?
Steve. You're older.
What?
You're older than me. You remember you said that shit. I'm gonna hold you to that shit to the day you die. You said, "Oh, I might be older than you." Then you know what the fuck I'm talking about. It was written. It's written. So
What's
what are
written?
you saying?
Explain. Explain. I don't know what you're talking about. Just explain that.
So it's written to blasphemous against the Holy Spirit.
Dude, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit
You
is saying
said
that you
you
can beat an
older.
angel. That's blasphemy
What
against
do
the
you
Holy
mean?
Spirit. Blasphemy against
I
the Holy
think we
Spirit.
are all angels.
Well, that could be
We're
the
What do
case
you
too.
angels in the
mean?
making. In the
That could be
making.
that could easily be a case.
No,
I
no,
100% agree with that. Well, listen, hear me
no,
out. Hear
hell
me out.
no.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is. I'm going to agree with him on this point. And here's why. There is no proof that we don't know until we die. And I'll give you one example of there is one bit of proof
You
that
are
we can
no
come.
extra.
Let me
You
just
are
finish my thought.
nothing extra. You are
Let me
nothing
just
extra. Let me
let me
tell you
just finish.
that by scientific or biblical entities or understanding, you are nothing extra. You can add nothing extra to the ether. You are
All
nothing extra. You are no
right,
more of creation than the thought of itself.
Top Cat.
So
Let me just finish. Let
you
me just
have
finish
no
my
matter.
thought.
You
Let me
have
just finish
no.
my
I'm just saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. You
go.
add no matter. No matter what your thought or whatever it is or what it creates or whatever, you add no matter. You add nothing. There's nothing that you can add to the universe.
Can I
Nothing.
finish? Can I speak now?
Go ahead. I'm quiet. I'm sorry. I'm in my own shit. My bad.
Okay. With everything that you're saying, I'm going to agree with, and I'm going to add on top of that. Okay, there is a possibility that each of us is a drop of the divine that came down to earth, live a life, all these unique experiences. Every experience on earth is unique, and then goes back up to the creator with those experiences, which gives him an overall understanding of what's going on in the Malkut. Okay, if that's the case, a prime example would be Enoch. Enoch lived his life complete and then became Melchizedek. I'm not Melchizedek. Metatron.
Melchizedek.
Metatron. Okay, so there is a
You
possibility.
just
We don't
put a
know.
lot of stuff, you
There is
just
a
put a lot of
possibility.
stuff together, Steve. You just put a
Yeah,
lot of information.
that's all I do. But there is a possibility that when we live our lives and we're done with our lives, we return to the Creator, and we can become beings of light and serve Him. Because all angels are messengers of the divine. That's all an angel is. An angel doesn't. An angel is basically a computer program. All right, he does what the messenger tells him to do, and that's it. So yeah, there's a very easy possibility that we
That's
are
not
all
what the
angels.
Torah says. That's not what the Torah says. The
What
Torah
does the Torah
said that
say?
the
Or
Torah
maybe
says
not
that
all of us,
listen,
or
he
it
said he asked
takes
a
some
lot of
longer
people.
to
He
get to
asked
that
all of
stage.
them. Go
One at
ahead.
a
I'm
time.
sorry. I'm
Go ahead,
sorry,
Spot.
Sorry,
Scott. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying that some spirits are going to take longer to learn all the information that we're required to learn before we go back to our Father.
Exactly. Exactly. And that just adds. So what were you saying, Top Cat?
What I was saying, and I completely disregard that once you become into the light. All the things that we dealing with the point of the formation of life and creation are the only things that I think slow us. Once we become into the vibration, once we become into the light and true acknowledgement and understanding, we don't have a reason to reverberate
Or
through the
stay.
universe the way we have where we are now. We don't there's no reason for me to go through any of these things of a physical understanding of what it is now. I can be complete good, or I can be complete bad. I can be complete anything. Right now, the things that are in me stop me from being complete. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's completely
Yeah.
different. It's a completely different understanding of who you can be and what you can be and how you can perform in the action of being whatever you can be in the universe. And we
All right.
can't, yeah, we can't add to it. All I can do is change for the time that you see me or anyone else sees me for that time in that light.
Okay.
That's
So
all I
then
can do.
let's look at Enoch. So Enoch says walk with God, or it says he walked on earth, walked with God, and then he was no more. But some believe that Enoch became Metatron. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
You talking about from the motherfucking Megatron? What did you say?
No, no.
Who the fuck is Metatron? I ain't never even heard of this mechanical motherfucker. Who the fuck is
He's an
Metatron?
angel. He's an angel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I know the Metatron you're talking about. Okay.
So if that's the
What?
case, then what he says is accurate. Go ahead, Spot. I'll talk afterwards. Go on, Spot. What are you going to say?
I was just agreeing with you.
So if that's the case, then what the guy was saying, the call was saying before, is right. Maybe he didn't say for sure. Maybe we're all angels, and I can see his
Yeah.
point. Maybe that because personally I believe that. So this has to do with the Kabbalah. If you ever read the Kabbalah, I understand what the tree of life is. The tree of life is the path that follow, and some believe that there's a thing, I forget the word for it, but it's like the 36 divine ones, 36 drops of the divine that he drops into the world at any given time to see what's going on, and then they return to him afterwards, like a loop. All right, and those are
Hmm.
individuals, and those individuals, because they're born into the realm, okay, this is called the Malkut, the clay realm. They're born into this realm, they live their lives, and then they return to the divine, and they basically tell him their experience on earth, because every experience is unique, but yet it all goes back to the creator so that he can see the bigger picture of it. And that's what like. I do believe that there is a chance that we all become like Metatron at the end, but like Spot, you're saying, it's not an easy path. For some of us, it takes a lot longer. We get recycled and recycled and recycled.
That's
And
what I kind of believe the same thing is that you okay one of our lifetimes, 100 years. I don't think you could learn everything that you could possibly learn one time. I
yeah,
think we're cycled in, and then because let's say you're born wealthy, you know, and let's say you're a king or whatever, you know, you're not going to learn what it is and the feelings of the ultra poor. That can only happen if you are homeless.
exactly,
You know what I
exactly.
mean? Yeah, and a lot of people don't look at it that way, but personally, I've had experiences where I believe I've got in touch with my previous life,
Hmm.
and it's such a strong experience. And I'm not I'm not the same color.
Right.
So
Yes.
like one was it was really strange. The experience was like a just a waking dream,
Hmm. Interesting.
and there was no talking. I couldn't understand what they were saying. So but I lived for many years in 15 minutes,
Hmm.
and I had those experiences, and they were dramatic.
You're a
And
time traveler.
uh, I don't think so. I think I'm an old soul that's had trouble in the past, maybe with believing or following through with some of it, and that's where I think where you have to. Okay, you could try to experience everything that you possibly could in this lifetime, but that doesn't mean that that's all there is. I don't know.
I
I start getting really deep when I, you know,
Can I ask you a question?
yeah,
Was you born a grown man?
nope,
So when you was a child, you weren't advancing your age as far as morality or intellect and so forth.
no.
Okay.
Actually, I was even slow,
Okay. I mean, you're being
but
honest. I can't take you
but
off that.
I've had dreams, repeated dreams, and they're not mine because I don't know those people,
yeah, I have too. I've had that recently.
and like gone through the worst possible things that you could think of, you know, and that's to see another family member dying. But what I saw, I couldn't understand for many years. I had
Mm,
the repeated dream about 14 times over. I think the last time was in my 20s, and I'd wake up screaming as a child. The first time was about 4 or 5, and I I kept screaming and screaming every time it would happen, and it all the people were up in this cave, and I don't know why we were running, but we were running for our lives, and then a giant wall of fire, I look back, is coming right at us, and once it gets to you, it burns your flesh right off your bones.
Wow.
And that's the time I would wake up, and I have
that's
no
the nuclear
idea
war. That's the
why it
Yep.
nuclear
happened.
war that you're gonna face.
Or Hiroshima. Hiroshima, it could be Hiroshima.
Later on, though, it started changing. I started accepting. Once I accepted the fire, the wall fire, I accepted I was going to die. It changed. The next time, it changed. I was about 17, 18. And all of a sudden, I was a woman. I was in the cave and I was looking down, watching family members get destroyed by the wall of fire. And I there was so much understanding there because for so long I was the one getting burnt. But when it was up, I was that other person. I survived. So I don't know really where to go with that. It's just an experience, and they were all dreams.
When I was at the Kabbalah Center, so there's a place called the Kabbalah Center. It's off Robertson in L.A. And I used to live right next to a Sikh temple. And the Sikhs, and both of them talk about dreams like you're talking about. But the Sikhs say that we live lives over again, and that our final phase is you become a Sikh. Okay. Like for example, the Buddhist, I think I could be wrong about Buddhism. I'm pretty sure Buddhism believes in nirvana, and what it is that you reach a certain level of understanding, and then after that you gain it on, and you're done. Your final existence. And the Kabbalah Center talks about what you're talking about. They call it a tikkun, where you have this family curse or this family problem, and that you'll keep living it over and over again, and you'll see past lives of this stuff. But in the end, you in this realm have to finally fix this problem, fix this fix this tikkun in order for your soul to advance to a higher level. So, I mean, all I can do is listen to different people from different perspectives talk about it, because the truth is we're not going to know until we're dead. And then there's no one's ever come back from the dead and said, oh, by the way, this is what happened to me. Only story that's even close to the story of Lazarus. And we're not told what Lazarus said when he came back. So we really don't know. But yeah, that's a horrifying thing to experience. Only thing close, like I've had dreams before where I looked in the mirror and it wasn't me. So yeah, that's a.
I almost if it's if it's the right one, like there was a time, but I was like maybe just 4 or 5, and there was a cave, a big cave, and my parents went out there to party, and it was scary inside. I mean, it'd go down. You could drive a vehicle in it. This cave, it was so big, and then it would drop down. And when I would start going down, I got really scared as a child. I remember it, and I didn't want to be down there. And I'm thinking that could have been the place.
Maybe
It's just really strange, and okay, my skin wasn't white. I didn't know what they were screaming. Actually, when I was on top, I was screaming because I was screaming for them. I thought I was saying "run," but the language each time I remember is different, and so I don't really know what it is. But when you're seeing other people do it, you know they were yelling for their family, and I do know that, and maybe that's just the loss. Okay, because once you die, the people here are still going to have to carry on. They're going to have to find a way to deal with that. So it's either it could, it could be a lot of ways. It's because it's taken like 30, 40 years to really start figuring out what's going on. But I have other weird gifts too. I can tell when one of my family members are going to die. I can.
How? Like what is it? Is it a sensation or a feeling or a dream or like a touch of your hand? Like what?
Um,
Or can you describe it?
I'll be doing anything. Like, let's say I go out and that person, it has to be really close to me. All of a sudden, like, I kind of know their schedule, what they do, what things they like. And all of a sudden, like at their house, when I'm there, it only lasts about maybe 10 seconds. And I don't see him there. And this just happened last year. And I didn't see him there. And I didn't see, like, usually I'll see things that look differently, but they're the same. Like, all the structures are the same, but they're like, if he was supposed to be there, I would see an apparition of him. And it was like the first time I didn't. So it's, and that's just one way. I've had friends that have died, and like this one, the most powerful I've ever had experience like that, a death experience, was a friend at work. And I was thinking about my wife and my children, and when they were on a trip, so I was worried about them. But I'm in there doing my work in the office. I was a lab technician, and every time he came in to the office, I would start crying. Not just a little bit. I'd start bawling, and I'm a strong man, and I don't cry that often. But 3 or 4 times he walked in, and after I just started walking out. And this happened for 2 days. And on the 3rd day, I found out that he slid his bike into a minivan, bumped his head. He was talking. By the time they got him to the hospital, the pressure in his head killed him.
Wow.
So he just laid down his bike and it's, bapped his head. He didn't wear his helmet. But it was just so powerful. When someone comes in the room and I was crying for him, for his family, because I was going to miss him, I think. And that's really powerful. And so from there, I've been in many churches, many different ones, like, Catholic, and some of the, normal ones, Mormon. So, and that was really my last one. After that, I became Mormon, but I've struggled. I struggle with their doctrine. but it wasn't all about that. Sunday school was always about learning Old Testament mostly.
Yep.
And so I'm not active with them because there's just I have so many there's questions that don't make sense in the Bible.
That's how we got here.
But yeah, it's really strange though how you can you think you know what's going on, and then a little later in life you find out you don't really know anything. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
You know, down inside. It's just really odd. And maybe that's just progression.
Yeah, maybe it is. Hey, Dorsey, are you still here?
I think he
Dorsey,
left.
it's just me and you, man. So my time says 4:28, so it's 4:29, so it's been about 4.5 hours. So it's good talking to you, Spot. I'm gonna hit the bed.
All right. Hey,
Good
I
talking.
appreciate your stories, man.
I appreciate yours too, man. Thanks for sharing. We'll talk to you soon.
You bet.
Peace.
Bye.